Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, man.
Hello, hello, hello. Anybody that can hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Greetings, 100-handers at a Tartarus.
Hello.
Ooh.
Yes.
Stefan's
so
back.
those-
What world's here? Are you running this thing? What world? I don't know.
No, no.
Dave.
Hi, Dave. Hi.
Well, no, we didn't. We don't really know anybody in the digital realm, but we have familiar characters that we talk
Right.
to, and we know their voice and shit,
Where am I? Oh, there I am.
and their vibration, man.
Oh, my bad.
You start to feel their vibration after a while, man.
Right.
Breaking the shackles.
Wait a minute. This isn't
Shackles
the,
are the chakras.
the
What's up,
Jordan
Ivan?
channel?
The
No,
what
this
channel?
is FREECHAN.
Yeah, this.
Oh, I thought this was the Jordan, the favorite Air Jordan channel. I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. Sorry. Bad joke.
Good job.
From the movie,
Plenty.
Toon. What was Toon? What was the name of that movie that had
No, but seriously, what's your favorite Jordan? I'm just kidding.
Air Jordan?
Air.
4.
Jordan.
My favorite is the 4 and the 13. I don't own any.
Mine's the 33.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the
Feature-
Jordan 33.
The
33.
prototype.
Jordan's 33 with Scottie Pippen.
They're super comfy. I did have a 13 one time, but I'd like to own some Jordan 4s, but
I like. Oh, my
I
favorite
got
Jordan was
other priorities.
My favorite
I mean-
Jordan was Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah, I don't wear shoes. I'm along with Jordan Maxwell, but I hear he was hanging out with Theosophists, which are kind of.
Are you afraid of Theosophists?
Theosophists? I'm not afraid of them. I'm just saying, they do like their deal is that
There's two types.
Lucifer,
There's two types.
The esoteric tutty of
Good
Lucifer is
Theosophists
there,
and
what they
bad.
wrote.
Well, you're right. There is, but there's two schools. There's the Blavatsky school. Then there's the Hanna
Blavatsky,
school.
yeah, she wrote the book on it.
And the Alice
Adam
Bailey.
Blavatsky.
Yeah,
No,
Blavatsky
Alice
and-
Bailey followed Blavatsky and just published her work and followed it out and found.
Well,
that
yeah,
guy.
but I mean that camp is the
Yeah, yeah.
Luciferian side of it, and then there's
Yeah,
another
like
camp which
Lucifer, yeah.
was called New Thought. New
Oh.
Thought in the early 1900s was like Charles Haanel,
Can you please
Napoleon
repeat that?
Hill.
New thought.
you
Repeat
say-
what?
Nude Vaughn?
New thought.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to articulate. New Thought, like I had a thought.
Oh,
and
okay.
it's
I
new.
thought you said New Vaughn. Okay.
Yeah,
Carry on.
it's so you had Theosophy, which is late 1800s, and it did go this Luciferian edge to it, and then there was another split by this man named Charles Haanel, and Napoleon Hill actually, who trained Charles Haanel trained Carnegie, Ford, one of the Rothschilds, and some other people, trained them in how to like manifest reality spiritually. And sure, they may have done evil with it, but whatnot. But if you read the philosophies like hand in hand with each other, there's a totally different vibe going on. Like Blavatsky's like all praise to Lucifer, and that Theosophy is very, if you want to call it evil, then yeah, it's evil. But the other side of it was all about practical spiritual power. It is our divine birthright as creations on this creation by our Creator. And there was a very positive edge to it. Now, some people will call it New Age, but I have studied it and I find it interesting.
Who came up with the term Theosophy then? I'm surprised
I
there's two
wanna
different
say-
types of it.
I want to say it's Blavatsky, but
That's
maybe
what I want to say too. That's how I was
But-
wondering how this other Theosophy, where
well,
does that come from?
like I said, it evolved into what's called New Thought. like
Oh,
they
evolved on
a
its
lot of
own,
people
huh? Okay.
yeah, a lot of people bundle them together, this Charles Haanel character with Blavatsky, but they never knew each other. They weren't,
Okay.
trading information or anything like that. It just happened to spring up around the same time, and it was similar in its usage or its desire to obtain. But she went a darker route with it.
Well, the UN uses the one that
Yes.
Alice Bailey and all
Alice
that.
Bailey.
Hello,
Yeah.
hello, everybody that can hear me.
We can hear you.
Greetings, Sorry about that. I was checking your audio. Your audio sounds like really mashed up, but I was just checking the chat.
Are you recording all our audio and making like little zinger bits, and you're gonna make some dubstep?
No, I was sampling earlier, but I apologize for sampling Hillbilly earlier. I totally apologize about that. But,
well, I mean,
no, I'm not sampling.
you're gonna sample us. I don't think most of us would mind. But if you're ever gonna publish it, just ask our permission.
No. Yeah, I would never do that. Like, I was just like messing around, and my audio line was all messed up. So I apologize.
Wait, who is
not gonna do that? But no, I just went on my other device.
This is a new guy. He's called Even, not to be mistaken with Ian.
That's right.
Ivan.
Ivan. Hey, Cathexis, is that you with the little alligators and the equal sign?
It's less equals more.
Chicken beaks. They call those chicken beaks.
I was trying to send a chat to you a while, but I can't do it with my numerical pad. But that symbol is really close to something. But like, say if you flip that equal sign, like vertical, like two division signs, kind of smashed into each other. I don't know, but I connected with it.
Yeah, it's less equals more. I'm like a hyper minimalist.
I wish I could show. Here, give me a second. I appreciate that.
That's shorthand.
You should try it,
less
Jibby.
equals more.
I'll show you what I mean.
Less is more. That's the shorthand.
I'm talking about this.
Yeah, that is.
Sometimes it is though.
It even works backwards. More is less.
Yeah.
This is what.
Because that's one of my sayings
see
that I
this?
like. The less is more.
Can you guys see that?
That is.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he has that.
What's that about?
I've been drawing that since I was like, since I can remember. But
No way.
to me, at first it was just a thing I drew. But then I started to think about it later on in life. I'm like, what does this mean? I'm like, is this like, is this division between two realities? And
it's a mirror reality.
It's the two celestial spheres twerking around the shaft in between the mountains.
It's a mirror reality of your time card at 7-Eleven.
No, I'm serious.
It's the double slit experiment.
Nice.
7-Eleven time card.
It could mean a lot of stuff, man, but it's close to my heart, man. So thanks for looking, man. Appreciate it.
Dude, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is nice.
Synchronicity.
Right?
7-Eleven time card.
And here you are, right?
Yes, sir.
Here we are.
The equal sign is the double slit too.
Oh, damn.
The one that he has, Cathexis has.
That's
to
what
me,
I
it's like
just call them
division divided,
confections.
and up and down kind of. You could put it on its back. I don't know.
Yeah, that double slit. That's how I like women.
Yeah, that's double.
You guys are clowning. Right on. That's okay.
We had a pretty large sense of humor.
No, it's an experiment. It's
no, it's all good.
It proves that light is both a particle and a wave, and it fucks up reality.
Were you there for the double slit experiment? Were any of us there for the Japanese guy who froze water? We got to start questioning everything.
What about that kid that has no eyes that has sonar? You see that? He died at like 14 though.
I heard about that kid actually.
Yeah,
Just
he
clicking
lost his
and making
eyesight
sounds.
due to cancer, but then he developed this click, and he developed like sonar, and he could rollerblade without eyesight. And
Yeah, there's still people using it.
yeah,
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's audio location
right,
using clicks and chirps.
nice.
Pretty wild though. It's a lot of concentration.
Now, yeah, it's,
Nuts,
I can imagine not having, a sense that how much stronger the other ones would be.
Can't stand. Like imagining you're deaf or imagining you're blind.
Oh, I'm super deaf. On the mic, I'm just kidding.
Nice.
Def Jam.
So yeah,
I
we were
had
just
to-
discussing Mount Meru.
My bad.
Well, before
The
the
magnetic features of it, right? We're worried that we would stick to it, like our blood would stick to it, basically.
well, I wasn't worrying about that. But
Somebody
yes,
said
it was
that might be
being
a
mentioned.
possibility. Yeah.
The iron in our blood.
Well,
Should be
the metals,
something.
the
Yeah.
metals in our.
We're iron. Fe. See?
Mm.
It all comes back to Fe.
Yes, sir.
Does it have to be like a physical mountain? You guys think it's like a physical mountain, or is it like a
Magical mountain.
that's what they
It's
describe it
magical
as,
before
its
magical.
form or function. Like it goes up really high,
Well, all
like it's the
compasses
center of the
do,
torus or something.
all compasses do point there. It's weird.
It's like Dorothy getting sucked into that tornado when you get there. Your shit's gonna get all pulled, changed up. You don't know where you're going.
Does it fling you into the next realm?
I don't. Yeah,
Tell
it's
me
a
how-
torus field, right? Who knows where you're gonna end up?
It's like you get sucked into the black hole and you exit out at a new white hole.
Why black and white? Maybe it's golden, or like like the Yellow Brick Road.
Shout out to Kathleen.
It is supposedly all white
Right,
up there, but
Kathleen?
they speculate
Yay,
pockets of warmth, right? There's that Antarctica supposedly that had the.
Yeah, there's that.
You can actually
component
see it on
to
YouTube. The lake in Antarctica. Like, have you ever watched that video?
The underwater, the under ice lake.
No. They fly over it, and it's just a regular lake, and it's supposed to be out of Admiral Byrd's airplane and stuff, or one of his search planes. I've seen.
Oh, you
it
mean
on-
the reenactment of everything Admiral Byrd did? The reenact.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
Oh my gosh,
a
it's
real thing.
All a reenactment. There is no original Admiral Byrd shit out there. I've looked at all of it. It's all reenactment bullshit where they're playing for the camera.
Yeah. I mean, it was still fun to watch. Whatever. It's funny.
He goes
the
out there
airplane-
with brown hair and he did the reenactment with gray hair.
No, I'm serious. It's the double slit experiment.
That's old stuff.
It could mean a lot of stuff, man. It blows my heart, man. So thanks for listening.
Is it just me, or is there all kinds of extra?
Somebody's watch page. Somebody's watch page.
Ivan, I think you got a watch page open.
Ivan's. Somebody mute Ivan.
Yeah, it keeps your feet
I got it.
from a long time.
Yeah, he's got a watch page open that's rewound in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. Sorry, I was too late. I was something else typing.
Oh, that's all right, Vincent.
Thank you.
Yeah. They don't want us talking about no Mount Meru. But which is it? The four island thing with the rivers going in, or is it a mountain, or is it both?
Well, I think it's
Maybe it's
the
like the
mountains in the
inside of a
center.
tent. You know,
The
the
Vedic-
inside of a tent, a genie. I dream a genie inside her bottle.
If you look at
Infinitely
the
large in there.
if you look at the Vedic representation of it, it's similar to that Mercator map, but the mountain is in the very center, and then you have like a moat lake, not lake, but a moat like stream that goes around it where all four of those rivers diverge from. So, and that's the Vedic's representation of it.
Now, where did these come from?
The Vedic?
are the oldest ones.
Yeah, they're 10,000 years old.
How do we know where they came from? That's a good
Yeah.
question.
Well, they
Where
come
did
from
they come
India.
Indeed.
No, where can we confirm where these Parker Brothers maps came from of the center? Because that looks like a Parker Brothers map. It's like a
Um,
board
Copy
game
it.
on it.
That map
Calls-
is from
Journey to the
John
center of the
Deere,
earth. Roll the
Elizabeth.
dice.
Actually, if you look at Wakey Wakey's YouTube, he went to India over the past 6 months and interviewed a bunch of old yogis, and they showed him some text with Meru in it. But then, what's his name? Dubé has a 20-minute bit on his
Yeah, I
channel.
saw that one, and I'm not even sure the bay's out there.
I think he is.
What do you mean by out there?
I mean, in Bangkok, wherever he is, Thailand.
Thailand.
I'm not
He's got
sure he's
videos
in
of him.
Thailand. I've heard a couple of people have looked for him, and he's nowhere to be found in Thailand.
Man, Zeiss has said that they extradited them to America and some dumb shit like that. So
No, I don't think that, but I
who
just
knows?
people
I
either
don't
that's
have a
not his
reason.
real name or he's not in Thailand. It's one or the other.
Well, if that's all true, then it's a fucking agent. And if that's the case, whatever. It doesn't impact us. You know,
Well,
the information is still the information.
right. And what's the information that they all share? Admiral Byrd, some other bullshit that we still have not yet confirmed for ourselves. What we can't confirm is no curvature. We can't confirm Admiral Byrd shit.
Oh, I agree. You're starting to sound like John LeBon all of a sudden, Jivy.
You know what? I'm incorporating the dark side with the light because that's what we have to do.
I agree. I agree. Now you sound like a
I'm not going to
Gnostic.
be one way or the other. I'm going to be neutral.
No, I actually agree with John LeBon. I think that he's too much of an antagonist. That's the reason why I still call myself.
And he seems like he has a bias. I don't have any bias.
He does. He has a slight bias.
Right.
But for me,
I don't care what shape it is.
the reason I still call myself an apologist is because I haven't been able to find the silver bullet to this issue. Something that I could sit somebody down with, show them real quick, and then have them convinced. Because it takes so much information. It is a preponderance of evidence to get you to this understanding.
Now,
And
try to think about this scenario. You're about to engage in a massive, huge global conspiracy lie, aka NASA. You may have a what do they call it? A false direction already planned.
yes,
When you get busted, because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And they're not going to play naive. They're not going to take chances.
who gets busted? What are you talking
They're
about?
not going to take chances. They're going to have something in play in case somebody whistleblows or they get found out or something. So they're going to have that plan in place because they have infinite money and resources to play around with, and they're not going to take a chance. So they're going to say, okay, if somebody finds out NASA's lying, what do we have ready to go? All right, we got that old Admiral Byrd footage, right? And then we got the reenactment footage. And then we got this bullshit ice wall footage. And we got this other bullshit footage. Like, they had this shit ready 60 years ago, probably.
But Jimmy,
for when this shit comes out. Because we can't confirm any of it. And when you watch the old Admiral Byrd footage, if I am to believe this is him filming the actual mission, no, absolutely.
Jimmy, what is the equation? It's always 80% truth, 20% lies. You said it yourself just 30 minutes ago.
Right.
You
He
have
went down
true
there.
discernment.
He
You
went down
have
there.
true discernment.
Saw some shit. He's telling us some other shit.
Well, I don't care about Admiral Byrd.
Grade, I was in a play in third grade. I know third grade acting. So, Admiral Byrd, so I hear there's more land down there. Oh, yes. Yes, there is much land down there. Oh, yes. Enough to power him. Like, you know.
Well, but that's also how people were in the 50s.
It's a little.
Jimmy, that's how people were in the 50s. I mean, to be fair. They were on TV. I see where you're coming from, but I'm not coming from the bird angle. I don't give a fuck if there's an ice rig. All I care about is why can I see a boat 20 miles away? Why can I see this lighthouse 70 miles away?
That's where I am. That's
all I care about.
That's what we can prove. I don't want to go around peddling bird proofs and
yeah, I'm not, dude. That's why I don't like Mark Sargent's clues. I couldn't even watch them all the way through.
Well, I liked it because it gave me that ability to take the baby steps there, and I liked it for that. It was well made, like a narrative. It seems like it was made more than in 9 days.
Another box.
Yeah, he's walking you down a path is what he's doing there. And, personally, I didn't like it. I couldn't even watch it all. Dubé's got great information, but he's a plagiarist in a lot of regards. And he hits a lot of it.
We got the whole Breakfast Club scenario.
You're right. And a lot of what he's put out can be debunked. And that's another problem, too. I will say though that Jaren,
Yes, I was
his
about to
new
say this.
video tonight, he just put out, is really fucking good. He
Jaren,
destroys Armored Skeptic and
I
makes
was
a lot of
there.
good points.
Yeah. Oh, forget Armored Skeptic. Why are people bothering with this?
No, because Arbor just put out a new gay video about the canal. What was that? The old Robotham experiment thing.
The old Bedford level.
The Bedford level, and it was terrible. I tried to watch. Like, I got 7 minutes into this Armored Skeptic video. It was just cringeworthy. Like, the guy is so cringy to me. I couldn't even watch it.
You have to be under 10 in order to watch it.
Yeah, I agree. And so Jaron ripped it apart, and he did an hour and 20 minute long video today. Jaron did, and I'll tell you what, this is probably one of his better ones. And he's used, what's so crazy, I know he watches FREECHAN. I know he's been on here before, but he's using my language in the way that I put things. You know what he said about the ball? He was like, he did the whole, like, okay, so in Australia, the person in Australia who's upside down to me is actually right side up because they're on top of the ball. But then the person back in America is upside down, but no, they're not, because they're on top of the ball and everybody's on top of the ball. And he goes, this sounds like a metaphysical concept at this point. And I'm like, come on, Jaron. I said that to him when he came here that one day, and he mentioned it on Globebusters a week prior. Now he put it in the video.
I got similar stories.
That's why I said it's not cathexis, it's the cathysis virus. Spreads.
But this is what we want, though, isn't it? Really, isn't it? They are
to be heard.
They are the more. Yeah, I guess
they got more
attention
subs.
to channels and whatnot.
Well, no, they have more subs. Yeah. That's all it is here. People act like there's some like leaders or some shit. No, they just do more content.
Attention. So if we're saying something that triggers an idea or something in them, I don't care if they steal it.
Oh, I'm happy about it.
That's what we want.
I'm not into it. I love it.
Let's get the hell out of here.
No, I really like Jaron. He's very productive. He's got a good perspective.
First video, helping him because Stephen Christ attacked him immediately in his first video. It was like April of 2015. There was hardly any flat earth out there. I'm on the forums like by myself. There's like no one out there saying shit. Jaron comes out and I'm like, oh, another NASA guy, yeah. And he's whipping out and Stephen Christ, there he is, firing at him, trying to discourage him. NSA, throw this guy into FEMA camps, and like I jumped on there and I'm like, I got you back, bro. You know, keep doing this. Yeah, keep it up. Like I'm trying to encourage Jaron because he sounded like a smart guy right away. You can tell, you know, this guy's with it, this guy's not with it. You can just tell right away. Like this is Thrive and Survive. You could tell he had something going on there. Like all the people who got somewhere, you could tell like they could get somewhere, like or they were going to. Well, I saw that with Jaron and fucking Stephen Christ, like he was in 2015. Stephen Christ was the hawk over the flat Earth. If you posted a thread on any forum, you posted a YouTube video, he's there in an hour.
Yeah, he was activated.
He was like on a pager, this friggin' guy, and he had all kinds of guest accounts and things like that. But his language was always the same. So on these forums, I was a forums guy. When he would pop on a forum with Flat Earth, because I was monitoring all Flat Earth on forums, and I wasn't on YouTube yet. So he'd pop on, and I could instantly tell it was Steven. And he'd post as a guest account because every forum was banning him, calling it Stevie spam, and just banning him and writing it off. Like we have ban chat, ban text and chat. It was just like that on forums. Stevie spam. You couldn't even post a link if it referred to concave. And then he posts his yes account, but it's always the same language. You could tell it was him. And you'd be like, no, nice try, Stevie. And then he'd come out with like,
have you heard what's happened to Stevie?
It's just,
have you heard what's happened?
He's totally an agent, really.
Have you heard what's happened?
What happened?
So about a week and a half ago, some NASA employee who resigned has
and went on his channel and was totally admitting NASA's lying, but he thinks the Earth is concave.
Well, he's confused. You can hear it in his voice. Sounds like a broken man, like his wife just left him and he lost his job. Like the guy sounds broken, and Stevie's just playing into it like a good cult leader. But anyway, so apparently the guy has gone missing. He hasn't talked to him in 2 weeks, and he can't find him. So he's made some videos pleading with NASA to not kill his friend. I'm serious. I'm serious.
Whenever Stevie deals with anybody from NASA, please just look at it with a critical eye and think about what's going on.
Believe it.
The first one was he talked for 45 minutes or something with a guy from NASA about concave Earth, and then the guy calls him back, and they talk for another half hour. It's like, really? A guy at NASA is really like, you know what?
All I heard the guy say was, yeah, it could be. Well, it's possible. I'd have to look into it more.
And then, but he calls him back and goes, I was very interested. Oh, I didn't know that you recorded and streamed me on that last conversation. But he calls him back anyway, and it's being recorded and streamed anyway. And Steven would tell him throughout it, it'd be like, yeah, I'm recording this. And the guy would keep talking, but he said it in a way that was, it's just.
Well, I was listening to the newer one about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago that he posted. And what's so weird is in the opening of this call, Steven goes right into all the reasons not to trust him, because he's like, and he interrupted him and he's like, you see, this is why I feel secure with this information, because, you know, back when I threatened the president and I went to jail, you know, for doing that, I thought I was God at the time, and it justified me thinking that I was God because they let me out and I didn't, you know, and he goes through this whole, he walks him through it, and the guy's just like, okay, well, concave might be true. It's just the weirdest thing.
Did the guy react normally to somebody talking like that?
He just kind of brushed over it and was just like, oh.
Yeah, most people would be like, it's time to go put Vaseline on my trains. I got to get going. You know, when somebody starts talking like that, you're going to kind of try to step your way out of the conversation because you know you're dealing with somebody on the back end of a bomb or something. Like you want to get out of there.
Yeah, Stevie the Fox, MysteryBabyLoneStar.com. The Antichrist with the mark of the beast, who claims he is Satan and Lucifer, who's the father of Christ, these are all the things that I could point to in the past month alone.
That nobody researched before talking to him on the phone live on the internet, right?
It's just, how do people not see it? You know?
Exactly. And plus, people who are not used to him like we are, they're going to be like, they're going to be like thinking heaven's
6,000 subscribers.
They're going to step out. They're not going to give him 5 minutes. Never mind.
6,000 subscribers.
Because so they're fascinated. I'm subscribed to him. I don't believe in him, but he makes me laugh.
He does, actually.
That's why I'm subbed. It's not because I believe him.
Yeah, but out of everybody, he's the only person I would imagine who's working for someone that we've interacted with. Because he would be in a position where they would be like, hey, since you're in trouble, we'll give you a lesser stint, and all you got to do is keep pumping this concave thing, and when the flat earthers start up, I mean, it's
unless he like, have you seen his house? Have you seen his equipment, his computer, his everything? He's got money.
No.
When you go to jail, somebody's got to take care of your shit. You know, you got property taxes to pay if you own property. You got a lot of shit to do. And if you don't pay your property taxes, that shit can rack up at like 20%. He comes out, still seems wealthy, got like a $5,000 rendering program or some graphic 3D friggin' concave program to make it look that it's friggin' like an Xbox friggin' graphics, for Christ's sakes. Like, this is not even like something I could pirate. Because probably nobody has it to pirate it. It's that expensive.
Yeah, it's like a $9,000
shit. It's like, what? You threatened the president, you went in federal prison, and you come out living like a player? Like
he's
daddy?
Actually, his most recent video is him in the getting on a Delta flight. Like this dude's jet setting around the world.
He's got a passport, and we asked him about that. He'll believe. Cut in his face. He's like, "How do you have a passport if you threaten the president?" And he's like, "I don't know. I guess my lawyer
That
handled it."
just proves that I'm God, doesn't it?
No, he actually credited his lawyer. He said, "I guess my lawyer handled it right."
Oh,
Like, I
God.
really don't know. I don't know what.
Yeah, I asked him the same question once. Yeah.
It's bullshit, though. Like, for one, are you telling me you threaten the president and these people are not going to pick your bones clean, especially if you've got money and a nice.
And then he claims he was in for 33 months.
He was in federal, yeah, and now
For
nobody's taking
33
care of his
months.
shit. They would have picked his bones clean. You make $20,000 a year. You get your car back from impound after federal prison or whatever. You don't have shit in that car. You barely have a frame. Like, these people pick you dry. Never mind your estate and your property and all your possessions. And he's got all that shit intact and threatened the president and gets access to the internet and can leave the country.
It's
And
weird, man.
and had a documentary based basically around him, focused on narcissists. And he's like the star. Things on YouTube. It's like 2 hours long. He's like the star of a good documentary. I actually watched it. And
Wait, really?
no, you didn't see that?
No, what's it called?
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
let me
gonna have
look
to
it
put in
up.
documentary narcissist Lord Stephen. And
Oh,
then maybe
shit.
you'll find it, but it's a long-ass documentary that focused on narcissistic behaviors. And Stephen was like the main star of it. And they interviewed him in his house, and they have different clips of him here and there. And this happened years ago, mind you. This isn't last year. So it's kind of like, okay, he threatens president. He does the media event. He's the only guy not in the orange jumpsuit. Oh, well, they probably didn't have it in his size. Right, because most criminals are medium size, right? Okay, whatever. So that's bullshit. And even the guards are like, don't get in the van, answer the media. We won't push you. You know, like, they shove you in. They don't get in there. Like, they want to get going. If you've ever been arrested, you're in the chain gang. That's how they act. They don't go, wow, we got a big red-headed bald celebrity here who doesn't have to wear a jumpsuit and wants to answer the media. Okay. Like, it's all a setup. It's bullshit. Just look at it. And then he does all this shit and is a star of a documentary with narcissistic behavior as the main thing. So what they did, let's say he is a CIA show implant. They have a documentary focusing him as a narcissist. Now, this scares me because I'm starting to think maybe it is a concave Earth, and he's out there to totally scare everybody away from it by being such a...
I've had the same thought, and then you look at what the inversion of the globe
But the
would be.
inversion of NASA's globe is ridiculous because we don't see the curvature concave or convex. So that's nonsense. Now, is it a bigger concave thing? I take it to a concave universe where we're on a flat portion of a giant ball. You know what I'm saying? Like a big ass, every star we see is some kind of a melted puddle. And like you read in your books, as you move forward, it's all relative. Like the further you go, those lights in the sky, they come down and they converge on the horizon and you eventually reach them.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get further away, they look like they're above you. You know what I'm saying? Like some kind of weird parabolic effect where it's something like that, maybe, where it's a big concave ball. And he's trying to go with the concave, just Earth, just the inversion of the NASA ball, which is nonsense because we would notice the same exact things, but the inversion of it. We're not seeing that. And he can't even prove his model, even with the rectal nadir. So that's out the window. But the way it's all banged out in a short amount of years, you don't go to federal prison and star in a professional documentary. This is professionally made. This is not some asshole with a camera and an iPhone. It's professionally made. Go watch it. An hour and a half, maybe 2 hours long. It's on YouTube. At least that's where I saw it.
I need to see this.
And Stephen Christ is the main star. He's not the only one in it, but it does focus on narcissistic behavior and the brain damage problems. Basically, it's not complimentary to him. It's making him look foolish. That's another thing. It just looks like a setup. It really does.
Could be a really good CIA agent from that they've been winding up for years.
It does. It just smells like it's so fishy.
Hey Jimmy, put a link in the thing for me. Thank
It
you.
stinks. Oh, all right. I'll do. I mean, I was thinking people could probably find it, but if they can't, I'll try to look it up.
Yeah, I did just a brief search. I didn't see
You
it.
send me the link.
All right, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I was looking at this early 2015 when I was checking out what the hell the Earth was, because I didn't know, so I entertained concave just because he sounded smart. Then he started to go, I'm the son of God. And I'm like, there we go. And then the NASA call, really, that's what tossed me. It tossed my cookies. I'm like, the NASA guy gave him 45 minutes of his time and then called him back. I'm like, that was it. I just couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't even finish the second call. I was laughing so hard. Oh, and after talking to him, I like him even more. Another CIA agent I actually like.
That's the funny thing. I don't dislike him.
No, I don't. I can't.
You know, he's an interesting person.
He's
whatever
really
it is.
smart. And if you really go back and you know, Doc Steven, you know, on YouTube, he goes back pretty far, way before Flat Earth, talking shit about NASA and that they're all full of shit. That's credibility. Like, he goes back pretty far. 2011, 2010.
Actually, it goes back to 2006. Like,
That's
the
what I
beginning
hear.
of it.
I did not see 2006 videos.
Well,
I saw it in 2010.
There's a website called what is it called? Shit. Encyclopedia Dramatica, I think it's called, and it has a very big list of his accomplishments, we'll put it that way. And yeah, he's been saying this stuff for a long time. He claims to have found the concave Earth when he was back in 2003.
Yeah, and just calling NASA out, that gets my attention.
That website kills
on
me.
time, like, you know, he's.
But that website kills me though. Miss Terry BabyLoneStar.com, which is Mystery Babylon Star, and then you go straight to his website, and it's like, download the Mark of the Beast. It's time to get marked, and it's like a PDF with like this high resolution image of his mark. It's the fucking craziest shit ever. It's just video after video after video. So much work that he's done. It's like he gets paid to do this.
Wow.
And then if you look at his,
getting paid for, but I can't see.
but then
working
hold on. There's the greatest part. You look at his halfway down his webpage, and he has every single icon for every single law enforcement agency. Army, Navy, military, CIA, Department of Defense. He has all their badges all the way down. It's so crazy.
I'm on page 2 here, and I'm still not seeing the documentary. I'm on page 3. I watched this over a year ago.
Maybe they scrubbed it.
I watched it over a year ago, but this is a professional documentary that I would probably expect to see on Learning Channel or some shit like that. Like, it was cable ready. It wasn't.
Hey Jimmy,
YouTube.
remember we were watching that one show that was supposedly going to talk about the whole NASA cover up, the whole landing on the moon and all that? Remember they were going to do this documentary about stating that they didn't do it then, but they did it 4 years later. Remember they did something like that? We saw what do you want to say, like a trailer for it?
Wasn't that supposed to be like in theaters though?
Yeah, they took it off. It's gone. You can't even find that trailer anywhere.
Really?
Yep, gone. Poof.
Really?
No joke.
That
Remember
wasn't
that?
the one with Ron Perlman, was it?
I don't remember who Who was in that one?
Ron Perlman was in one of the moon fakery movie documentary trailers. Ron Perlman was supposed to be a star, and I was like, well, we know where that budget went. Like,
Moonwalkers.
Ron Perlman, he's the star.
Right.
That was Moonwalkers last year.
Did it come out and it was all set?
Yeah, it was
All
last
right,
year.
so this is
Also
another
got, Rupert Grint, which is Weasley off of Harry Potter. Ron Weasley, redhead.
And also, what was that other movie that came out?
Operation Avalanche. I haven't
Yeah,
got to find
I want to
it.
see that.
Yeah, I haven't
so
got-
That's
bad.
the one. That's the one I think I think we're talking about.
Yeah, that one is the really good-looking one where
You
they're
ain't gonna
showing.
find it. Can you
That's
guys
the one
find
I
it?
No. It'll be out here in the next 2 months or so to download on DVD and shit. It was in theaters just like a month ago.
Well, they did
But,
go-
No, that looks really good. But you know, they're doing this whole like releasing the information. So I mean, look at Interstellar.
Yeah, they
Remember
plugged it
this-
in. Yep.
Yeah, in the scene and when they goes into the school and she's like, "Look, your daughter was telling people that the moon landings were real. Like we all know that NASA faked all of that.
In
How-
order to
why-
bankrupt the Soviet Union.
Yeah, like, and they just make this perfect explanation for it. And he's like, "You think the moon landings were fake?"
You
She's
think
like,
we didn't go to
"Duh,
the moon?
you didn't go to the moon." And like they're all bashing NASA, and NASA is the special agency that's, you know, and then at the end of the movie, it's all a lie. I don't know if you remember, but the whole equation for gravity that he was working out, he was just, everything was a lie.
Yeah, yeah.
That was the whole point of it. The movie, there was no great thing that NASA did. It was like they fucked everything up. So it's revelation of the method, man.
Does anybody remember the flat earther? Where's the curvature? The guy named Zib?
Zibron, brother.
Yeah. All right.
He's a concave. He worships Lord Stephen Croix.
The day I unsubbed him was the day he said, Lord Stephen Christ is correct.
I worship Lord Stephen Christ.
I didn't even get that far. I hope he didn't say that.
He said it.
He said that.
You need to put your ego aside and worship Lord Stephen Christ.
No, he didn't.
Basically,
no.
he
No, he
did. Yeah, he has. There's like an 8-minute video of him without his shirt on. And he's just sitting there flexing, and he's like, "The concave Earth reality is really all that's true. You flat earthers are stupid. Put your ego aside. Lord Stephen Christ is right. You need to worship him as your God."
He
Like,
really
I'm
said
not
that.
kidding, dude.
Zib said these things.
Yes. Go watch his video.
Worship him as your God.
Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but it was pretty fucking bad. He's like, "I don't care what you say."
My God.
Yeah.
I couldn't have been
These are
more.
just the
I really
problems.
couldn't have been more wrong about Zib. I really couldn't.
I know, right? And he had that famous, like, "Where's the curvature" line.
But it
And
wasn't
the,
that.
dude,
He
what's so
got to
great
me-
is the beginning of that video that he made. He's like, "Yeah, that's right. That's my voice. I asked where the curvature was, and I couldn't find it until I looked up." And like he did this whole like spiel about it. How the curvature's there, but light bends, and he didn't understand it, and like, so fucking.
No.
dude.
I really followed him and liked him for the longest time. I don't know, months. And he got to me with his "hello, brothers and sisters." Like, he always spoke like he was on our level of new awakening to this stuff, and we're lost.
He got tricked.
Hello, brothers and sisters.
He got
You get my
tricked.
point?
Yeah.
He
And
got
he
tricked.
looked poor and desolate. He was always in that 1-bedroom apartment with maybe like half of a stale milk in the fridge, and that's all he owned. Like, that's
Dude,
the
he got
look he always
tricked.
had.
That's all that happened. He got tricked. That's all
But
that
no
happened.
way you get tricked and then promote worshiping some other dude. Come on.
No, I'm saying he got tricked on that level. Like, this is, man, look, the reason why I have an issue with Steven so much, like my main issue with him, is that he's preying on weak-minded, weak consciousness individuals, people who are in bad situations, who are looking for some type of answer. And he's providing a certain answer, and he's putting himself in that position. This is how cult leaders operate. They prey on the weaker among us.
He's the guy that threw out that reverse continents direction thing too, where the continents are facing the other way. That was Zib. Zib was the first guy to throw that out. Yeah, where South America is facing the other way, and we're all pointing the wrong direction. Zib was the first guy to put that out. It is possible, but he was the first one to infect.
So what? He could be right about that and wrong about other things.
It's fine. It's fine to put it out there. It just doesn't make any sense as far as compasses and fucking airline directions go. But it could be possible for all we know, because maybe the outer ring is where our magnets are pointing, which doesn't make sense to me right now. But
well, isn't it that the North Pole is really the South Pole?
I don't
something
know.
along those lines.
That's what he was saying. He said reverse it all, reverse everything.
No. But, I mean, this is Globebusters saying. This is like modern science that says it. That the North Pole is not really the North Pole because you're attracted to opposites. So it's really the southern magnetic pole that we're being attracted to in the center.
Well, whatever we're being attracted to is a pull. Now, I want to go towards the pull force. Whether it's north, south, ham sandwich, or cheese sandwich, it's a pull force.
Dude, it's left cheese sandwich. That's the problem.
Cheese. I'm a cheese head. I'm a Packers fan. So I got to go down.
I don't understand sports, dude.
I don't understand sports anymore.
Those people, man.
Back in the Matrix, I was a Packers fan.
I tried to be like a sports guy when I was growing up. But
the best I could do was Packers. I bought a shirt and a hat, 2 hats, and that's the best I could do. That's the best I could do.
It's just so weird when I work at I work at restaurants on occasion. I wait tables, when I move to a new city or something, just for extra cash.
That's what an actor would say.
Dude, that's funny. Well, I do. It's good money, but it's season right now here in Venice, season coming up. Anyway, so every person that I work with, though, so we're talking about 20-somethings, early 30s and whatnot, these guys, that's all they fucking care about is football when football season's on. And it's weird, dude. It's weird to me. I'm like, it feels like collectivism. Like they're like, this is my team. When this happens, I am mad about it.
It's victory by association and tribal groupthink mentality.
And it's so weird to me. Like I don't have any connection to it. I find them athletic, and I'm like, well, good. They're athletes. They're in their prime. They're good at what they do. I can appreciate the athleticism. But if we're talking on that level, I appreciate basketball more for its athleticism than I do these other sports.
Yeah.
And, it's a different type of... Yeah, so
tennis
I can watch basketball.
That seemed to me to be the toughest, except you get more of a break in tennis. But basketball seems to be the most...
Yeah, 48 minutes on the fucking court. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are... I can't even go 2 minutes on the court. You know what I'm saying? Like,
on a team. And let me tell you, you don't have... It's great for ADHD because you don't have time to think about tying your shoes. You're on the go, you're on the go, you're on the go. You're always moving. You're always thinking.
But then you're going to trip over your laces.
Yeah, but you're always busy. it keeps you mentally occupied at all times because you're watching all the defense, all the offense.
No, I know what you mean, yeah. But what I'm saying is the athleticism, though, I can respect about sports, but to get into it, like, that's my team. I root for this team. I'm mad that happened, and I'm happy that this happened. Yeah, weird, dude.
Mentally retarded to me. It really is. Because my friends would be depressed for like a week or two when the Patriots lost. When the Red Sox lost.
It's like cringeworthy.
I'm like, dude, who the F cares? Like, I wanted to say that to them, but I can't because then they would never call me again or whatever, which is also saying something because it's really sad because I don't share your empathy for sports teams' losses and wins, you will not engage in friendship with me.
I've seen that.
Holy shit. Dude. Like, how shallow of a friendship do we really have?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I would
pay attention to this.
I'd have some friends of mine be like, hey, why don't you come over on Sunday? We're watching a bunch of games. And I'm like, nah, it's cool, dude. You enjoy. And they would just get offended. I'm like, look, I love to hang out, but I'm not into that. I don't really care too much about any of that.
Then I don't like you anymore because you do not like the same
Dude,
that I like.
I'm serious. These are weird social dynamics that occur with males, dude.
Holy shit! So you don't like
Very
me
strange.
and who I am and what I do for a living and how I feel about people and life and no, it's because you like the Big Bang Theory and I like Grey's Anatomy, so we're enemies. And I actually don't like Grey's Anatomy.
I think what it comes down to is people who like television.
Right, it's a television friendship, basically.
I have not watched television in 15 years, and I can't really be around.
God bless you, brother. It ate for me.
I can't be around it. I can't. I just simply can't. It's all in the same room.
It makes you sick, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, I can feel what's like. It grates on my soul. Like when I'm around it, like I could feel what it's doing, and I could see the crassness of what it's doing. And I'm like, did you not see that? Like, how could you not see what they just did right there? And they're like, what are you talking about?
Watch TV with me. Are they like that with you?
Yeah, I've always been like that. I'm like, dude, did you see how they flashed those colors?
Oh my God!
Anchored that and then flickered the rate.
Just watch the show. Why do you gotta pick on every single thing? My God, just watch the show. Can't you just relax? Why do you have to look at everything? Why
verbatim? Verbatim, dude. That's all I heard in my life growing up. And like, it would be so apparent to me, and I see exactly what they're doing to people, and I don't know, man. I haven't been around it since then. It's been a long time.
God bless you.
I download things like South Park.
Yes, me too. I don't download.
Let's see. What was the only things? Rick and Morty, South Park, and Game of Thrones. That's the only thing I've watched in the past 10 years.
So you don't do Walking Dead?
No, I'm not into zombies. You see, my theory on the whole zombie thing, and don't take offense, but it's just a theory, is that they're mocking the zombies by making this low-frequency zombie stuff for the low-frequency zombies to consume.
Well, I think no matter
you see what I mean?
No matter what your flavor is, they're telling the same story. If you watch My Little Pony, you're getting the same story from Walking Dead. Basically the same story, the same thing. They're not missing anybody. Like, no matter what you end up liking, you're going to get the same kind of basic story.
Well, sure. It's the Man of 1,000 Faces. It's every story is the same.
Walking
I get
Dead
it.
is kind of a metaphor for where we are, is the way I interpret it, where guess who the dead
who's
are?
the zombies?
Guess who the survivors
who are the dead?
Are,
But you see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think, okay, from my experience, excluding Present Company, the people who are really fucking into that show are people I traditionally would consider like sheepish, like people who are in low frequency, they go stimuli to stimuli and they don't necessarily.
I would have said the same thing in a normal circumstance. My friend told me about the show several years ago, and he is very into low frequency. I know exactly the type you're talking about. And he said,
gore, violence,
I was rolling my eyes at the thought. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, fight, fucking, like, that's all low frequency stuff. So you know what I mean?
Right. And that's how I was like, and my girlfriend was like, well, let's give it a try. I'm like, all right. And I swear to God, I'm very wide awake, truther kind of mentality at this point.
No, I know you are. That's what I said.
Well, that's how I was when I first started watching Walking Dead. I was very wide awake, aware of television, aware of all the shit. And I put on Walking Dead. Next thing I know, 6 hours later, I'm like, is season 2 up? Well, we gotta find season 2. Like, I'm like going crazy.
Yeah.
I gotta watch season 2. Now I watch season 2. I get up to like episode 6, and that's all they made. And I'm like, and I just spent like the whole weekend in bed just watching Walking Dead with my ex, and we loved it. And it came from my sheeple friend, and I'm like,
good cinematography, it's good storytelling. It is very popular. Yeah, good character development. I'm sure
the great acting. The acting was probably
But-
the Shakespearean theater type of.
And that's great, but what I'm saying is, and it may be the exception to the rule, but what I'm saying is, my theory is that zombie movies, especially the resurgence of zombie movies, I swear to God, these directors are sitting
Most of them
around
are retarded, like with
making these movies for the low frequency zombie sheeple retards, and they're mocking them to their face with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a cousin who has turned into very low frequency. Like, she married a guy who does tattoos, and they're living like kind of drinking a lot, and you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of low frequency life. And I love her to death, but so I visited her a year ago, and she was just off the train, like no couth, completely rude, disgusting, vile, really just vitriolic and nasty. Like, she has changed over the years into this, but her shit, her favorite stuff, it's all the zombie shit. And she's like, I can't wait for the fucking zombie apocalypse. I'm gonna go around shooting all these fucking people's heads off who I hate. And I'm like, see, that's, you see what I mean? Like, it's those people who are gonna be doing the rioting and killing as the zombies would. Who are,
my friends,
you get what I'm saying.
My friends who like the Ice Wall show, how's it called? Game of Thrones. That's the impression I got of that show. Or from the sheep who love that show, and I'm thinking, this is gonna be lowbrow. This is gonna be some warring, and I declare this upon you, cling, cling, clung, and I'm like,
no, I get
I'm not really into seeing it. And you are really into Game of Thrones, engaged with it, and that see, now I trust you in your opinion, because it's very similar to mine and our way of thinking and such. And my opinion of Game of Thrones was tainted by the same way your opinion of Walking Dead was tainted. Same exact thing. Both shows are actually really good, and we just have tainted views.
Well, see, the only reason why I ended up watching Game of Thrones though is because I grew up playing Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering.
Well, me too, but I'm still not watching that show. That was introduced by idiots.
So fantasy stuff, appealed to me, but I never was like looking forward to it. It came upon me. My brother insisted. It was something to do with watching my brother when he moved back to town, and then it turned out the show was good. But the thing is, I refuse to watch ATV. Anything that, especially, outside of these two, anything that has commercials, I refuse to watch. I'll just download it if I insist on watching it. I think the TV's flicking lights and colors, even on a level you and I haven't even figured out yet. Audio frequencies, what is it? What's the frequency that's bad? It's not 432. Like they're using
535.
Yeah, they're using every method scientifically available to put you into an alpha state and to put implant thoughts into your subconscious.
The regular one is 738 or something, I think. 736.
Apparently, they can get you there in 3 minutes now.
Yeah.
I used to be 7.
One of them that was the higher one. And if I put headphones on and listen to it on a tone frequency generator, free program, and turns it up, I would actually almost go into lucid dreaming within 60 seconds. It was crazy. Like, I was just playing with myself, like how it I was playing with myself and how it would work on me. And there is a tone around the 938 range megahertz that kind of just made me go, and like I was almost going to sleep. So right frequencies, there's something to that. I was studying those in 2007. There is something to it. I don't know. I don't want to,
there is.
I don't want to give myself every disease by hitting myself with frequencies, but
No, I think it would.
If you guys on the panels, we were kind of dominating here. I don't want to be a hog. I mean, if you guys have any opinions, experience, or anything in any of this.
They're probably asleep now. The frequency stuff is really interesting to me, though, because
I'm still here.
oh, hey, brother. The frequency stuff's really interesting to me, though, because I make music. I use Ableton, and I'm not like a classical musician. I'm more of a technical engineer type, and especially when it comes to synthesis, I can program pretty much any sound that I hear or I want to make with an assortment of synthesizers. So, like, my idea for music, and I'm working towards a project like this, is using neurolinguistic programming, using 432 hertz and other, these binaural frequencies, and using anchoring techniques of, leading a person into it with like a winding up sound and, like a, just craft everything, but not for malicious reasons. Like, these are the techniques used.
You really do like the girl. You don't want to put her in a trance or anything.
No, what I want to do is like upgrade their consciousness. Use these higher end things that I know exist to get the idea of higher consciousness into a person. Take like an Alan Watts, clip, like a sample of Alan Watts, and time stretch it for 3 minutes and put it in the background and make it into a pad. Your ear's not going to hear it, but your brain will, because of the way that it works. Use backmasking.
I wanted to go past that. I know what you're saying. I know exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but a combination of all of these techniques that we are suspect of, that we think is occurring, with the TV and radio, but use it for good. Maybe a song about flat Earth. Make people question the curvature when they walk away from the song.
Yeah, that's too long for me. I want a quicker version. And what I was thinking and experimenting, trying to experiment with was crystal growth with, like, during the entire growth of the crystal, bombarding it with a specific frequency range from a tone generator or something. So the crystal resonates that frequency. Now, you make a pendant, bracelet, whatever the hell. That person wears that frequency. That should take care of it. Take care of whatever it is, depending on the frequency that you set that crystal to.
I like these ideas.
I think that can work. I think that will actually do something. Crystal holds memory, frequency, information. You wear the crystal, it emanates that frequency around your neck or whatever. It affects your auric frequency. You know what I'm saying?
Remember Crystal Method?
Yeah, I do.
I saw them once. They're great. Yeah, I was like 12 when they came out. 13.
Yeah, you're a little bit younger than me. You're 35, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 years older. I just turned 43. I just turned 43.
No shit. I thought you were literally exactly my age. I thought you were like 34 or 35.
Oh, thank you.
I got a friend.
I attribute that to smoking 4 packs a day.
Nice. I got a friend who literally, you're like the spitting image of this friend of mine, except he had cut all his hair off. But he used to have long hair, and he has similar facial hair. But the kid,
you sound like me at 32. That's
me. Well, this guy, I met him a year ago. He was 38. And, 2 years ago. He's one of the friends who thinks I fell for the flat earth psyop and told me not to talk to him until I know the earth is round again. But anyways, him aside, he's from your area. He talks with a similar accent and everything. So I think it's interesting.
Oh, I feel sorry for him then.
I know, dude. He believes in Pleiadians and Dracos and Greys and like a hollow moon base.
You know,
like
I don't know.
Taking away space travel. Don't be taking that shit away.
Dude, they don't like
Dude,
that.
it's tough. It's so tough to break that
He texted me one
Cosmos
day.
spell.
Yeah, he was like, dude, the world's going to change overnight. Disclosure is going to happen any moment. And I said, the only disclosure...
2001, right
Listen,
before
listen.
9/11, the Disclosure
Listen.
Project.
I said the only disclosure is going to happen is they're going to reveal that we actually live on a level plane and the aliens are multidimensional beings that have been with us in this dome. And I went down the whole line like that and just railed it. And he was like, oh, it looks like you fell for the flat earth psyop. Oh, my God.
I don't know about you guys, but when I got into the flat earth, like I tried to like debunk it on my own without government information and without flat earther information. Because I wanted neutral. I wanted completely neutral. That didn't have a dog in the race. That's the information you can trust.
You take the military industrial complex off the table and you will come to a very different conclusion than what this world has told us.
Yeah, when you just look at neutral information with no dog in the race, and you will not find any evidence of the ball. None.
You know, I see this thrown out. Poncho even says it. Show me one peer-reviewed scientific paper that demonstrates 1,014 miles per hour at the equator. Just one.
Yeah.
They don't exist. There is no scientific
It
report
comes
that
out that the
proves.
sky is really moving, not us. If you do test it.
Yeah, if you look at Aries' failure.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, the only thing moving is the lights. That's it.
Yeah.
The sky, the ceiling and the floor are not moving. The lights are moving. It's a friggin' disco. I was a DJ. I know what this shit looks like when the mirror ball goes around. The mirror ball is the stars. And either the sun or the moon is the mirror ball. That's the only thing that makes sense. It really is. To say that the stars are stuck in the sodium layer from pyramids, which is what was Glowbusters today, they're trying to say, and I jumped in the chat, and I said there are 17,000 pyramids out there.
They always theorize. They don't try to say. They just throw
I
ideas
know.
out.
But it was an idea that was brought up on Glowbusters. And there are 17,000 pyramids.
Are there that many pyramids?
Yes, that's what they claim. 17,000 plus pyramids on Earth total. Now, if you count how many stars not using NASA's numbers and you do it yourself, you're going to be like, 17,000 sounds right. That's good.
No, there's way more than that.
It seems like it, but it depends on where you are. It depends on where you are and where you are.
That have hundreds in it.
Yes, I've looked through telescopes where it looks like you're looking at the snow on a screen on television where it's on channel 1. You know,
I think the Bible in Job has this bit where he's like, you can't even count the number of the stars. They're countless, more countless than the sand. It's supposedly God talking to Job. Yeah, like Job 30.
Sounds familiar.
It's
you know, he comes in a tornado, like God shows up in a tornado as a tornado or something and tells Job like all this crazy stuff. And he even mentions the Pleiades and he mentions another star system, which I found really interesting considering how old these books are supposed to be. I didn't know the Pleiades were called that back then still.
It might be just the modern translation of whatever.
No. I looked into it. It's actually
Was CNN there recording this, or?
Good point. Well, if CNN was there recording, it'd be green screen.
Balls like he found like some really good peyote and shit, and wrote all that shit down. And
it really doesn't help astronomy. I'm telling you, I took acid.
All right.
Taken acid, I've taken mescaline. It does not help astronomy. What it does is it helps flat Earth, not astronomy.
The first time
get more grounded with flat Earth. You really.
First time my brother took LSD, which was a couple years back, he had a great experience with this awesome chick, and they went out into nature, and they were looking up at the stars pretty much all night. And the only thing he really told me about it was so crazy. I was looking up, and I focused so intently on the stars, and I went up there. Right? He was all dramatic about it because it was his first time. And, you know, if you think about it, the whole flat Earth thing, that makes a lot more sense. If the sun, moon, and stars are close, which I think they are, you know, I think that they're just as relevant as the ground we walk on. I think they have an effect on us, etc., etc. So it's just kind of like a, I don't know, nice thought.
You're in a disco. Break out your bell bottoms.
I was a DJ too, but I did drum and bass back in late 90s.
Oh, you're a drummer?
No, drum and bass music, electronic music.
Oh.
Oh, he rocked.
Yeah.
Oh, look who it
I
is.
do functions, weddings, graduations, parties, professional things that you can get a nice fat paycheck for, and like a club DJ.
Yeah, I was only making $100 a gig. You were probably doing weddings and shit.
Yeah, you do a wedding, that's $500 check right there for like 4 hours.
Yeah. No, you were doing it right. Hey guys, I'm gonna get to bed. It's like 4:30.
I was gonna ask you this question, Cass.
What's up?
What's up, Kathy?
What's up, Healthy? Welcome.
What's up, D?
I'm not gonna call you.
Not much. I just wish Joel would get in here too, so he'd stop spamming in the chat with 6.
6:33 Mason time. What's up, dude?
Where is the advantage in them lying about the shape of the Earth
The Big Bang
or
cosmology.
concealing it? Yeah, where's the advantage? What is the advantage of doing
It
that?
supports the whole, yeah, what he said.
Philosophically.
Let me state my
You're
answer first,
trapped
because this
on
was
a ball.
in the chat before it got moved up by all the 6s.
Yeah.
This was from Off Kilter Concepts. He asked that question. He said, what is the advantage of them concealing the shape of the Earth? And I tried to answer his question by asking him another question, whereas from his thought process, what is your view of how somebody could not take advantage of somebody else based on what they knew and the other person didn't? Humans are always doing that. They're always coming up with new ideas, and they're taking those ideas and leveraging them and the advantage, patenting the process, monetizing it, and doing that. So in any case, if you know something that somebody else doesn't know, you can take advantage of that in many different ways. It's just that maybe you're not thinking of them. So maybe you can kind of think of some more that makes sense. What do you guys think?
Well, just the way I look at it is, let's pretend that you own a plantation, and back in the day, and it's, you know, in slave times, and you were given 12 children to be, you know, to raise as slaves, and you have a big property, and you tell those children that there are monsters and outside of your fences, and you create all these different mythoses about this and that to make them not question you and to make them not want to leave. And so as they get older, they develop this mythos, and they are they accept the reality that they're presented. And so therefore they'll never leave or question you through that. You know, I think that that's pretty much how they've leveraged this against us. The Big Bang cosmology, if you follow it philosophically, intellectually, it brings you to atheism. Well, materialism brings you to atheism, which then brings you to nihilism, if you follow it honestly through the philosophical process. So I think that's what the best philosophy to give to a slave population is, to make them feel worthless. So that's how I think there's an advantage here. It's deep. It's like a philosophical war that's been waged on humanity.
All right. Anybody else want to weigh in on that? What do you think, Healthy?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of toss in my point of view. I agree with what Cathexis is saying, but on top of that, I want to put in something more practical, like a practical approach. You know, a long time ago, we used to think the Earth was flat. That was the mindset. Now the Earth is a globe. That's the mindset. And if you think about what that entails, is that, you know, you can get out of this Earth. You can go to space. You can go to Mars. You can go to other planets. I feel like that's another business strategy. It's like monetizing space. You've got all these movies that are coming out of Hollywood. It's tons of monies. Look at all the merchandises. That makes a lot of money. All the false education about, you know, astrophysicists and, you know, all these fields, they make money. The schools are making money. The government is making money. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that there is a whole lot of money to be had here. And if you think from a practical, reasonable point of view, you don't want to give up that money.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. There's a profit motive there for sure. Definitely in this century.
Yeah,
They don't care about profit. They work for the people that own the printers.
Well, they're not all connected to the printers. I mean, there's still a practical reason to siphon a bunch of money off the people. You know, I mean, at lower levels, you know,
They need
engineers
the
and
paper
paying
to pay the
engineers.
employees. That's it. That's all they need. And
Well,
they'll get it.
Yeah.
Justified in paper anyway. They'll get the paper to pay the employees.
Well, anyways, guys, I'm trying to get bed. You guys have a good night. It was good talking to
All
everyone.
right, thank you,
Good
Kathy.
talking to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kathy, come back.
Have a good one.
Good night, guys.
Thanks for dropping by, Cathesis. Later.
I think one of the reasons they have that spinning globe is just so that it's foundational for to put other thoughts in your mind. To have the black is white, everything reversed, like right off the get-go. It's
Well,
called
that-
double think. It's called in the book 1984, and then
Yeah. If
you also know that you're really not moving, but it's okay to think that yes, you are spinning and flying through space because that's what they told you as you grew up.
you're watching everybody self-destruct by giving them the opposite information of the truth, and by saying that we're on a ball and a globe. Now you've already created the boundaries through the imagination. Nobody's going to look beyond a certain point. Plus the fact that you can't get past a certain point in Antarctica. That's it. That everybody thinks they have the entire Earth in their head as far as like what it looks like and how big it is and everything. And so you imprison them mentally, despite what the outward physical reality is. You're imprisoning them mentally where they won't even look for a gate or a fence.
Yeah.
That is probably prime. And what it also does on other levels, I guess the metaphysical level, is you're telling them you're trapped on a ball and you're insignificant and God kind of forgot about you.
That's
You
right.
kind of
No, you're just a fluke of the
you make
universe.
them depressed. Now they're depressed on top of it because they're like a child who's been abandoned by the parent. And despite that they may be 40, 50, 60 years old, doesn't mean they're not still a child who's hurting mentally from the abandonment. And it has a traumatic effect on people, like on a psychological level, like the MK Ultra Trump-based mind control. It's kind of like that.
Yeah. They fuck with time too.
Yeah,
the way we
you
keep
got
time.
them not looking for an exit, and you have them depressed. Perfect.
We never know what for do.
I go back to and Rob put this best, that back in the day the whole idea of flat earth was archaic and it was being taught by the church. And back in those days, and even if you want to go first man or primitive man, whichever one, there would be a community of men, and the men would have a council, and they would sometimes elect a leader or shaman or priest. It grew into the priesthood and the master class, right? Well, the flat earth idea was promulgated because it got people to quit looking at the border, like Jibby said, but it also allowed them to maintain the fence line and also monetize and control the flow of goods and services and commodities. And what we have in our world today is just a complete expansion of that, and all the chieftains from all these little patches of land have gotten together and come up with an idea to keep the borders where they're at so it doesn't go any further, because it has expanded once before when people started migrating and looking. The crazy thing is that the mathematical ends of the earth were prescribed and documented and known before we even went there and explored them with modern technology. As a matter of fact, only with modern technology did those discoveries even happen and those searches take place.
There are huge gaps in the map out there. You got to admit that.
So, I mean,
it's a lot of water.
the
You think
easiest-
there's really that much water?
yeah, the advantage of lying or concealing the true shape of the Earth or the construct that we exist in is the control of that system. If you define what it is, you can manipulate everything else. And that's what they've been doing. Look around.
Now, let's work with what we can prove. Let's say there's no God. Let's say, all the Bible, whatever. What do we have that we know and we can confirm, we can work with? Every country has family origin names attached to going back to the foundation of whatever settlements in those countries. And those families have basically been in charge of those particular countries and areas since they were founded. And you can say they're, reptilian. You can say that they're whatever. Let's just work with what we have that we know. And it goes right down to the smallest towns in America, even with 500 people. Who runs those towns? The original families who founded those towns. They have all the power. They have all the say. They have everything. Families. So go back to all these original families. Now that they all got together, the biggest of the biggest got together eventually, and okay, this is where we're at. Now, how do we keep our leverage and power over everybody? Because we don't deserve all this leverage and power, and we don't have to work, but they do. That's kind of really what it comes down to. We don't have to do shit, but you have to, and you have to do what we say when we say it. Just
And then
breaking
pay
it
us for the
down.
privilege.
What gives them that right? Well, their family founded this, and then their fathers before that did this.
Yeah, which
And
gets
that's
me thinking
usually
about
their
our
excuse.
forefathers. Like, our forefathers were, men of this country who had an idea, apparently, about founding it. And
But their family said, we own this now.
Wait,
That's all they did.
I think the system that they set up, or the system that they tried to set up, was in direct opposition to that whole structure. I mean, even though we lost the war, the Revolutionary War, those ideals are still in our foundations, and that's why people want to go back to like the law. But within the containment operation that they've done, and the complete usurpation of our nation's sovereignty and authority, not only over its own currency, but under its own obligations, responsibilities, and court system, they've given us a way out as well, because they can't take everything and leave us no remedy. That's what they want us to think, but that's not the way it is.
I don't even know if we ever really had independence or freedom in America, because even the old pioneers, when they would come here and just, let's say, you get your wife and you get in your wagon and you just go in any direction because it's all unexplored, and you come across Oklahoma. Nobody knows what Oklahoma is. It hasn't been discovered yet, but you're new to America. You're a pioneer. But, you want to get away from the crowds. You want to be independent. You want to get away from those wackos who, like the New World Order or whatever. They're Jesuit jerk-offs, whatever. You go to Oklahoma, you are like, okay, you know what? Here's a nice big field of 20 acres. We're going to live here. Oh, this is great, honey. You set up a house, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? Year, 2, 5 years later, here comes the government people saying, yes, this is now government land. You have to leave. And you're like, wait a minute, I'm not an Indian. Why do I have to leave? Well, the government is using this for X, Y, and Z purposes. This is not against you, the American citizen, but it is for government purposes. And please vacate the premises. Here is the compensation. And you really don't have a choice. You got to take the compensation. You got to move on. You built that house with your own hands. You know, lived in it for 5 years. Doesn't matter. Government's expanding the business. Now you're going down to New Mexico, whatever. You build a house. Nobody's there yet. You're the New Mexico population 2. You and your wife. Doesn't matter. Here comes the government eventually. We're going to use this land for this, that, and the other. Yeah, but we're here. Here's this compensation. Better get out of here while it gets good. That's it. And that's how it went. The pioneers settled, did their shit, had a great life before the government kind of moved across the land like an infection from east to west. Conquered everything. Even Americans had to go. Not only were the Indians and the Trail of Tears and all that, but Americans too. They don't tell you that part. Like, everybody's moving. Because the government's got plans. Big plans for the land.
Pipeline. Is it the pipeline story?
That's exactly what it was all about. Don't matter shit. You built your house. Your own sweat and tears. Cutting down trees.
They had the freeway coming through before that even.
Yeah, that's freckles of the same thing. We got a freeway project coming through here. Here's compensation. Same thing. But these were the pioneers who started all this shit.
Right, but they were giving you compensation voluntarily, right?
That was your first offer.
Right.
They were going to take it either way because they were coming in with guns next. And people kind of knew we better take the compensation and not, die with just pride.
And I over the last few days since you guys have brought it up, and I live so close here, like I've actually asked around and done some online research about this whole North Dakota pipeline situation with the Indians. And apparently every landowner in the area where that pipeline is going through has sold their rights or given right of way to the pipeline company. So they have all the correct permits, they have all the correct legal process, and the Indian tribe and a lot of supporters have come to, claim that, it's impeding on, their sacred grounds that they used to have that, now they're, confined to a nation, but, there is sacred and honored ground, which I can understand. But there's also a concern that if something would happen to the pipeline and there'd be a leak or something, that it would contaminate the water or the surrounding area.
Okay. All
so
right.
they're trying to object on that basis.
You want another comma on the check with more zeros? That's all that is.
Right.
Because they are the mafia. So it's kind of like, take our contract of our first offer, or we are going to park our boat outside your house and crank Dean Martin at full blast.
I don't even...
Every night. Everybody saw that Sopranos episode.
See, I'll go a little bit farther.
That's what they do.
Jimmy, I'll go a little bit farther because I also know from living in this area what else goes on as far as the consumption, production, and transportation of petroleum products coming from fracking. And although they all might be peaceful protesters, what I think is they're inside, because supporters have come from all over the U.S., right, to help back them, other tribes from other states, other people. And some of those people could perhaps be like COINTELPRO, like paid actors and provocateurs that are paid to incite riots at these peaceful protests.
Yeah.
And that would be feasible because the one man who controls the railroad up here, which hauls all the materials in and all the materials out, just finished a second lane, not but 8-10 months ago, going directly where it was, right through northern North Dakota, through to Montana. Warren Buffett, third richest man in the world, has all the rail contracts for all the materials in and out of this state. And the pipeline directly interferes with that. So of course you're going to have the police backing up the legal side of things for the corporation, but then you also got, the counter interest to the pipeline hiring agent provocateurs to come in to peaceful protests and start shit with police. So there's that aspect to it as well.
They do that. They do. Yep. That's sad. Man, they've. There was a, I'm embarrassed to say this, I guess, for a little bit, but there was a season of American Idol. I used to love the auditions because they were hilarious. And you got to admit, American Idol auditions with Simon Cowell's face, and they were just like some of these people.
Yeah, I never really got
so
into it.
Retarded. It just you have to laugh. There was one season not that long ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. They had. It breaks my heart to even say this. Like, it really does. I hope it was an actor. Because it's real. It hurts. But it was a guy. He was an American Indian. And he comes out on stage in high heels.
Oh my God. And
his song was What a Feeling. Dun, 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 dun. Now, he cues the music. He comes out on stage. His name is Alaska. There you go. That's the name. Go YouTube. American Idol, Alaska, Indian. It should come up with the clip. He is an American Indian. He lives in Alaska. And he auditioned for American Idol. And he comes out in high heels. And he does this dance.
You gotta be shitting me right now.
He does a dance routine to "Oh, What a Feeling," and it makes no sense. You're
making me want to dance, man.
It's kind of, you gotta watch the video because he had me dancing. Like I'm dancing, swinging my arms around Alaska. I'm like, this guy got me up. And if you watch the video, people in the audience stood up and started dancing. And they started swinging their arms around. And the judges got up and started swinging their arms around. And he got that whole crowd going. And he was basically a gay American Indian into interpretive dance. How many of those are you going to find before, say, 1900? Oh, you're a homosexual American Indian into interpretive dance. Oh, there's so many of you out there. Before American television culture destroyed everything that you are. Literally. Like, that's how I saw it. This is a destroyed Indian culture. And he came out, and he's this destroyed, programmed creation of television.
And that's sad.
And it just broke my heart, but he was so lovable. You had to love the guy. Of course, he didn't make it. But
of course not.
Yeah, they laughed their asses off at him, and he had to go. But wow,
you were embarrassed for him. I hate that.
What's that?
So you were embarrassed for him?
No, I was brokenhearted. I wasn't embarrassed for him because he was loving what he was doing, which made us stand up because we saw he was so into it. We stood up. We were like, yeah, baby. Like, we were like, yeah. Because it was like he inspired everybody to get up and dance to "Oh, What a Feeling." And he's just in high heels and jeans. He's so absurd. He's in friggin' jeans and high heels.
You might have got hit with some of those low electronic magnetic frequency rays.
Yeah, you know, one of those dog commercials. Do you feed your dog Iams? No, I don't. Why am I crying? Yeah, no, it wasn't one of those.
Kill my dog.
Yeah. I'm a terrible pet owner. No, it wasn't one of those. I know.
I'm kidding, man. I gotta watch it, man. I'm sure it was
awesome. I'm like brokenhearted. It gets better.
Okay.
I'm terrified and brokenhearted. I've lost hope in America. 9/11 inside job. I wasn't even in flat Earth yet. I'm just like, I'm looking at my wrists like any day now, fellas. We're gonna get there.
What?
And
wrists?
And American
Who was their
Idol
inside
they
man,
topped it.
Judy? I'm wondering.
No, American Idol topped it. Let me just finish this real quick. American Idol topped it either the next year or the year later. They topped it with midget gay Indians.
Midget gay.
Wow. Damn it.
Midget gay Indians doing something so absurd. I didn't even know there were midget Indians. I didn't even know that existed.
That either.
Midgets exist everywhere.
And then they were on American Idol doing some bullshit, and of course they didn't make it either. And
I don't think so.
and I was only watching it because my ex was still in the Matrix, and I was trying to make it work with her. And you know what it's like if you're where we are, and you're with somebody who's in the Matrix who says things like, you know, let's say, what does it matter if the Earth is flat? You know what you're dealing with.
What?
Somebody who's like, if they can't get that concept, they're probably not getting anything below that too. Like, what does it matter if they lied about 9/11? What does it matter if they, you know, you're dealing with that. And so I'm trying to make it work. So I have to watch TV. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to watch TV, we're going to watch what I can watch. And I won't, you know, kill everybody I see. So let's watch. All right. Well, I want to watch something funny. American Idol auditions. Fine. Yeah, it was a compromise because I wasn't watching what happens after they make it, and it's episode 27. Like, I don't give a shit.
Did someone say 27?
I watched the auditions and that's it because it made me laugh. But anyway, midget Indian, gay midget Indians doing some kind of circus act. I think it was.
Cirque du
It was like a
Soleil.
circus act. Yeah, they were doing like jumping through hoops or some shit. It was almost like watching the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, and Warburgs in 1850, watching some kind of a eugenics creation entertain them while they went
we
on a
did
pipe.
it.
Yes, very good, very good. That's what it was like. It felt like it was like this is wrong. I can't watch. Why are we watching? What is happening? So. America can take the American Indian who's so just the Indian. Let's not say American Indian. The redskin human who is so in touch with Gaia, nature, everything. They can take these people and make them casino owning, tobacco peddling, poison pushing, gay midget twirling, gay whatever, tranny vest. It doesn't matter. This television is the most powerful thing in the universe right now. You cannot hide from it, no matter what culture you are. It's got you.
I thought you were talking about actual Indians. I didn't know you meant like Native Americans. My bad.
Native Americans. No, not India. Hey, look, can I help you? No, not them. And
I thought they were the same.
What I just said.
Not the guy down at 7-Eleven.
You ruined
No, they're very good people. I hate doing that, but that's how we know them.
My whole thing just went poof. But I get you now.
No, Native American. Like, whoa. Yes, those.
Dude, my kid can't even sit Indian style anymore. They call it crisscross applesauce. It's freaking ridiculous.
Shh, you can't even say that because that might hint towards Indians, and now we have to kill your family.
Yeah, then you got a whole freaking.
You're remembering those free people. Don't. You can't say that.
You can't say Indian style.
The American Indians.
The Indians. Columbus.
What about the games? They have them, the Indian baseball team. They never got rid of it.
The Indians.
The Redskins.
Got rid of the Redskins.
Oh yeah,
football,
and they got mad because of the tomahawk sway. The tomahawk chant. Yeah, they got mad about that.
Tomahawk, Redskin, Indians. Yeah, we'll go one at a time, depending on whatever we feel like at the time.
You know what's awesome? They sell freaking tomahawks at the freaking Home Depot.
I know.
Isn't that awesome?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say at the games.
Battle axe. I mean, it's freaking.
Do they have the flag that you put on the side of your car when you go into the game? That's the mounting flag.
This is like for digging trenches and whatnot. You're like, really? You got a small freaking cracker on the back of it. Give me a freaking break. They got a double-sided broad axe. It's freaking awesome. I mean, out of all the things, at least they got a tomahawk at the Home Depot.
Oh, it's not a prop for the football game.
I'm
It's a real axe.
Okay, I'm gonna fix up my house. Or you know what? I'm just gonna grab this tomahawk instead. Fuck it, you know what I mean?
Well, then you could make people fix up your house.
What?
The tomahawks are made out of like stone. They have the Stone Age going.
It's a stone tied
It's
to
a
it.
Home Depot.
Yeah.
It's a Walmart version of the tomahawk.
Were they considered a stone? Did they have any kind of metal that you can think of? The native.
No, they
would melt.
The natives
they would
of Turtle
melt down,
Island.
The cavalry's weapons and.
No, that's after Whitey. I mean, previous to contact.
Oh,
I'm
no,
talking about
I don't know.
when it was Turtle Island that they lived on.
Turtle Island.
I still live on a turtle. I don't know.
That's what they call the section where North Dakota and all that. There's the whole country. It was all Turtle Island, even up into Canada and stuff.
There's so many horror stories about North and South Dakota and what they've done to these people over the years in America. I can't even get into it. I get too
Custer's
upset.
Last Stand. Didn't they make a movie about it?
I'm talking about 20th century. I'm talking about 21st century. I can't even talk about
crazy.
it. I get too upset.
It's going and going and going.
Sick. It's fucking sick. I can't even talk about it. I'm so disgusted. I'll just turn into the Hulk. It's just gross. It's like
it's supposed to be wrong.
Everyone's just walking around like it's normal. Like this is what we did. Here we are. You know what I mean?
Fucked up.
Right?
Like, come on, man.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Brutal, man. It's just like, oh, the new iPhone. Yeah. We've all heard that before, but seriously, man.
Is the new iPhone out?
I have no
Talk
idea.
about changing the subject.
I'm just saying. That's
I
what most
apologize
people,
to any.
That's just
it's
what
hard to
most
feel
people
that
are
pain.
focused on, like, oh, it has a dongle instead of a headphone, but how did we get here? You know what I mean? This is bad news.
Yeah,
Can
no hole in it
an
or
American
something.
Idol clip here?
Pardon?
Can we stream an old American Idol clip?
I don't know, but you know what's weird, Jimmy? I have my wife and her special needs son used to watch the shit out of that show, and for a few seasons back when Adam Lambert was one of the guys, they really liked him. You remember him?
Adam Lambert. I stopped watching it when the originals left. Which was Paul Abdul, Simon Cowell, and Black Guy.
They were the best.
After that,
they were the judges for that.
Yeah, when they weren't the judges anymore, I stopped laughing. So I stopped watching.
I don't remember any of the other ones, but they did watch it.
Yeah, it was Sugar Ray. That guy Mark from Sugar Ray. He was a judge for a while, and yeah,
Everyone
the
said
girl.
he was actually Vanilla Ice, but he actually wasn't. That's hilarious.
Was he really Vanilla Ice?
I don't know.
Can't
People, that
tell
was a
anymore.
conspiracy theory going around like 15 years ago.
They ended up with Harry Connick Jr.
Rush Limbaugh? Have you heard about Fat Rush Limbaugh?
What's that?
He's the clone.
I'm sorry. Fat Jim Morrison.
Yeah, that one. That was it.
You want to hear something funny? Mark Dice is actually River Phoenix.
River Phoenix. I know that one. Yep. Dude, I don't know.
Dice, the guy with the New Jersey.
I don't think it is.
The comedian.
Mark Dice is River Phoenix. I don't know about that one.
Mark Dice is River
I
Phoenix.
think River was actually
maybe but not likely.
River.
Nah, he's not. No, there's
but
no
fat Jim Morrison.
They sacrificed that guy at the Johnny Depp's club with the Flea and the whole bunch.
I was thinking about Andrew Dice Clay. That's a different Dice.
Yeah.
He had what was that? The nursery rhyme where the spider sat down beside her and said, "What's in the bowl, bitch?"
Yeah, Ford Fairlane.
What do you think is in the bowl? It's weed.
Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Then what went after that? I don't remember.
Oh damn! I almost had it.
There was an old woman with the shoe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, dude, we're going.
There was
back.
something about
That's
giving a
it.
dog a bone or something in there.
Yeah,
She bent over, Rover took over,
I
gave her
got
a
the
bone
Jack
of her
and Jill.
own. I don't know.
Jack and Jill went up the hill with
I
the
know,
bucket,
they
of
got a bucket of water.
Jill came down with 250. Oh!
Yeah.
Little boy Blue. He needed the money. Oh!
Good times, man. Oh! What?
Yeah, you remembered one of them. That was perfect.
Don't get me started on the freaking Jerky Boys, but like back in freaking
That's
96
funny. I was thinking
AOL.
about that too.
I
AOL
got all
days.
kinds of my shoes and my glasses and my
Oh,
teeth
shit.
and my hairpiece. Oh,
I got warts all over
I got
my
warts
ass.
all up in my ass. Oh,
I got this.
oh wait,
I got these
does he
guys
throw
off the
hot bacon
scaffolding.
grease on your ass, in your face, in your ass?
We
Oh,
went
I
to
got
the beach
all
and
my
stepped on
ass
piss
back.
clams all day.
Oh, I stepped on piss clams.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Send a salami to
Yeah.
your boy in the army.
I got these guys out in the scaffolding. They're freaking out. I got this grandma up there firing
Mexicans up
hot
there,
clam
they're slapping
chowder.
each other with the hot mops. Boom! I fire them off the fucking roof. These cocksuckers. My wife, she's bitching like she knows what's going on. I fire her off the fucking roof.
Fucking Frank Rizzo.
I have the customer's head down on the hood of the car. I asked, tell him, "Are you going to buy this car? You're not going to buy this car."
Fucking car. I had to get out of that
Circles
area.
around you.
I got fucking fava beans. They're coming out of our
I
backwards.
got them coming out my ass backwards.
How dare you? Fava beans.
My wife, my kids, they're throwing up. Why?
My doctor was throwing up.
It was the fava beans with those silly little juices.
Yes. Silly little juice.
Oh boy, you guys sure remember that one, man. That was a good
Dude,
laugh.
I grew up
Thank
in
you for
New
that.
England, man. Of course, I lived in California for, I don't know, a month, and everybody asked me to do the Jerky Boys, and I'm like, that's New York. I'm New England. I'm Massachusetts. It's a little different, but they can't tell the difference. I did Jerky Boys.
Jay, look at that shit, bro. Look, it's a baby fucking whale, man. Have you seen that one? Jay,
Yeah,
it looks
that's
hurt,
new.
bro.
That's not that old. Somebody threw that on. Somebody threw that on a flat Earth clip. Somebody threw that on a flat Earth clip about the airplanes looking at the solar eclipse and the little orbs.
The J fish?
Yeah.
What?
Somebody threw that on that clip.
It
So
looks hurt,
somebody
bro.
likes that who's a flat earther. And they threw that on a clip because I'm trying to show people this Antarctica Airlines clip of the orbs. And the one I clicked on was, Jay, look at that fucking thing over. Jay. And I'm like, what is this? That was the version I clicked on. So somebody threw that on one of that
It's
those
a
clips.
baby
It's hilarious.
fucking wheel, man. What is that? Jay.
Hey, do you mind if I asked, did the Jerky Boys have the fava beans, or was that's
Yes.
the guy from the Silence of the Lambs that?
No.
I ate his liver with some.
Both of them
some
referred to fava beans. No, both referred to fava
Is
beans.
that right? I didn't have that mixed
One
up.
of them was a place calling up a business about how the fava beans was sticking up his house.
Yeah, because
and wacky silly
they didn't even
juice.
serve. The wacky juice.
They're like,
They didn't even
sir,
serve
we
fava
did not
beans.
serve fava beans. Sir, we did not serve fava beans this day.
Where were you sitting, sir?
I got fava beans. I got them coming out my ass backwards.
Yes.
He wasn't
You
taking
piece
what
of
I
shit.
said. Sir. That poor bastard. They really made you feel for the people. the Jerky Boys is like gold. That's golden shit right there.
Yes, sir.
Was Lloyd
And we
Braun
all
in
knew
their
people
skit?
like
We,
that.
Or was
we
that a
might
different
not all
skit?
agree on the shape, but we can agree that the Jerky Boys were pretty awesome.
Oh, comedy geniuses, and I'm glad Johnny Brennan is still working for Family Guy.
Oh, damn, you don't know the name.
He's the voice of Mort Goldman. He was the voice of the bartender who eventually got killed. And he is the voice, I think, of one other person, but
They killed
all I
Mo?
can think of is Mort Goldman right now. Like, oh boy, oh, I found a penny. Today's a good day. Like, and he was the bartender. That was Frank Rizzo. Frank
was
Rizzo
Mo.
was the bartender.
R-I-Z-Z-O.
Yeah.
Frank Rizzo.
So he still got work, but him and Jamal, the black guy, I guess they split ways before Family Guy started.
I'm sure this.
So Jamal didn't come on board with him. I guess they split ways. Jamal wanted to do what he wanted to do. And
Hammered that way.
yeah, they probably made really good money off Jerky Boys, and Jamal just didn't want to do that anymore.
Get out of that one.
Yeah.
Fucking. Hey, have you guys seen Ted 2 where the guy plays the tick and he's like just going around Comic-Con just smacking fools?
Yep.
That shit-
Yep. Yeah, that's the voice of Joe from Family Guy.
That's the guy you're talking about?
No,
Joe.
no, Jamal. Jamal is the black guy from the Jerky Boys who was like, I got to bomb that place. He was that
that's
guy on the
not
Jerky
you?
Boys. That was the black guy. That was Jamal. They did a Jerky Boys movie, and that was the two of them in that movie.
Incognito cameo. You're really good at that.
GB.
Might want to get into voice acting. Roger
Cool.
that.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna need the Bengay today. The Jerky Boys movie was actually pretty good. Silly, but it was, what you expected.
Yeah, they made a plot. Who was the guy with the brownstone that they were wasn't he like their mom liked this guy? It was kind of like the Lloyd Braun of the Jerky Boys or something. A couple different stories mixed up.
Lloyd Braun.
Lloyd Braun is from Seinfeld, and George's mom always used to say, "Why can't you be more like Lloyd Braun?" But he had his own brownstone. I think the thing that didn't the Jerky Boys live in a brownstone or something in the movie?
That one escapes me. My bad.
I just seem to remember the Jerky Boys being in like a red
I remember Brownstone,
building.
but everything else is a fog.
They
But
had
that
albums that came out not that long ago, but it was underground. Like they called MTV and they did some shit there, and there was other shit they did, and they had this other final album where it was okay, but the last 4 or 5 tracks was a continuous storyline about
Yeah, they
calling.
blew up someone's house. They had someone's house torn down. The
No,
guy
that was
who
like
was there.
that was like album 1 or 2. I'm talking about this is like album 10.
They
Can I
call
ask
them
you
the
guys a quick
Wrecking
question
Crew.
before you guys carry on?
The Wrecking Crew. Yeah.
Never mind. Carry on.
They wanted to tear it
Yeah,
up.
go. What's the
Weird.
question? I was just trying to figure shit out.
This is never mind. You know what? I'm sure you can. Never mind. It's all good. Scratch that. It's like how did this even happen? Freaking 3 guys talking about Jerky Boys from freaking the 90s on a supposed.
Well, one of these guys talking about it
Oh.
just does impressions and is kind of a amateur, terrible comedian. So we're gonna get into funny shit.
I know, man. I'm just going with it, man. But it's just it's all lovely.
They're related to Andrew Dice Clay, and somebody said Clay,
And
and
then
in
I
my
said,
mind,
Oh yeah,
Little boy Blue, he needed the money. Yo.
I think I might have brought it up. What? Yeah, rabbit hole.
yeah, it was a diversion. It's like word association.
Yeah.
Someone
Yeah,
mentioned
exactly.
Clay,
Like,
and
how
I'm
did
like,
this
oh,
even
man.
happen? But it's nice to hear some Jerky Boy fans out there. Roger.
Yeah.
You can go back to talking about the stationary plane.
I have a funny Jerky Boy story. I'll try to say it quick, but
Yeah.
we
Gotta
were big
break up
fans of the
monotony, of course.
yeah, we were big fans of the Jerky Boys, me and my friends, and
Nice.
friends is a strong word. Me and my acquaintances. It was kind of like, back in the days where you worked at the mall. I was like 20, 21. So, stupid kids, whatever. But, we got our own apartments kind of thing. Like, I'm hanging at my friend's apartment, and we listen to Jerky Boys, and we decide to imitate them. It's like, 1 o'clock on a whatever weekday, and Bill Clinton interrupts Days of Our Lives on Channel 10, NBC. So my buddy from California decides, I'm in college at the time. I'm in college at the time, and I have my law book with me. Now, my law book just happened to have the number to the White House in the back of it. Don't ask me why, but it did. So my friend gets this idea. You know what? I'm going to call the White House because I'm pissed because I'm trying to follow the Days of Our Lives storyline. So he's like, what's the number of the White House? I'm like, here you go. And he calls it up. And we were like, you know what? Let's record it. Now, we had this built-in answer machine in the phone. So he uses the phone and we just hit record, which is really easy because you just pick up the phone, you dial a number, and then you press record. And now it's recording. So he calls the White House, and swear to God, they answered like this. Hello, White House. And he says, hey, hi, yeah, I want to speak to Bill Clinton. And she's like, hi, who's this speaking? Yeah, I want to speak to Bill Clinton. I got a complaint. And she's like, I don't understand what the problem is. What can I help you with? And he's like, yeah, see, I'm trying to watch Days of Our Lives, and there's Bill Clinton interrupting Days of Our Lives here, and I'm trying to find out what's going on with Bo and Hope. And is Hope really Gina? Who is Gina? Is Gina really Hope? Like, what's going on? And she's like, sir, Bill Clinton is doing a speech. Well, yeah, I know, but, what's going on? Like, Hope's supposed to be dead, and I'm trying to watch this, and Bill Clinton's coming on. I don't know what the hell he's saying here. And I swear to God, this went on for like 25 minutes between my friend and this stupid-ass secretary, who's really answering him, like, sincerely. And we had this on tape. Now, I'm in the other room pinching my nose, grabbing my balls, and jumping up and down and not piss myself and not make any noise on tape because we're recording it. We were laughing so hard. We were popping our ears, bleeding out of our eyes because we got to be quiet because we want to do something with this tape. Well, I'm serious. I'm jumping up and down like I already had to pee. But now I'm pinching every orifice of my body, trying to hold in this laughter explosion. Because we didn't want to make noise on tape. Because we're like recording this shit. And I'm like, I can't believe this. This is like 1 million views in 2 hours on YouTube kind of shit. Because she was really engaging. And this was real. This was like a real White House. I had the number in my law book along with all kinds of state, Senate, Capitol building numbers and shit. And it was crazy, but it really happened. And this went on for like 25 minutes. And then it ended kind of politely. It wasn't like a Jerky Boys typical ending, but it ended politely. All right, well, he better get off the air soon. It was kind of like an ending like that. And we hit stop, and we played it back, and it was really there. And my friggin' asshole friend stole the tape, and I never got to do anything with it. And I swear to God, I would have put it on YouTube. I have so much shit from like long ago that I'm gonna do.
I feel you, brother.
Wow, this was gold. This blows away Jerky Boy shit. This blows away that stupid Arnold Pizza shit. You remember that Arnold Pizza shit that was like, oh, Jerky Boys. Oh, let me listen to this. This isn't the Jerky Boys. Hi, this is Arnold. I want a pizza. Like, and that shit went viral, and it was like not even really funny, you know? Like, I didn't laugh, but it wasn't funny. It was the Arnold soundboard ordering a pizza. That's the Jerky Boys of evolution. Once they stopped, then they started doing soundboards, the soundboard crank calls, and that went on for years. Actually, some of the best ones is the Iron Sheik. The Iron Sheik doing crank calls through a soundboard. Some people really did some good ones with that, but that's where it went. Nobody really did that anymore to the quality of the Jerky Boys. But we called the White House, and we had a golden friggin' phone call, and stupid asshole, you know, you got to do everything yourself. You got to be hands-on with everything. You can't lose gold like that.
You got to have a backup.
Yep. But, man, I was witness to it, and it really happened, and the White House really answered.
Well, you know what?
They really entertained my friend over days of our lives, interruption from the president.
Right.
Like, that really happened.
That story, I imagine, like, Bill Clinton just, like, banging the secretary, like, go ahead, troll him, doll. You know, it's like the whole time. You know what I mean?
It's just such stupid shit, and wow, I couldn't even believe it. Like,
troll that guy while I bang you under. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just the vision I got while you're telling it.
Can you imagine today, in today's world, like hearing a YouTube clip where they answer the phone, "Hello, White House."
Yeah, who does that? No one does that. That would never happen.
But that was real. That's how she answered. I'm like, oh my god, that's cool.
You're talking about pre AOL 96? Over?
Yeah. I remember that.
Roger that. I feel you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that might happen then.
Were you on AOL back then?
Oh yeah, I was all like was privy.
You know what a punter is, don't you?
Oh yeah. The backer.
Yeah.
The fullback is what I like to call him.
AOL banned me for life.
Roger.
That's to say.
Yeah, freaking.
Wow, I kicked a lot of field goals.
Yeah, freaking. Yeah, the turn of the century. That was fun, right? What?
Which one was that? 4.0 or 5.0 or 6.0?
Oh, that was well, we did the it was just the 2000 one on the Western calendar.
They every time they went up 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, 6.0, 7.0, they were counteracting us. We were the ones fucking up AOL. Like, they were counteracting us. That was why they kept upgrading rapidly like Firefox does. Firefox is on like version 7000 right now. Like, they can't stop whatever they're doing. I don't know if it's because of hackers, but in AOL,
it's self-aware.
On AOL, yeah. On AOL, we were terrorists. Absolute terrorists. If you ever saw a SWAT sticker in a chat room, that was me and my friends.
Yeah. I just remember, you know, you see the trolls sometimes where they do that old school chat like bomb where they just put like 10,000 random text figures and just try to block up the chat.
The macro punter programs went apeshit, and people went crazy because they don't know how to handle power. You have power over a whole AOL operating system, intranet. People don't know how to handle that, so they go crazy, and then they create problems. They don't know how to have God power. They're like, wait, I don't like you. Boom. Then they just expose themselves in their program. Now AOL's got a problem to deal with, and
you're done, son. Yes, I feel you.
Yeah.
Brutal. Fucking wild, wild west.
The punter wars.
Right?
We had a lot of fun.
It's fucking nuts out here, man. Seriously.
We had a lot of fun back then. It was a good time.
Right? Yeah, I miss that. I miss pagers. I mean, you can still get one and they'll work.
I still got one somewhere. I just probably have to. Does anybody even host those anymore? Or can you do those Wi-Fi?
Yeah,
now?
they do. You can. Yeah, you freaking probably make an Arduino one. I don't know. It'd probably have to be on the network or backload some other.
You know what I didn't like was that if you wanted a text on a pager, you had to talk to a live person and have them type it out.
What?
You didn't know that? Yeah, like if you wanted to text somebody,
it's like a
you had to call up a
like,
live operator. Yeah, and you had to be like, hey, chicken's fucked. Gonna go kill a goat. You better not be late. We'll kill the kids.
Yeah. I remember.
You know, and can you text that, please? Okay. Chicken's dead. We'll kill a goat.
That shit now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
and
people used to call them up and just freaking have them, and they had to repeat it back to you and shit. Yeah,
I know, and I couldn't stand that, so I stopped doing it. I'm like, oh my god, like, can I just call, you know, some kind of an Echelon program instead, where I don't have an interaction with another person? And then they were like, absolutely, sir. We're going to create the internet and the interweb, where now all you have to do is talk in front of your TV, and there you go. And it records you. Oh, all right, thank you. And now I don't have to do that to a person anymore. Whew. All right, now we got text messages. All right, that's cool. All right, now I can do it that way. I went through the evolution. A lot of people don't appreciate the embarrassment we went through in the first steps of technology.
Right? Wait, did you
come? A lot of embarrassment.
Were you around in like just like 72?
I was born in 73.
Damn it, man!
In the first steps of technology.
You were born in 73 or 83, Jimmy?
73. 73. I just said I was 8 years older than Cathexis.
Oh,
Cathexis is 35. If the shills are paying attention, they know I'm telling you the truth.
I was born in 78. Over. That's full disclosure. Copy that.
Hey, Ivan, you've got a watch page. Are you listening to us in the background?
Yeah, I hear the watch page open.
No, I'm on my little iPhone, so I have to like open at a time right now.
Oh, okay.
If you copy.
You got it on speaker?
It's just working.
It's quiet now, but
like,
I
am plugged for so long. I have to learn everything over again. You know what I'm saying?
I got a buddy who looks like your avatar. I call him terrorist because he's got that big Osama beard with the gray and the right spots, but he wears a fedora, and I'm like, I don't get it. What's with the terrorist?
When he's wearing glasses, he must be making a bomb.
He's a bartender now, and he's very hipster. You wouldn't happen to be a hipster, would you?
I don't know. I'm just me, man.
How do you feel about tight
jeans? Is there a man bun underneath the fedora?
How do you feel about skinny jeans?
You gotta have hair to freaking headbang. I have a giant. If you say, oh, he has.
What's happening, Vince?
What was did you get your message?
What message?
No, I sent it to what was the.
Yeah, I've got it.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
You guys
see you later.
about me?
Hey, sorry if I'm clogging up your chat.
No, you're good.
No, you're good.
Hey, Jimmy, did you say Echelon something earlier?
Yes, I did.
Isn't that a satellite network?
Echelon is the voice recognition / database / whatever the hell it really is program, where they would recognize keywords that you were saying, like bomb, terrorist, 9/11, backpack, pressure cooker, cathexis, all those words. They would, Larry Shilbins, they pick it up right away. And
I'm pretty sure it's also, maybe it was just in a TV, the Alias TV show that had.
I never watched it.
I could have sworn they were always referring to their satellite, their Echelon satellite network.
Well, it could have been a satellite too.
that they would get all their, because they wanted to promote this whole satellite thing, and they could, but it was secret. They were spies, and so it would be secret satellite pictures and stuff. But it would be not just pictures, but a database of everything that they were talking about on the internet.
They're telling you what they're doing to you 10 years earlier.
Wait, it might have been before.
This is what we used to do to you. Wow, I love this show.
Gibby.
Did you hear that show before, The Alias, with Jennifer Garner?
I've heard of Alias, and I used to have a crush on Jennifer Garner.
Electra?
I'm pretty sure they relied on satellite. They helped push the satellite story with that show. Besides all the other stuff.
Yeah.
It was about spy versus spy, like dirty spies and good spies.
Yes. That show gives you a mental picture of Americans. Like everybody, espionage, spies, secret this, secret that. Yeah. It's chemtrails.
The original La Femme Nikita, the French version. That shit's ill. You guys seen that?
Oh, is that who Alias is copying?
The first La Femme Nikita, yeah, there's like I think it was 90 or somewhere around there. It was like it wasn't the Bridget Fonda one, you know what I'm saying? It was
well, this one, the reason they called it Alias is because she could dress up in all these different disguise / costume and look a lot different each character.
Right.
And she
Rainbow Dash.
She was hot, so it was kind of popular. I actually used to watch TV during that time period, but I didn't get to the end until later on. I binge watched a torrent or something. It goes all over. It gets kind of weird in the end.
CRISPR babies.
It keeps going back and forth who the bad guy is. It's one of those kind of, that's how they drag it on year after year. Just like change the story. Change his story and you got yourself a new reality.
Yeah, they kind of do that. They kind of play off each other, call each other the bad guy. So there's like a false choice paradigm. You're screwed either way, but you don't know it. You get this illusion of choice. It's like the high school kids basketball team. During the week, you know, they play shirts for skins and they look different, and they're like playing against each other. But when it comes to weekend and game time, everybody's on the same team.
Well,
one thing like I've learned from all this shit over 25 years is that we're going up a Donkey Kong ladder. That's how I'm going to give credit where it's due. My ex came up with this term. She's like, what you're describing is Donkey Kong. And I'm like, oh my God, you're right. It was actually brilliant. What we do is we go on this one path and then we get to a ladder. Then we decide, do we want to go up this ladder or not? And some of us do. We go up the ladder, and then we find this new area. And then we end up going in the opposite direction that we were just coming from. So we're kind of like contradicting our old beliefs. But we're going in the opposite direction, but we're also on an incline. So we are moving up. Even though we're moving in the opposite direction, we're moving up. Then we get to another ladder. We decide, do we go up this ladder? A lot of us do. We go up the ladder. Now we're in a brand new area again. And now we're moving in another direction, opposite where we were before. So we're contradicting ourselves where we just were, but we're still moving up. So we're still gaining ground, but we keep contradicting where we just came from. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I believe the terrorists go up the new ladder. No, it was an inside job in thermite. Go up the other ladder. No, it was energy weapons. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that kind of thing where you're just contradicting where you just were, but you're still moving forward. And that's what we keep doing in these conspiracies, in all of them. It's the same thing. We go up a Donkey Kong ladder. They give us our first truth. That's the official story. Then we get to the next ladder, and we get to the alternative first truth, the Alex Jones. And we go up that ladder. We fill it up. We get to the end. We're like, there's nowhere else to go. Let me go turn around. Oh, there's that ladder again. I guess I got to go up this ladder because I know everything on this level. We go up the ladder, and we get to, oh, now David Icke is there. Okay, well, this is interesting. Now we go up that ladder. Here we go. You know, we fill up that whole level. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're going up a Donkey Kong game. What's that?
I said standing next to Vinny Paz.
Vinny Pazienza?
Yeah, stand next to David Icke. Keep going up the ladder. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, this is what we do.
Right?
With absolute no closure either. If you think about the stories, you know, they spin one, but at the end, they don't really cover up what they talked about. You know, like the Orlando shooting. What happened to those people? Did they get a proper burial? Do you hear about that? Nope.
See any pictures? Nope.
Well, by the time that you were thinking about that, there's already another one happening like a day later. And it's progressing. It's a boiling point. We're on the precipice, in my opinion. My humble opinion.
I knew the Orlando shooting was a hoax within 5 minutes because I heard the key words. I heard terrorist. I heard religious bullshit, fundamentalists, Al Qaeda or some shit. No, I heard ISIS. ISIS was in there.
Yeah, before.
And then when you hear these keywords, you're like,
before
oh,
2 hours, it was already like that, right? Or basically 2 or 4 hours.
Before an investigation has even begun,
right. Yeah.
And you've heard these words.
Bam! Like before the sun rose, it was already out there.
Right. They haven't even investigated. Investigation takes weeks before you start chucking out names. For real.
I mean, come on. I think they're. You know what? May I interject? My humble opinion is, I think they're counting or baiting the populace into revolting or causing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a litmus test. See who's going to do.
They're like poking, like, you know, and they're like, well, let's just put it all out there and let's make these freaking people nuts. So we have to.
Yeah, but what's the purpose of making them all nuts?
I don't know, man. That's just what it feels like.
There's no rhyme or reason to it, and that doesn't make sense.
I live with no fear, and you know, but I don't know. It just seems like the stuff that's out in the media. It's ridiculous. Like it
is, but there's a rhyme or reason to it. It's not just about.
I know. It's like, why are they telling you that? Why would they put that out on the stage? You know what I mean?
There is an agenda.
Telling us. And
what's the agenda? There's an agenda. There's a reason.
Of course there is.
Now, is it to?
I think it's all. Yeah. I don't know.
Is it? I think it is.
First, it was Agenda 21, and then and now it's 2030. But I don't know. It just seems like things are boiling up right now. I don't know. I could go on for days, but
if you're paying attention to the woo, then yes, it seems like things are boiling up, and I can say the same thing at the end of last year. You know, by the look of things, it seems like things are about to pop any day now. It's the end of 2015. Look at all the headlines of 2015. Like, let's try to go back in time. Here's the end of 2015. Look at all these headlines. Oh, the Jewish holidays coming up. Oh my God, blood moons.
Right.
It's the blood moons. Oh, the blood moons are gonna kill us. Like all this shit.
Well, I think that's just all
upside down, inside out. Here. Like nothing. It's all nonsense. Every year it's nonsense. Right. Every year is a build-up.
It's not just
that, no. But what manifests?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know whether
the internet wasn't there or not. I in my heart.
No,
I
the
feel
internet's a double-edged sword, but you can't get rid of the needle. All you can do is add hay to it, so you got to look for that needle in a haystack.
I feel like, say, take technology all away from us right now. I feel that people are being attacked by, you know, evil spirits or whatever you want to call them. But I feel like we're in a spiritual battle right now. So
we are. Yeah, it does feel that way.
I really feel that, man, and I don't know how to like word it or express what I'm trying to convey, but that's what I feel.
Just did. It's
like, call it what you want: flat, round, cubical, donut shaped. Shout out to my donut earthers.
Yeah.
But
I think we all feel that way.
Like,
right?
I feel we're being spiritually attacked. You know, Deuteronomy, over. But that's basically it. I don't know, and I just feel like it's way more than knock knock. This is wood. I just feel like spiritual craziness going on, and I have no idea how to express it except for what I just said to you. Copy that.
Yeah. Well, it seems like we've all been given a choice. Where do we want to go? Light side, dark side, gray side. Like, we have a choice. We clearly have a choice. Even the poor people, even the rich people, we all have a choice. We have choices every day. And I think that's what this is about, because that seems to make the only sense. Like, why are we doing it? Right, do we go into all right, let's say this is all a VR, virtual reality program. Are we going to sit down in a chair and go, oh, I really want to be a factory worker for 50 years. I want to experience that. Okay, sir, well, now you can with this new VR. Like, all right,
great analogy.
That don't make sense. Like, nobody's going to want to do that. So the people who are spending 30, 40, 50 years slave labor, doesn't seem like that's what they wanted to do. So maybe we are not doing what we're not here doing what we should be doing or want to be doing, because it doesn't seem to be occurring. I want to do this with my life. You know, you're 5, 6, 7, 10 years old and you're planning your life out. I want to be an astronaut. I want to be a scientist. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a lawyer. Basically saying, I want to be somebody who's indoctrinated and make a lot of money. But it never works out that way. How come? For most of us, 1 out of 100 might get that dream to come true. The other 99, how can I help you? That's kind of how it goes. Why? Does that make sense? Is that
yeah, people's choices and the condition.
Lack of jobs?
Well, the condition of their environment in the condition phase of life.
How'd the environment get that way? By accident?
No, the people who came before us.
Which they had to see, like, let's see, if we have 10 trees and we have to burn wood, eventually there'll be 20 trees. Okay, let's do that. Was that what they were thinking? Like, you obviously know you got 10 trees and you got to burn wood. You're not going to have 10 trees after a certain amount of time. Therefore, you can foresee the future. That kind of foundation was created for all of us, where don't tell me that they couldn't see the outcome. Don't tell me they couldn't. They could. If we do this, this is what's going to come of it eventually.
Well, no, I don't think they've been able to tell what's coming. I mean, there's been significant, what we would call advances in what we think we know. And still, it doesn't really explain how some of the ancient civilizations did what they did, because we still don't really know. Can't really figure it out. There's lots of speculational theories. Some are better than others, but it's still just that, speculation. So they haven't been able to predict what's going to happen. They have been able to put themselves in a position to where whatever happens, they are able to overcome, adapt, and shift it to their benefit at all times. Because knowledge is power, and when you apply it, it's even more powerful. And that's all they're doing, is they're taking knowledge, leveraging the advantage, and applying it powerfully. The trick is that once you figure it out, or if you keep searching and trying to figure it out, will you come to a point in your life where you say, you know what, I'm going to start doing things differently, and really start doing it. Take a hard look in the mirror, visualize what you need to do, what you want to do, what you desire to do, and then go do it. Or start trying to put yourself in a position for those types of things to happen. That's what I did. 5 years ago, I didn't want to live paycheck to paycheck and blow my money on the weekends with my friends, getting drunk and passing out, and next day feeling like shit and not being able to remember. I quit doing that. I wanted to be my own boss. I wanted to make my own hours and do whatever I wanted whenever I wanted. And here I am 5 years later, and I'm doing that. I didn't plan it out that way. A lot of shit happened on the way, but I still ended up here doing this, and it's great. I love it. So
you visualize your future, you set a template of an expectation, and then you built upon what you saw and what you encountered as the process to get to that point of your template goal.
Right, and now I see something else, and now I'm going to start doing the same thing. I'm going to start doing the things that I need to do to put myself in a position for better things to happen, and a continuation.
You're working towards progress.
Yeah, a continuation of this investment, which then I can, liquidate and go do something else, somewhere else.
To better your situation, to progress, to evolve.
Right.
Not to go backwards, to worsen yourself. Who plans to get worse?
Sometimes a different direction happens, when you're at the
by
bottom.
accident. Not talking about accident, but you don't plan to get worse.
No. Never.
You don't work towards devolution and destruction and chaos. Like, hey, you know what? I'm a lawyer, but you know what would be a good idea? If I tried to sue Dow Chemical by exposing every single thing they do in their contracts that's illegal, knowing that they have 1 million lawyers compared to just me, and you know what? I don't really care about my bar exam, 12 years of school and dedication to become a lawyer. I'm going to take on Dow Chemical because that's what's the right thing to do. And then they get destroyed by the legal talk system that not even ISA can defeat at that level. And who does that? Some people do. And their lives devolve. Though they work towards the progress of humanity, not themselves. They want to progress humanity. So they attack a big company like Dow Chemical, and then their lives devolve. But if they're working towards their own self-interest and evolution,
is that the system, which is aggressive in many different aspects, if you attack it, it's going to attack right back. Right?
If it's a bad part of the system that's hurting everybody, what are you supposed to do?
Well, you need to assess and observe the predator if you're the hunter. You need to understand exactly what it is doing, the
You're
way
not
it's
the
doing
hunter,
it.
you're the predatee.
Well, that's
you're the prey. And you're
the
seeing
illusion.
others
That's
are the
the
prey.
illusion. Like they put you in that position to make you think that. When you have to comprehend that the exact opposite is true. You are the hunted, or you are the hunter, and they are the hunted. And if you attack them, they will attack you.
No, that's the business owner perspective. You are the hunter. You are the business owner.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, well, now you have a society of business. So it's a bunch of hunters.
It's not personal.
And you're the
it's
prey.
business. And if you're going up against a large corporation, and you understand how that works, how that system works, if you're in business, if you're in commerce, if you're buying groceries, or you have a bank account, or you do something for money, you are involved in commerce. And when you come of age at 18, Ignorance is no excuse of how that structure and that system works.
Are you working towards progress in a society built on that structure? Is that like progress? You know, it's going to be like all, you know, every man for himself kind of a mentality. Not so much the greater good. Then it becomes kind of a vain, hedonistic society that's looking out for themselves and their own best interest through business or whatever ideal that they go through, where they're being a predator on the rest of humanity or whatever. Anyway, that was like an exponential system, kind of took over. And
I mean, I look at
now,
I look at this. I look at the recent Kratom situation. Do you remember that?
yep.
Oh, Kratom. Oh, sorry. Mike's live.
And how the DEA tried to do an emergency Schedule 1, and they tried to bypass all these regulations and processes that they have to go through in order to do a Schedule 1, and they try to just cut to the middle of the line without any due process of law, right? And what happened? Yeah, there was a petition. There was a petition to the White House. That didn't do anything. What might have done something was the colleague letter that was sent by like a few different doctors, a few senators, a few congressmen, and all these, you know, intelligent, you know, reasonable people who were professionals, intellectuals, wrote this letter, and they stopped it. Like, they have to go through the proper process before they can do that. So it's not all completely broken, and maybe that's just a stall because they're just going to push it through on something else with you know, some other major catastrophe happening, and then they go ahead and just do it as part of some new enactment or law that they pass in the middle of the night that nobody reads. Or maybe they attach it. Maybe they just attach it to a funding bill, and if, you know, they don't pass the funding bill, then, you know, if they don't include it on the funding bill, then they won't get funded. So they have to pass it, because that happens as well.
We have to pass the bill and know what it says.
If a huge corporation like that is affecting you, the powerful individual, right? If you feel like your rights have been deprived and they have denied you equal protection and due process of law, which are guaranteed by the previous contract of your forefathers, right? Then they may be liable for damages if they possibly have done that. So you, as a powerful individual, can assert your claim. Write them a contract. Say, oh, you want to outlaw Kratom, Mr. Administrator of the DEA, or acting director, because he's an actor. The DEA is the Drug Enforcement Agency. They enforce the drugs on people. Same administration that gave you NASA and the ATF also gave you the DEA. You're welcome. Thank you, Nixon.
I 100% agree with you. I would like to see one of the actions actually play out.
They have.
Work.
Go watch that video that Migmag put up with Max Eigen, where they stopped a fracking well being dug just by order to show cause how it wouldn't be destroying the water table. And
how do you know that? How do you know that the fracking operation that they were doing turned out to be a dead end, and they just picked up and left regardless of protest?
That's interesting, but from living in an area where they drill a lot of wells, and I've met a lot of drillers and a lot of pipeliners and a lot of very different people who work in many of the different areas. Well, it's not done properly. People want to fight it. That's their first instinct, is that their rights are being encroached on, then they got to fight for their right instead of properly asserting it.
Yeah, no matter what state you're in, you're going to go to the instructions of the step-by-step process of how to fight it. Are you telling me some states are giving their people completely different instructions to get completely
they're
different
all the
results?
same, and they're all incorrect because it tells you to fight it.
What's
are you guys seeing that?
What are we seeing?
freaking popping out of the book. You don't see that? Sorry.
We're not seeing any video streaming if you're trying to stream.
Great. Thank God.
Do you want to share something?
I'll just tap on my picture.
Was it Playboy or Hustler? Because it makes a difference.
I don't think you were screen sharing.
I prefer Hustler.
You don't see this?
Playboy, they close their legs. What's the point?
That was so weird.
No, I don't see anything but your avatar, your icon.
Okay, great.
You have to go to the sprocket in the Hangouts and choose the webcam, and if it's not all done yet.
It should be on. Oh, damn it. My bad. Yeah, just carry on. Just pretend like I'm not here. What? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you want to put it on the screen, you can, but... Oh, no, it didn't even do it. Hold on a second. What?
Now, what world?
Carry on.
What world? You were saying go see those videos, because I said I want to see some results. What are the results, like, besides one town stopping fracking? Like, I need to see, like, serious results that can't be maybe argued like it just happened to be a coincidence that they fracked at a dead end. And it just happened to coincide with a protest. And you better stop fracking here. Well, it turns out this is a dead end. So, all right, you know what? We'll do what you say.
Well, I know how much they spend, like, researching. Like, they've got such advanced means of detecting what is below the layers of the Earth.
Yes, called
how far down.
Yeah.
Right. So they have a fairly accurate comprehension of what each layer is, where it is, and the shape of the formation, and where and how to drill it at each point to maximize profit. And they're always trying to advance and push the envelope. And it's the rational, materialistic perspective to break everything down to its minutia, or the details, right? To figure out what it is. And it costs a lot of money. They're not just going to say, oh, it's empty, we're going to go anyway, we're going to leave. Like, that wouldn't happen. They wouldn't drill unless they knew where they were going. Like, it's not.
All right, so if they knew where they were going and there was something rich there, are you telling me votes counted?
No,
really?
No, nobody voted. It was okay.
Oh, well, whatever it
company
was,
so and so. You wanna drill here? The local people did.
How?
By submitting an order to show cause. They went to the company and they said
blah blah.
No,
you can't prove for 10
said something.
years.
I'll tell you what it said.
Bullshit.
I'll tell you what it said. Very short and sweet. It's very simple. Dear so and so, it appears that you would like to do such and such, which appears to cause these effects, such as contaminated water, damaged health, and we, the local people, would like you to prove that it doesn't do these things. Or you'll decide to pay us, or you can not drill. Or just how about you just not drill? And if you do decide to drill, then you're going to pay us. And you're going to pay us this much in damages. So you send that to them first when they're trying to make the decision to go or not. And since they can't respond, you send them another notice. And they won't respond to that either because they can't. It's not possible. That's a second notice. When they don't respond to that, you send them a third notice, which is a notice of default. And they won't respond to that either. And then you can you can go into court and get a judgment. And with that judgment, you can do an order to show cause why they shouldn't either stop or pay you. Because they've agreed, because their silence, because they're not going to answer it, their silence is their acquiescence.
Okay.
And that's evidence that can be brought into court in your favor, because you're the moving party. You're first in line, and you can do that individually. And people have done that. And if you do it with a lawyer, you're only going to get the statute amount. That's what Eric Dubé got.
Well,
Statues.
I kind of know the numbers, at least for a couple of years, of the damages done from, all right, we'll call it the alphabet. Fracking is on, say, letter F. Now, from letter A to triple Z, there are companies, organizations, and agendas doing things like fracking, like GMOs, like fluoride, that harmfully affect all of us and animals and all life every day. And they go from single A to triple Z. And let's say fracking is F. And that one F expands everywhere. And you're telling a story about one town with one fracking that seemed to be successful, which could have been a coincidence of, turns out it was a dud, we'll pull back. Could have been that. I'm sure they get
Highly
false positives.
doubtful.
It could have been.
Doubtful.
Well, maybe doubtful, but is it possible? That's just it.
I think what it was is that the people claimed such a ridiculous amount and did it in such a way that it was just going to be cheaper for the company to go somewhere else and cancel the whole thing.
Well, now
Because
in a realistic world of where humanity cares about humanity, yeah, that wouldn't even, this shouldn't even be happening in a kind of a society where humanity cares about humanity and people in power care about the people below them who they're to care for. And when you have A through triple Z agendas, and every single one of them is about profit over human life and safety, and maybe a couple of battles are won, but there are no wars won, just a couple of battles. The war over every letter is won by them, though we may win a couple of battles in each letter of all of the agendas. They win the war.
Well, hopefully I'll have another win that I can personally show you here very soon.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, all right, let's use fracking. You have one win over a fracking town. How many losses to that one win? How many protests have gone on where one protest got somewhere? How many lost? But they only highlight the one that won to keep you in that state of hope that if you protest, you could turn things around. Look at this example.
Right. That's why I haven't mentioned protesting. That's why I've mentioned that the people who are protesting in the pipeline here in North Dakota are probably paid agent provocatards from Warren Buffett, who owns a railroad, and his business will be directly impacted if the pipeline goes in, and he gets less of a contract for his railroad business. So, you know, the protest route doesn't work either.
No, it doesn't. We're dealing with, it's kind of like, what's the overall zoomed out version? People in power hurting us all the time, every day. Win a battle here, win a battle there. Well, what's going on?
We're allowing it.
It's like they're hurting us and lying to us every single day.
It's the victim mentality, the powerless perspective.
Over the entire alphabet. So even if you conquer one letter in a victory, the entire letter, let's say of the letter of F, of fracking, which means every place that's being fracked wins. You won one letter. There's 26 letters in the alphabet, and there's 3 layers of it. And you'll never win one letter. Never. We all know this. This not fracking is going to happen if they want it to happen. No matter how old your family could be there since 4 million BC, and they'd be like, well, we have the.
Well, yeah, yeah, correct. You're right. At some point, you're right, because of eminent domain and right of way. There's always going to be a point where, yeah, they do. And if they do decide to do that, wouldn't that be a
wake-up call?
Wouldn't that be a deprivation of rights? Wouldn't that be a deprivation of rights and due process of law?
Maybe. What are you going to do about it? You're going to dance.
I don't know. Maybe you're
going to dance for a lot of money.
Maybe you should assert yourself as one of the people and stand up.
Right. Now,
take responsibility for yours. Like,
you and ISA are
do
right
something
about a lot
it
of shit.
For yourself. Like, if it's affecting you personally, stand up and do something about it.
You and ISA are right about.
And don't be a provocateur.
All right, but now there's that other level of wear you down financially through continuances and the extension process, which basically is all about wearing you down. This is how they wear down. This is how Monsanto wears down the farmers.
That's the way it's supposed to look. But doing it the opposite way, individually, by yourself, making the first notice, writing the terms of their agreement with you because they are affecting you in this way. And if they aren't, then they need to prove it. And since they won't, you can notice them again. And that's how it's done. Like, it's very cheap. Like, I think I spent maybe a couple sheets of paper, a little bit of ink, and $8 for like a certified letter at the post office, and maybe a few bucks for the notaries. Very simple. 1 page.
You tip your notaries?
No, some of them do charge.
Oh, yeah, of course, but
usually at the bank.
Yeah, I know the notaries charge, but I was just wondering if we tip them too.
Usually, if you have a bank account, if you go into the bank, the bank will have a notary, and it might cost you like $3 or $5. It might cost you nothing.
Are we literally there now where we're tipping notaries?
Yes, we're wondering if copy that. That's a
like I may come back with a prenuptial, so I'm going to give you a tip.
Do you know why you use the notary? Do you know the concept of the notary? Do you know why?
And what's that going to do? Are they going to influence you and say, you know what? I think your signature is better than before. Like, what does the tip do? They're going to do their job regardless. Are they making you a sandwich? Like, tipping notaries?
No, it's got nothing to do with that. The reason why you use a notary is because when the notary applies their seal and signature, they have also recorded that document, the date and time, in their logbook, and that can be seen by the court as evidence. Because that person is a licensed and bonded agent for the state for the purposes of recording documents. It's evidence in court. That's why you use it.
Yes.
Right. Now, what does tipping do?
She's just basically a witness, right? Right?
Chippy, you do your tipping at the rail. Don't worry about the notaries, okay?
I do my tipping at the pole.
There you go.
Make me a sandwich. I'm tipping this girl with some talent on a pole.
Jibby worked on Seth MacFarlane projects. So you better be careful. I'm just kidding.
He's taken a couple of my jokes.
He took your GT. He robbed you, right?
Do you people even know where? I know that's what I'm saying. Do you even know where that came from? It came from me in the second Saturday Night Live. I made that one up. That was me.
Weird little.
I came up with that most viral impression of all time.
I knew it was you the whole time.
I don't care, but I love that it spread. It's awesome. But
you.
No, like You lost track.
Been a long time,
I
baby.
lost track. Love you long time, boom boom. What?
Right, I miss you.
Now I'm lost.
Just glad to hear you're okay.
Don't mess with us, ADD. We lose track.
That's all love, baby. I'm just kidding, man. Carry on.
What world? Where were we?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. We can change topics.
There was something about the Gothard Tunnel extravaganza party.
Oh, that opening ceremony for the tunnel in
that was a blast.
Switzerland?
I saw you there, yeah. That shit was awesome. Right? I'm just kidding, man. What a shit show.
Yeah, did you like my mask?
Right? I saw you out there. When that train came through, holy shit, man. Pardon my French or Deutsch.
Is F off Kathleen a running joke before I get upset?
What is up with that? Like, why is?
I just want to know if it's a running joke.
I don't
because
know.
if it's a running joke, she's okay with. I can see, all right, but it was in the last hangout and carried over to this one. I see it in the chat.
It looked like she got booted and then they let her back in and then.
What the hell is she would get booted for?
I don't know what happened.
Must be missing a lot.
I have no idea what happened.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just, based on what I've seen, I'm confused.
All I have to say about this is that I wish that all the feuding parties would come together, talk it out, and stop the abuse. We're just so few of us.
I have no idea what's happening. That's weird that people are getting abuse.
But she's all like, I totally agree. And they're like, F off. And I think she did that in the last one. Oh, I like this. I agree. F off. Like, I'm like,
I don't know.
It's a joke. It's kind of funny if it's a joke. Because she's not doing anything that deserves it. So to say that to her is kind of satirical funny.
I have no idea. It's one of those, maybe it's a Halloween surprise, who knows?
It's kind of like how I pick on Larry. Larry Shilbins. Like, he doesn't deserve the shit I give him. And that's why I give it to him. Because he doesn't deserve it. It's just funny. So I was wondering if it's like that kind of thing.
You, my sir, are an awful human being.
This is one topic. This is one topic that I can actually claim ignorance and apathy. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't really care what happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have no idea.
Let's get back to others.
I'm on the dark side of the moon on that topic.
Oh yeah. It's just people we know from this channel. Sorry, Ivan. It's just sorry to leave you out.
Well, I just know FREECHAN is a whole bunch of different people with different perspectives and different ideas.
It's stupid.
And sometimes
you're part of the boys club and you know everybody there and you're the new guy there and we're talking about people you don't know. Like, that sucks.
One night we're riding down the street on a bicycle and then just vanished into thin air. It's crazy.
That usually happens when you ride into the projects.
Right.
You ride into the projects, bam, your bicycle's gone. How did that happen?
Tenderloin. Oh, seriously. Shout out to Kath. She's always been cool.
People make mistakes. Everybody's human.
I have no idea what's happening.
Kathy, she's Irish, so she's already on my note. Don't like
mistakes
this.
Can happen on both ends, whether it's misunderstanding or misinterpretation.
Well, Irish women, you're already a problem. Yeah.
Okay.
I hear somebody huffing.
Jibby.
Yeah.
Hey, how about them Jerky Boys, huh?
How about them Irish women?
Yes. Fuck, get me out of this hellhole, man.
I tried to solve the mystery for everybody.
In the depths. How'd you let me get in there, man?
I tried to solve the mystery with everybody, and I asked
you're gonna have to pull me out.
I said, how? What? Delqua is in
Land.
Ireland. So I wanted to know what
Yeah,
the
get me
secret
outta
was that was making all Irish women nuts and angry. And he really didn't have an answer. So the mystery goes on. Why are Irish women so Hulk?
Probably
Same
want
way I
freedom.
can describe it.
The thick
What's
and the
that?
calf.
They want freedom.
They want freedom? Get in line. If they're the best fighters of us, get to the front of the line. But, man, holy shit. Hell hath no
Land is
fury
so
like hell hath no Irish women because hell be taken over. Like, man, hell would be Irish if it existed. And Irish women went there. Period.
Irish women went to hell.
If anybody has been with an Irish woman for more than, I don't know, 2 minutes, years, you'll know that they're the boss.
Brutal.
And
I can attest to
they're-
that.
Yeah, they're the boss.
Fucking
So
hear
there
ye.
are no Irish women in
Don't
hell
fuck
because
around.
it would be Irish
Pardon
hell.
my French. Seriously,
That's how
brutal.
I know hell doesn't
Oh
exist.
yeah, you tried.
Because it's not green with shamrocks. That's how I know.
They will. Brutal.
Haven't conquered it yet, which means they're not there. Because even the devil would be like, "Oh, I give up. You
Dude,
win."
I don't even want to say this out loud. Never mind. I'm not gonna do it.
Can't. I'm gonna say the things that nobody wants to say. That's what this channel's about.
Tell him, Jibby. Tell him.
Man, we're all scared
I'm
to
just
say
not gonna
the,
do
the
it, man.
taboo topics. Irish
I
women,
was gonna spoil
9/11.
it, man.
Yeah, but I'll say it.
Yeah, I can't do it right now. Wait till I create some ghost.
I have no problem with women. I really don't. Like, women are equals completely. And the truth of the matter is, I'm single right now because I wanted to be 50-50 with my ex in our relationship with the kids. I wanted to be 50-50. I didn't want to be 98-2, which is her preference. She's 98% in charge. I'm 2%, and that's just to compliment her 98% opinions. I want 50-50. I want equal respect. I want 50-50 all around the board. That's me. That's my stupid male left brain logic. I know it's crazy. All the women out there, I can hear them laughing like, he wants 50% control. Ah! Like, I can hear it. Like, I know, it's absurd. You guys watch a lot of Kevin James and, men are dumb. I understand. Some of us are not. Some of us, we're not so dumb. We're not so untrustworthy. We're actually, pretty good people who will work with you. I know, that's another thing. Working with you, not against you. Who's got the most leverage? Imagine an equal respect partnership of mutual respect and working towards progress. Oh my God! Now I'm really pissing everybody off because that's not the MO of marriage in America. Two people working together towards a mutual goal of progress towards a better life. If that was the goal of both parties, then that would be the end result. Why is it not the end result? Can somebody answer that for me? Because that's all I want to know. Why does that not happen when it should? When it seems to be the verbal announcement of both parties, I want to do this till death do us part and work towards progress to a better life of happiness and progress. Progress means I make more money. I have more things. I have a bigger yard. I have better everything than I did the year before. That is progress. Why doesn't that happen? Why are marriages and relationships so distraught? Why? Does anybody know? Like the answer? Because I thought that's what we were both doing, men and women. You get together and what do you like? Well, this is what I like. I like you. I like you too. I love you. I love you too. Well, thanks for casting a love spell on me. Now I'm going to go crazy. Oh, I'm going to go crazy too. All right, awesome. And now you go spiraling down this pit of hell and the state gets their peace. How awesome is that? Well, why? What's happening? I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who's experienced this and all of you have the perfect marriage in the Borg. I don't live in the Borg, so I'm speaking to non-Borg. Those of you who are like, I am Borg. And then people say, don't you mean we are Borg? And you say, no, I am Borg. Well, you're fucked up.
No, Jibby, I remember speaking with you about this before, dude. I know that's tough. I have a lot of close friends and siblings who are in some of those similar situations, and it's rough on everybody. So no, it doesn't always go like it's planned or as it's said.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not rare. At least it's not where I come from. It's just kind of common and it's absurd.
It's far out.
It's I don't know. I'm starting to think about Russian brides or something. I don't know.
No.
Americanized women are starting to scare me. What's that?
Dude, I've been thinking that for a long time.
JB, look on the Asian girls. They're better.
I'm not attracted to them though. Like I've tried. I mean, I don't know. I don't really care, but it depends. But I guess the ones that were marketed to me, not really appealing for whatever reasons. But I really don't have discrimination against any race. I don't care what the hell you look like, what color you are. Depends on who you are on the inside. Of course, physical appearance actually matters. People want to demonize this. I'm so sick of this bullshit of demonizing physical appearance. Do you know how not comfortable it is to have sex with a 600-pound person? I have not had sex with a 600-pound person, but I'm saying try to imagine it. You're 600 pounds, you want to have sex, and the person, trying to be intimate with you can't maneuver properly because of all the fatty tissue and your inability to whatever. Now take that to 500 pounds, 400 pounds, 300 pounds, 200 pounds. This is affecting a lot of things. Like, and men are afraid to say, well, it's kind of hard to, I don't know, get into a comfortable position with you because you're 3 times my weight. Though I love you, you're too fat to be comfortable with in a sexual way because you have too much disgusting cellulite, flabbous, fucking Frito-Lay's bullshit that you just can't stop shoveling food in your mouth for. Like, please, you're only that big because you're eating Frito-Lay, Nabisco, Lay's, Tyson chicken, you're eating name brands. Nobody that big can say they're eating organic, I think. I think that's safe to say. You're not 400 pounds and saying, no, I only eat organic. No, I'm not going to believe that. I'm just not. You're not 300 pounds and you're saying, I'm vegan. No, I'm not going to believe that. I'm not going to believe that. You're eating every single brand that's on TV. That's what you're eating. Then 98% bullshit.
Right. Well, also, isn't there like there's different levels of attraction? Like some people are attracted to people physically, maybe
I'm
some
attracted
others
to
emotionally,
both.
and then also mentally or intellectually. You know?
It's physical and internal. That's it. It's not mental. There's not mental, spiritual eyelashes. No, it's physical and internal. That's it. It's just two. And you like the physical body and the internal driver animating the body. You like one or the other, or both, hopefully. Hopefully, you hope for both. Usually, we get one. We don't get the other. Most people. Because that's the way it's been engineered on purpose through society. And most people are just robots.
Maybe that's what you're manifesting.
What's that?
Maybe that's just what you're manifesting or attracting to yourself, because that's what you.
I am a blank paper. No, I'm a blank paper.
That's the only thing you think it's out there. That's the only thing you seem to find. Like if you want something, you're always going to be wanting, right?
No, not at all. I have a blank sheet of paper with every person I meet all the time, always. Whatever goes on that paper is what they put. I have no expectations ever, because that's just a fool's game. If you have expectations before you've even met somebody, you're retarded, because you're just, how can you do that? How can you have expectations before you even met somebody? So give everybody a blank piece of paper. Let them put on that paper who they are and what they are. And then look at that paper and then make your decision. That's the way to do it. And that's it. And sometimes you may be like, you know what? I don't like blondes. And you're a brunette. But getting to know you over the past 6 months, I don't seem to care anymore about that. Now I like brunettes because of you. We've all gone through that too. All of us have gone through that, because we all start off at, like, I don't know, 5, 10, 8, 16, 20, well, however old we are. We have an expectation of our perfect mate. And then who we get with doesn't look like that most of the time, but we end up not caring because we write that shit off because we end up liking who we met. So we're like, you know what? I don't care about blonde, brunette, fat, skinny, tall, short. I don't care about that anymore. I like who you are. And now this is my new standard. And then that person goes, really? Oh, I hate you. And then they take their face off and they're the devil. And that's both sexes that happens with. And why? Why does that happen?
Jibby, you guys got married?
No. Nope,
No,
because
you weren't married?
She was married before.
That was fucking brutal, man.
I told her about Saturn. She got the whole message. Saturn rings, blah blah blah. She looked and all that, and she's like, I don't want to get married anymore.
Rings of Saturn.
Good.
Fucking love that, man.
And yeah, the marriage, rings of Saturn. There's a lot of shit to go through besides flat Earth.
Sorry.
And she was on board, and so we were fine. We together 7 years. We raised kids, adopted kids, and that's my situation. I didn't want to have, this is personal stuff that I'll share it, but it's late. I didn't want to have children with her because of our internal mechanics, the way we were operating with each other. I felt uneasy. I didn't feel safe. Like, maybe the kid could be taken from me. Maybe, you know, something unpredictable could happen.
Are you being for real right now?
I'm being totally for real.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just asking.
Yeah, absolutely for real, honest right now. This is me, shields down, being very intimate and personal.
I don't know, man.
She's going to kill me if she ever heard this. She would just go ape shit if she ever heard me saying this publicly on a hangout. She knows I do hangouts, but she doesn't stalk me that bad. She stalks me Jedi, but she doesn't know I'm on these channels.
Now you're fucking with me, man.
She does stalk me, and that's part of this problem that I'm referring to. Do you want to have a child with somebody who stalks you and is really insecure and, you know, never knows if you're telling them the truth or not, even after knowing them for 20 years? You've known somebody for 20 years and you don't know if you can trust them.
Do you
You want to have a child with that person? That's kind of like if you don't trust me after 20 years, you're not going to. If you don't know me by now, you will never, never, never know me. Exactly like that. Like you just. So I chose not to have.
You knew this girl for
my guys are
you knew
my
her for
guys
20 years
fine.
and you were together for 6?
Yeah.
That's another problem.
Hey,
there's a lot I can get intimate about, but
well,
yeah,
I'm just saying, like I've been
known her
I've been through
22 years.
Okay.
22 years, and we've only been together 6. It's supposed to be 7.
Okay. So
We've separated for
happened young.
Man, this guy is.
Well, I'm just telling you, dude. I've went through a similar situation on a few different occasions, and yeah, when when somebody shows you who they really are, the first time, I was able to spend 6.5.
I was kidding.
And I guess I just didn't pick up on it sooner. But yeah, it ended mutually. Not a whole lot of bickering, fighting, and no kids. But yeah, it's over a certain amount of time. You think you really know somebody, and then something changes.
I'm not trying to be. Never mind. I'm gonna totally be that guy. So never mind.
No, go on, Ivan.
No.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Great thoughts, dude.
I know. I've been through that too. I just don't want to dig in there. You know what I mean?
That's cool. You don't have to dig.
I don't want to dig right now.
Man.
Maybe later.
I welcome whatever criticism or opinions.
No, dude.
That's the worst thing to say.
There's like you
no,
said,
it's not.
There's so much, like as you know, there's so much more out there, dude. There's no reason to fucking dwell on it. Ever.
I'm
sorry to bring it up. We should never went down this thread, but yeah, dude.
No, dude.
Did you say
Darren, looking at it? Darren open more than me. I'm pretty open.
Did you say wet down the thread?
Wet down the thread.
No, went down.
Oh, the
went
thread.
down this thread.
Oh,
like this thread of conversation.
The kerosene. Yeah, I don't know.
I welcome any opinions or criticism or critiques towards me. I will not have a personal bias against anybody who feels a certain way about me. Like, let's say somebody says to me, and this has been said to me, Jibby, you're a retarded drunk and you're an embarrassment to flat earth.
That's brutal,
and I say, well, okay, I agree with you until the flat earth part, because there are far more embarrassments flat earth than me. And I will never, ever break the flat earth, no matter what I do. And if you base flat earth on my character, you are retarded. And you have no influence over humanity whatsoever, because you base something like that on character. So I'm not worried about you.
Hold on a second. You might want to leave retards out of it, but I feel you beside the retard part.
No, I think as someone who knows,
I ride a short bus. What up?
Who knows a few different mentally challenged individuals.
I worked with mentally challenged for 10 years.
They enjoy jokes that they're included in. Like
they are the best. They have the best sense of humor out of everybody right there.
No shit.
Yeah, they get it. They make me laugh all the time. Like, no, I worked with them. I actually have met many years of experience in psychology and mental retardation and Down syndrome and everything.
Killing me, man.
Why? Do you think I'm lying, or do you agree with me?
No, man.
But no, I think your perspective there is on point, Jibby. If if somebody's telling you that, then
in all ways you can conceive of.
Well, I'm just talking about Jeff.
No,
Jeff's the only guy who really said that to me, and you don't know Jeff Ivan, but what world might know the Jeff I'm talking about. He's kind of the only guy that's given me the darkest perspective so far of a lot of people I know, who gives me some opinions, and that's probably the darkest one I went down.
Well,
I usually make fun of myself better than anybody else can, but I was just using that as an example. I don't know what,
Well, haters are gonna.
Nobody's really said that.
That's their MO. Like you can see who a person is by the words that they use and the things they say to others. And if they're taking offense as a flat earther about something another flat earth said or did, then they're the ones choosing to make that or have that perception. Like, and clearly if they're doing that, they are projecting something that, you know, if you just put a mirror on their words and just reflect it right back at them, that's what they're saying about themselves.
Yes, yes. Do you never notice that? Isn't that so ironic?
So
like, you watch them do that. Yeah, it's ironic. Ivan, you got me curious. What's going through your head, brother?
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm fine. I'm good over here.
No, but I want to know what's going through your head. You got me curious.
No, I just fucking Jerky Boys.
Ivan, are you like fire, dude? Like, because I heard you mention kerosene and like wetting a wick, and now you just were flicking a lighter. So
I didn't flick a lighter. Are you crazy?
That would have been me.
JB or Halsey.
Hey, but I do have a kind of like a quick question for JB and you guys.
Hey, what's happening?
In the American society, do you think like the people, you know, both men and women, do you think there's a pressure for them to resolve situations with divorce? And do you think is it easy? Is that route like the easy route? And is it like an easy way to get divorced? Does it make it available?
There's no easy divorce.
Who wants to go
Easy
first?
divorce is an oxymoron.
Okay, go first.
Divorce is just horrific. It's a horrific experience emotionally and financially for both parties. Well, sorry. It's emotionally horrific for the males. Women seem to have the green light for a while. I keep hearing that's changed a little bit, but it seems to be only based on extreme circumstances, as the mother is, say, a junkie addicted to heroin and extremely detrimental to the well-being of the child. Then the male gets custody if the male is clean, and the opposite. Now, that seems to be the only circumstance where moms, young moms, are losing custody. Otherwise, if the male has, let's say, long hair, long fingernails, certain color eyes, said the wrong thing to the girl, blah, 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 the judges are like, yes, that son of a bitch deserves to die. Put him in death. Hey, pay everything he has. Like, literally, it's hell on earth for men.
I gotta say something real quick, like, man.
They pay through their nose, their ass, their eyes, their balls. Dude, I'm not even paying a cent.
Are you digging?
I am not suffering any of this shit that I'm saying.
Some topics that are kind of like, oh, what? You know what I mean? Not cool.
I have suffered through I've suffered through a temporary restraining order.
Wow.
But a temporary one that only lasted 2 weeks, because when we went to court, I squashed her ass.
That didn't even
judge
happen.
Laughed at her and kicked it out. But for 2 weeks, but anyway, most of my friends.
Keep going, man.
Most of my friends.
Put it out there, bro. Put it out there.
Most of my friends are suffering a hell on earth that I feel, because they have the crazy women, or they are crazy themselves, and I feel bad for their women. So it's both. It's not, I'm not anti-women, but I know a lot of crazy guys too. I know a lot of crazy guys where I'm like trying to talk to their girlfriends or wives, and I'm like, well, have you talked to anyone else about
now
this?
You're sprinkling. Oh, don't do that, man.
Oh, Ivan, all right. No, dude, Ivan, if you're actually an opponent, I prefer that.
Wait, Ivan, what do you mean?
You're an opponent.
Wait, stop, Jibby. Ivan, what do you mean sprinkling?
I mean, add some salt on it.
Okay.
Add some what? Sprinkles? I mean, I edit myself for FREECHAN.
Yeah, sure. I gotta go like get some water, so I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'm confused. What world? Is he on my side, or is he challenging me?
I love you, Jibby.
Dude, I respect you. Even if you
what you're
oppose
doing.
anything I'm saying, I respect you.
I don't know. It might just be me.
I think
you.
what we're experiencing is JB's memories. We're kind of like reminiscing with him.
Maybe.
Sounds good.
I don't know.
Hey, like I said, I wouldn't join it unless it was full disclosure.
I
burn my
I do 90% editing every time I talk because most people can't handle 100% me. They can't handle 20% me. So I do 90% withholding. And that's just where everybody's at right now.
Oh, I handled you.
I can't. Everybody's where they're at, and that's just the way it is. We're not all at the same place on the relay race or wherever we're at on the track. You know, we're all in a race. We're on the rat race, we don't want to call it. And the only winner of the rat race are rats. I don't like to play in that race. So we're in another genre of a race where we don't compete, but we're still in a race, sort of. And we're all where we're at, you know, and we're not going to get anywhere fighting because the only winner in a war is Rockefeller, Rothschild, like whoever is funding it, whoever is gaining from it, because the parties involved in the war, there's no winner, ever.
Yeah.
Oh, I lost 50 men. I lost 40 men. Who's the winner? Nobody. You both lost. You lost people. No winner. Stupid.
Didn't happen.
To engage in war, where the alternative was working together, those 90 people would be alive and progress would have been, but that's not how we run. So who's running the machine? Who's creating that mentality of crazy? It's crazy to me. Shit, I was on the dark side. Yeah, you can't play poker if you're not on the dark side. You want to play poker and win? You gotta be on the dark side.
Dark side's on the craps table, not the poker table.
No, that's the dark side plus handshakes and folded money in pockets. Craps is terrible odds. Poker, your odds are you versus the schmucks playing you. The house is just taking a rake. They don't give a shit. So that's your best odds. Even in blackjack, you got 49% odds. That's shitty because you're playing against a house. Now, house is going to win. That's what they're there for. They'll tell you 49%, but they're only saying that that's per hand, not over this course of time or blah, blah, blah. Like they're only giving you one number to draw you in. Play poker.
What?
If you play poker, you sit down with 7 other idiots who are in character to trick you. At least they think they will.
You're an idiot.
I'm trying. And so they sit down and you're playing them. You're not playing the house. You're playing amateurs who don't know how to gamble at all, who aren't poker players. Like, go watch Rounders. Like, they kind of tell you. Like, it's like fishing for the people who play poker. Like, that's where you play. You know the other people you're not going to beat. You don't compete against them. When they throw out a bet, you fold. Because they're making a move. Boom, you're out. You see the schmuck come in. When the other Jedi fold, well, it's your turn. Because now you have the cards. Then you take out the fish. You don't work against them, but you don't work with them. You know, we're all trying to make money, and we're not trying to make enemies.
Why are you trying to make money?
Because you're playing poker, and that's why you go to a casino. You don't go to a casino to make bread. You go to a casino to make money.
You don't go to the casino to win. Come on, man.
Yeah, you go to the casino to make money. You're not breaking bread.
Ivan, what do you go
You're
to
not making friends.
When's the last time you've been to the casino?
It was a year ago. I'm going actually next month, and it's been a year. And
Hold on a
I'm
second.
kinda,
Me too. It's been a minute.
it sucks.
Yeah. Well, not really. It's kind of fine. Only losing.
I love it there. It's been so long. It sucks. Like I'm like losing the.
What happened, man? Jerky Boys, bro. You went totally left on me. What the fuck, man?
Oh, you're right.
I trust
I'm not
you.
right or left. I'm in the middle.
You know where you can take that. Okay. I mean, seriously, man.
No, dude, I'm in the middle. I'm really in the middle.
Man.
I believe.
Okay.
I agree with both ends.
I smell you.
I'm on both ends, dude. I'm not.
Baby.
I'm not going on one way or the other.
I'm
right
mad at
in
you.
the middle. I'm the moderate. The neutral, the balance to the force. That's what the force is. Bring balance to the force. What the fuck does that mean? That means bring balance to the force.
Oh, that's
dude.
weird.
Dude, that sound. It sounds like I'm at the parking garage at the casino.
No, it doesn't. That's not. No. That's not a parking. No,
I can hear horns blowing and shit. It feels like I'm in like VIP parking.
No, yeah, but it's subterranean. It's not above
on
ground.
Jones, dude. Only weeks away.
It's subterranean. That's not above ground.
The sound travels.
The reflection, the echoes.
It's refraction. It's the curvature makes a sound.
It's inflection. What? I'm just kidding. Carry
Dude,
on.
Do you really believe the votes count?
I'm just kidding, man. Oh my goodness, you're nuts.
No, dude, I don't know. Well, dude, today is day one of me meeting you. Don't be like I should know you completely.
Are
I don't
you
know when
serious
you're
right
joking
now?
when you're not.
You don't know me?
No.
I've never seen her talk to you.
You know why?
Before,
because my hangout is my real name. Not that you didn't know that, digger, but and my handle usually is 72nd human.
Oh,
so that's probably why you
finally meet you.
So
70 what?
I've seen you in chat, dude. Like,
I've been a
72nd human.
Yeah. I'm
no.
the 72nd one.
You're alien to me.
Not the 72nd.
No.
Pardon?
I'm not recognizing it.
I don't know.
So no, dude,
this
I'm
might
a
have
stranger.
been our first time like talking about the Jerky Boys, but I mean, I don't know. But so you're just like feeling me out and digging and doing.
I'm not feeling anything out. I'm just being kind of open, honest
I didn't
on
say
mic
feeling. I said
and
digging.
expressing opinions.
Right on. I didn't.
I don't. I respect whatever your opinion is. I don't really, have a judgment or expectation.
Hey.
If you disagree with me, share it.
I know. I've been on your whole side this whole time to say that you were a great.
What side are you not?
72.
What did I say that swayed you?
No, you're just kind of getting a little. Never mind. It's good. I'm not gonna say anything. It's probably just me.
I am getting a little. All right. All right. Well, I'm drinking.
Hey, shame on me. Shame on me for full disclosure. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, whatever, man. I mean,
full disclosure of what?
You know what? You know what I think about head games? I think go fuck your mother about head games, okay? If you don't want to tell me what you're feeling, that's what
Are you talking about? Well, okay, that's probably yours, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I just care about people who are open and honest, and the people who are like, you know what, never mind. You know what, I don't know. You know what, I don't know. Hey, I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know, but you know what I think? I think.
Play that card, man.
I think. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't give a shit about fucking
I'm trying to be
hipster fucking fancy shit, okay?
What?
Tell me what you think or don't. What do you think?
I'm not going to tell you shit.
What's on your mind?
Because I'm pretty sure you figured it out already, man. You're dirty.
I don't know. If you're actually saying the words left and right, that means you're still stuck in the Matrix.
I'm not stuck in the Matrix, man.
If you're saying left and right,
Jibby,
you're
I don't think he's,
stuck in the
I
middle.
don't think he's saying that at
You
all,
better
Jibby.
put
Ivan,
this guy
Jibby,
on a
wait, you guys
chain.
calm down for a
What a
couple seconds.
dick.
Both of you, both of you, calm down for a
For
second.
real.
You guys were just getting along, dude. Like you're both there, like misinterpreting
I
and
don't
like
that fucking
misunderstanding each other here. Ivan, why don't you pick a topic? What else can we talk about other than like
I ain't talking
Jibby or
about
something
that.
else?
Listen,
not
man,
about
you want me to
change the
pick a topic? I'll pick a
Yeah,
topic,
sure.
man.
If we have an
Here's the
issue,
thing.
let's resolve
I'll
it.
come. Hey,
I have no personal anything
I'll come-
towards him. I don't
You wanna give me a chance?
feel a
I'll
certain
come
way
clean.
towards him.
Okay, I know
clean
that,
right
Jibby. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's just be adult about it and
Yeah,
move on. Next
listen,
topic.
Jibby.
I'm totally
How about
want to
you
be
listen,
adult
Jib?
about
Check this out,
it.
man.
Okay.
You start talking about like, and look at here. I am triggered, right? He's like, oh, someone got a restraining order and she didn't win that bitch. All that stuff, dude. That shit really happened to me, man. And my name's right there.
Okay.
I came out full
All right.
disclosure.
All right.
Like,
All right. Well, I
seriously,
want
you
to
think
hear
that's
about
a
it then.
fucking?
All right. You share an
Yeah,
experience
you're
with
a
me. Tell
fucking
me
dick,
about it.
man. Fuck you, dude. Seriously.
Dude, what are you
Fuck you,
talking
dude.
about?
Seriously.
Tell
Fuck
me about
you,
your
dude.
similar
Fuck
experience,
you.
dude. I want to know.
Fuck you guys, man. That's fucked up, dog. Seriously.
Well,
Fuck you, dude.
what's messed
My
up is
ex was a
Fuck
fucking
you.
cunt.
Well,
Was yours?
hey, you guys both stop it right now, dude. Come on.
Jesus Christ! You act
No,
like you know
no,
my
you guys are
fucking
like
story.
what?
You
Comparing
don't know
like
my
pain?
story. What the fuck?
You guys
You
are
don't know
just
my story, dude.
well, you guys
I
are
just tried to share a story. You're acting like you're
Right.
a fucking judge.
no, he's not acting
You
like
don't know what
Judge.
the
He's
fuck
trying to
happened. You
relate,
don't
but
know
he's
who the guy- the bad guy was.
Jibby. He's trying to relate, but he's anxious about sharing. Like he didn't want to get
Right,
into
I
it.
just said share, and he said fuck off like 3 times.
Well, you can't necessarily force him. I mean, how are we supposed to have a conversation or talk if you're yelling and screaming like you are, dude?
All right, all right.
I mean, seriously. Like you're the only one raising your voice and you're like screaming through your microphone.
No, you're right.
It's ridiculous.
I am. No.
Like,
You're right. You're right. No,
You need to go have a smoke or smoke a bowl.
All right.
or-
How do we resolve this? How can I make amends? You're right. I was irrational. You're absolutely right. That was actually that was uncalled for. I'll admit that.
Like it's clear you guys are both hurting. You don't need to take it out on each other or the whole chat
I didn't
room
know
or
he was
my
hurting.
ears or you know.
All right. I didn't know he was hurting, and I shared.
It's not a comparable pain. Like nobody wins at this.
Has an experience of a restraining order. I said, "Oh, you do? Please share." But he kind of was like, "F off." And after a couple of times of me trying to bear, like, no, dude, I'm serious. Like, because he's not believing me. He's like, no, dude, is that real? Is that real? No, I'm like, I'm being honest. Stop asking me 50 times if I'm being honest. I'm being fucking honest. Stop asking. Because now it's gonna piss me off if you keep asking. Being honest, you have a similar story. I want to hear it because I have a similar story.
Yeah, but you can't make somebody. You can't like demand somebody like tell you their story. Like, well, that's fine. Then that's part of the conversation. Like you don't just like,
No, I have no bias against him. I have a bias against the terminology he's using.
Oh, well,
Not against him as
it's just a miscommunication or misunderstanding.
Exactly, and I'm arguing at his words, not at him. So it's kind of like grammar arguing with grammar, not Jibby arguing with Ivan. It's not the person with the person.
Shout out to Turquoise.
The
What's
words
up, man?
with the words. That's it. I'm mad at the words he used.
I
Not
got
at
you,
him.
dude. No, I
You get what I'm
understand, dude.
saying?
Yeah, I know it's just a misunderstanding on both sides, dude. I know you guys are just angry and hurt.
Right.
And blew it out of proportion.
I could give the guy a hug in 30 seconds if we were in person. That's how I feel. Like I don't hate the guy. I'm mad at his words. Just his words, not him.
Hey, Turquoise, how's it going?
All right, everyone. Did I come in at the wrong time?
No, it's a beautiful time.
Obviously not.
What's going on?
No, it just sounds a bit volatile in here.
I know it does, and if we could, I would like to, quell it, but it looks like he jumped out.
Right.
He jumped out. All right. I wanted to quell it and just wrap it up. You know,
It's all right. I think it was good, you know, just give you guys a chance to breathe.
Yeah, it's always good to take a break. And
I'm fine.
try again later.
I'm breathing. I can be really mad and come down in 10 seconds, but he seemed to be carrying something on that I was like putting off. And then that's what got me going. It's because he was holding on to something specific and he seemed to be nitpicking. And you know what that's like? When you're trying to go on to something else and they're holding on to something like you lied or. So I was like, what is it? And then he's like, never mind. And it's like, it's just a bunch of triggers. That's all it was. And I wanted to resolve it.
No, I got you.
I have nothing personal against the guy. I think he's actually a really good drummer from what I heard earlier when he was playing music. I have no problem with him at all. Still right now, I have no problem with him. I have a problem with his words that he used.
So what's going on, Turquoise? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's nice day today. All the chemtrails away, you know, geoengineering. You know, they've got to make it a nice day for us, haven't they, really?
Have you slept since you've been on here last, Turquoise?
Yeah, brother. I just woke up.
Really? I've actually been awake. I've stayed awake since you've slept and been back.
We're taking shifts, man.
Yeah. That's good that you got a good night's sleep.
Oh yeah. Oh man, you want to see the sky over here? It's like cotton wool. Do you know when you get that white mist haze kind of thing?
Are they spraying quite a bit today?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, what's up, Turquoise?
What's up, brother?
I fell asleep on you last night. It was like 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty late for me too. Well, 2-ish or something or whatever. I don't even know what time it was. I just finished my drawings and went to bed. Oh. Now, what to eat? My mum's not vegan, so I'm like looking around the house, opening cupboards, like, what can I eat? I'm just gonna have some fruit or something, man. What's about fruit?
You know, when I didn't know any better, I used to eat toothpaste.
Oh man.
When there was nothing else to eat.
Oh shit. Oh man. Yeah, I'm up. Yeah. That's rough, dude.
Get some crackers, put some toothpaste in it. Oh yeah.
I was watching some more of those like parkour guys up on the top of buildings.
Oh yeah.
The high-rise stuff. Like yesterday morning, we were looking at the like the 5-kilometer antenna tower.
Yeah.
The satellite. Yeah.
Some of those guys are using like skateboards and like the little like miniature segways.
Yeah.
Like driving them around and stuff.
It's unreal, man.
Somersaults on the edge and like coming to rest with their feet dangling over the edge. Like one guy, like the scariest one was like a guy up top of something and did a backflip, and as he started to flip, like he turned sideways a little bit and almost fell off.
Mm.
It's nutty, dude. Nutty people.
Yeah, I can imagine there's a lot of people who have failed. Yeah.
What did it freeze up?
No, we're still good. I was
just
just
went for coffee.
just had a thought that I wonder if somebody's been crazy enough to climb up the tallest building. Apparently, there was a guy back in 2011 that did it.
What's the tallest building? The Sears Tower?
Burj Khalifa in Dubai.
Oh, right.
Dubai. That's right, Dubai. So he climbed it, as literally from the ground up from the outside?
I'm not sure. I just clicked a link. I just did a search for guy climbs Burj Khalifa. I don't even know if this is the first one.
I would have probably went out the top floor window and then got the snapshot and went back in, paid my buddy Turner to promote it, and then the rest of the world would have thought I climbed it, and that would have existed forever because Ted Turner said I climbed it. He put it on TV, and all I did was go outside the 110th floor window, climbed up, touched the top, somebody took a picture, climbed back in with a rope that was CGI'd out, and that's it. And I wonder if that's ever happened, ever, in the history of ever. Probably not.
Here's one. That's got some pretty good shots.
Where? Right here? Okay. So he climbed it from the top. I am naturally skeptical. Thank you for everybody who's patient with me.
No, I agree. The video I clicked on cut out at the end, so it didn't even look like he made it all the way up. So.
Oh. I'm just naturally skeptical. If you knew what I knew, so would you. And I would not judge you. Because I don't know where you're at. You don't know where I'm at. And that's the way we should be treating each other, because we don't know where each other is at, really. So let's not judge before we know where each person is at. We're all at different levels. Really are. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. We're at different levels. I'm going through that video right now. He's in the elevator. And there we go. Wait. They made a black man do this? Fake. I don't even have to get to the end of it. I just saw it as a black guy. I know it's fake. You are not getting a black guy to do what a white man wants.
You're not
I don't
serious.
even care if he was born in 2014. At 2, he's going to be like, fuck that. Like, he ain't going to do it. It's not happening. It's genetic at this point. Like, they just don't want to do it. Especially this stupid shit of, oh my God, it really is a black guy. You people are serious. A black guy did this for white people. Really? Okay.
You're not that surprised. Stop playing.
I'm going to watch the end of it. I've seen black people do a lot of things for white people, but this shit, I don't know. All right, it's fisheye. I see a fisheye, and they took a snap. It kind of looks real. It's got a rope attached, so why wouldn't it be? Okay, rope attached, rope attached. He's holding on for dear life. He's right near the opening. Seems like they might have given him lots of drugs of green cash, something. Because every black man I know would be like, commas and zeros. Then I'll do it.
You gotta pay me?
Yeah.
Like,
commas and zeros, and then we'll talk.
Flavor Talk with Cat Williams?
Yeah, all right. No, Cat Williams is just expressing what we all feel. Those of us in that
Hey, brother.
way of thinking. That's all he was. He was just a speaker for the people that we were all resonating with. We were all like, yeah, keep going, Cat. Like, that's where we're at. Like, that's how we felt about Cat Williams. Like, he's the greatest. He still is. Not perfect. Nobody is.
Do you remember his set when he was talking to Flavor Flav at the roast of Flavor Flav? Remember what he talked about? The conversation they had?
I did see it. Remind me.
He said, you know, because that roast was fairly vulgar, and there was a lot of race jokes that were, some were kind of risque, I guess, made some waves. And Kat had a conversation with Flavor Flav. He's like, man, how can you respect these people after all that shit they said to you? Like, I don't want to go up there on the stage and be a part of that. And he's like, man, I don't give a shit what those motherfuckers say. They can say whatever they want, but they got to pay me, boy.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, haters gonna hate.
Well,
make them famous. Like,
Cat Williams.
it's gonna be what it is, but you can't let that stop you, dude. Like,
Cat,
if you
Cat
let it
Williams
stop you,
does
then
not hide
you're
that. He
choosing
doesn't-
that.
Yeah.
You're choosing to be stopped.
He doesn't hide the money he gets for what he does. He doesn't hide that shit. He rides in the limo with a top hat. He is enjoying the dream of where he came from and where he imagined success was. So he's living out his imagination of success. And then he got depressed because, as anybody who goes down the road of the dark side, you realize, oh, it's all shallow. It's hollow. It's fake. The dark side is fake. And they have a change of heart. They don't allow change of heart in the contract game. You play the game because you signed the contract. Oh, you just realize now that the blanket is full of holes and the warmth is hollow.
All you gotta do is rewrite the contract.
Well, usually you don't get the same results when you change Hollywood's contract, because the Jews, I say the Jews, but it's those guys. You know what? You guys think that the Jews thing is overrun or whatever? Okay,
I don't think you should lump all of people of one certain culture, race, or religion all together like that and say.
I honestly think it's
not either. I agree with you 100%, and this is why I'm going to make a little bit of a comedy.
If you agree, then okay. So you're using it as like a comedy. Okay.
Yes, this is a comedic piece. This is a piece I wrote. That's all it is. I don't take it seriously, but let me go through it. Now, we got the Jews, right? Everybody knows about the JOOS. Every single superhero that you know is a Jew. I can prove it. You don't believe me, do you? None of you believe it. Every superhero you know is Jewish. It's true.
I know a lot of superheroes, Jibby. Should I just name one and you can tell me how it? Okay, so I'm gonna name a superhero, and you tell me how.
Okay, give me a superhero.
Ready?
Yep.
Wonder Woman.
I think I know this one. Oh well, Turquoise beat me to
She's
Wonder
Amazonian,
Woman.
so-
Wonder Woman.
Okay. Wonder Woman. MAN. Goldman. Superman. Batman. Spider-Man. Aquaman. Goldman. Jewish. They all end in M-A-N. They're all Jews. Every single superhero is a Jew. Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's, hey, it's Superman. Hey, that's Superman. He's there to protect the gold. And hey, it's Superman. Batman.
Okay. How about Wolverine? Relate Wolverine to this.
What? Who?
Relate Wolverine to this.
Wolverine?
Yeah.
Wolverine. Andy. Like Ben Stein.
Okay.
Wolverine.
Thor. What about Thor?
Yeah. Thor.
Well, Thor's a god. He's not really related to man. Now,
Okay.
man are the superheroes. Although they did make Thor a superhero, which we gotta work that one out. That seems to be kind of a Jesus figure.
Okay, how about the Green Lantern?
Okay, his name was Hal. Hal what? What was his last name? I can't remember. Hal Jordan. Hal Jordan. Now, Jordan clearly is not related to Jews at all. River Jordan, the Bible, no. Jordan, that's clearly Irish and Scottish. So we can forget Hal Jordan, right? Right? Or do we want to go with Green Lantern? That's Green Lantern. It's not really an M-A-N ending. Well, we have Hal Jordan. And I'm sure Jordan has nothing to do with Jews. I know.
Did I get you there?
No. Jordan and Jews, they are totally disconnected. You've completely debunked me there. Jordan, the name had nothing to do with River Jordan or any of that. It actually came from an alien who was like, Jordan! And they were like, oh, that's a great name for a kid. Yeah, that's where it came from. It didn't come from a river or nothing. Go on.
How about the Thing? Or just Thing? Or just Thing?
What's the Thing's name? His real name?
Benjamin Grimm.
Benjamin Grimm. Benjamin Grimm. Let's see. Let me look up the name Grimm.
I was actually kind of thinking that GB was going to go with the Jews having money, the Green Lantern symbolizing money, lantern symbolizing maybe the light. So money lighting the way, Jews lighting the way.
I leave that to you inventive people to expand on the joke. And thank you for doing that. You did a good job. Because, yeah, all of this can fit into the joke because it's a joke. Now, I'm not being serious, obviously, but I came upon this one day, this thought, and it just kept going and going and going. Next thing I know, weeks into this shit is still holding. And I'm like, this is still holding true, kind of. Like, that's kind of a weird joke. But it kept going. All right,
is this a, I think talking about this the other day, is this a conspiracy you found on YouTube?
Actually, I do not think so. This was a joke I invented.
It's original
I
joke.
thought I invented it. Now, I have not looked for it, but I thought I invented it as the superhero joke that I used to tell to the people I worked with who were mentally challenged, because my thing was laughter is the best comedy, and when I worked with these people, I always tried to make them laugh, and that's all they did through my 8-hour shift was laugh their ass off. I was like a direct care, and it's kind of like do a stand-up routine with these people. And it turned out that they made me laugh more than I made them laugh. to their reactions and things they said or whatever is hilarious. But that was kind of like where I just brought it out, and I had no idea. Because I used to make a joke like I was a superhero in the Hall of Justice who could make lights turn red. Because no matter where I went, if I could see the traffic light, it would be red by the time I got there. And this held true 95% of the time. Then I eventually had to make a joke out of it because this is not a coincidence that as soon as they see the traffic light, it's going to be red by the time I get there. Of course, my conspiracy mind started thinking they're involved with the gas companies and whatever the oil companies, and they set the lights just right to make you hit the brakes so you wear out your brakes faster because you're going the speed limit. So now you get to slam your brakes on, where's your brakes out, boom, use more gas. Blah, blah, blah.
Jib,
that's the way my brain
Jib,
thinks.
you may have a point. I just linked a website that you might find interesting, might help you with material. You could also branch off into other heroes from other religions if you felt it necessary.
Did somebody do a religious superheroes joke?
It's a comicbookreligion.com. There you go.
For real?
Check it out.
Dude.
It's all referenced and sourced, man.
This is shit I made up.
Welcome to the interweb.
All right. Well, that just proves the Force exists because they stole my ideas from the Force.
There you go.
All characters in database. Okay. So now, religious affiliation? What? What? This is real. For real, dude? All right. Methodist, Kryptonite, religion, Episcopalian, Protestant. That's hilarious. Why would they say Spider-Man, Batman, and Superman are three different religions when they all have the same basic ending of the last name? Batman, Superman,
because they were
and
man.
Spider-Man.
They were also man.
Well, if you pronounce it that way. I pronounce it, hey, Spider-Man, Batman, and Superman. They're all Jews. Hey, they're all Jews. And then we have the X-Men. Oh, very good, the X-Men.
And the Iron Man as well.
We have the X-Men. We have Iron Man. Yeah, he's a good Jew, this Iron Man. Batman. We know about Batman and Spider-Man. Oh, Spider-Man. Very good. He's good with the something. I don't know, but I make money. Superman. Well, we all know Superman.
Mickey Mouse.
Hey, Mickey Mouse. He makes a Swiss cheese. That's a veteran joke.
David Letterman.
Letterman. Hey, Letterman. I wonder who controls him. Hey, Johnny Carson. No, that was an SLN actually. And apparently they didn't control him. He did what he wanted because he grandfathered code contracts, new code contracts, and they didn't give a shit. He died pretty quick. Like, Johnny Carson's retired. All right. He's dead. Like, literally, he did not get to enjoy entire. Like, he died like, what, 3-4 years after retirement? Like, you kidding me? The guy was like happy and healthy and had a great life and had the best of everything. How does he just die? It's like, well, I got my home in Burbank and I got the salt water and I got the best health care and I got the best food. Well, I got the best everything. And I just, the heart, Why, he just died? For real? Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah, that's right. Prince did the same thing. Prince just dropped dead. The healthiest man on the planet dropped dead in his 50s. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible. Talk to Charlie Murphy and see how unhealthy Prince was. Like, Prince knew how to take care of himself.
Yeah.
Better than all of us combined. This guy was smart. This guy was fucking smart. He's one of the smartest one of all of us. And he died super prematurely. Not regular prematurely. Super. But his career was what? Quackish. Which means dirty underwear in Portuguese. Quackish. That's where his career was.
So what was the official story?
That he killed off his character and moved to Tupac Island into the big.
No, that's the theorized story,
I
right?
actually don't know.
Accidental overdose.
I do think.
No.
What was
the official story? The official story is accidental overdose. Well, this was
he didn't
several
do
months
drugs.
back. Well, that's why it's accidental.
Oh, somebody accidentally put the coke up his nose and shit. Yeah, I know how that happens. Chris Farley does too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he overdosed. The guy was so anti-drugs. Come on, man. And for his fans to believe that, sorry, I got no sympathy.
Well, there's like for celebrities, there's like a public image, right? And then there's like the private reality. There's like a public facade, and the public doesn't know what goes on behind the scenes, right?
Most celebrities, they go by their middle name, and the street that they grew up on is their last name. That's the standard. Now, that's not always the way it goes. That is the base standard. And if it works for you, they go with it. If it doesn't, they work to second and third sources. But that's usually how they go. They want you to go by your middle name and the street you go by. Or if the town you lived in makes sense, you'll go by that. Let me give you an example. Jesse Ventura. And he got his name from Ventura Beach, California, his favorite place. He chose the name Ventura. The fact that his sons still go by the name Ventura and are given credibility is kind of like giving a fictional character credibility for truth. Like, hey, SpongeBob.
But wait, that was his
SpongeBob
creation, though, wasn't it?
Therefore,
I mean,
it's true.
Right, but that was his creation, right? That was his character.
Yes.
That he
Jesse
went out and made a
Ventura
name
is
for himself.
That his son carried on with the name Ventura.
Well, he went out and made a name for himself. Why not be proud of that and pass that on?
It's not a name, though. It's not a family.
What is a name? How can you be a name?
But this is a character name, like the Barnum and Bailey Circus. Okay, Barnum and Bailey's kids are going to call it Barnum and Bailey. They're not going to call it Bartles and James.
Well, how is that any different? I mean, Barnum and Bailey, they made their business. That's why they named it that. That was their name. But if you make a name for yourself, why not keep the name you made and pass it on? Because that's yours.
Exactly what he did. But it's a fiction. So he...
No, it's reality. That actually happened.
It's just an account. That's all it is. It's just an account he extended to his kids. So they have the Ventura account. And he'll kill off the Jesse Ventura name account eventually. He'll retire in Mexico, or wherever the hell he wants to be. Nobody will bother him, and nobody will ever hear from him again once the character is dead. He may come back as Michael Smith. That's possible. But he'll have makeup and all kinds of shit, and he'll change his voice, and then he'll be Michael Smith, who is into something else or whatever. But Jesse Ventura is Jesse Ventura. He can kill it off and retire, and then all rights and property, intellectual property of Jesse Ventura will then explode in sales once he dies. That's called the final die-off payoff, where the die-off creates this big spike on the graph. Boom! All sales of Jesse Ventura, anything, go through the roof, especially old action figures. They go crazy. Now, you have the Jesse Ventura name, character, corporation, whatever, merchandise. You cash in at that time because it's going to go down from there. It's not going to go up. They'll trick you into thinking it's going to go up. Like, no, hold on to Prince merchandise. That's the way to go. Hold on to the Prince stuff because it's only going to get more expensive. No, it isn't. It's done. It peaked. You lost. You missed it. If you were a sucker, you should have sold it when he died, allegedly. If you didn't, sell it now because it's only going to go down. There is never going to be another Prince boom because he's dead. Get it? Why would you hold on to something where in the future people go, who? Prince? What's a prince? Wait, was he royalty? I don't understand. Wait, what? Wait, why would I pay hundreds of dollars for this action figure? I don't understand. I don't even know who he is. You're saying he's not royalty. Like that's what you're gonna deal with in the future. You have to sell that shit when it peaks. If you miss out, too bad, so sad. Like you got greedy. So you get your Prince action figures, get rid of them. If you bought Prince memorabilia when he died, you got scammed because that's a scam. Michael Jackson died. Buy this new memorabilia. Scam. Now it's
do you think buying any memorabilia like that is a scam?
Yes. It's only worth something when they die. Like, I got old Star Wars, fucking cards, action figures, everything. I'm waiting till these motherfuckers die. I'm not waiting for Star Wars Episode 14. Yeah. Harrison Ford dead. Boom! It's going on eBay. Han Solo, this Han Solo, that Han Solo, the cards, that's going on eBay because that's it. That's it. It's peaking. The rest, your kids and your grandkids are gonna go, Han Solo. What? Does that mean you jerk off by yourself? What does that mean? I don't understand. Like, they're not gonna know what the hell you're talking about. They're not gonna give a shit about Star Wars because it's gonna be Independence Day 9, 10, 11. They're gonna be like, Star Wars? What? Get the fuck out. Learn some common sense. They're killing characters. Get rid of the character memorabilia. Oh,
so where are they putting these people? No. Where are they putting these people when they're done with them? Like when they kill the character, where are they going?
Around the ice. I don't know.
I theorize Tupac Island. Tupac Island, Biggie Smalls Resort.
Were those the first two?
Undiscovered country that they said in search. The undiscovered country. Where did they come up with that name? It had nothing to do with Flat Earth or anything. The undiscovered country from Star Trek. You know where that came from? That came from Gene Roddenberry's rotted ball sack that he was already dead, and his wife said, you know what my husband was thinking? Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country, and it had to do with peace. And that's all I know. But that's what he said after he was dead. Like, the undiscovered country. That's all fucking... Are you kidding me? Quasi-Luminous can tell you this. Do I have to? Like,
I honestly, I don't.
Put candy canes and cocks in your face because you're lip dicks. Wake up. It's literally wake up. Undiscovered country. What the fuck does that mean? Exactly what it says. the undiscovered country. People are looking for a read between the lines. Well, a lot of times it's in your face, and the read between the lines is the shit like global warming and climate change. That's read between the lines, because the climate is us. That's what they're talking about. Yeah. It's called adult table versus kids table. We're on the kids table. They speak adult table. And if you want to stay on the kids table, then you're going to be like, Trump's a jerk. Well, Hillary, and you're going to be arguing on the kids table about the fucking Ed McMahon game, a Vince McMahon game, while the adults are talking about climate change, quote unquote, global warming, quote unquote. And they're talking about us, like parents talking about the kids without letting the kids know they're talking about them. Can you not see this shit? It's pretty obvious. But keep taking what they say literally for face value on the surface, and you're going to keep pissing on yourselves in the dark.
You broke up there, brother?
I think he got dropped. I don't know what happened. Might come back. Welcome, Itmar. How are you?
They got him.
Still alive.
That's good.
Sorry,
Very good.
I'm kind of tired of listening Jibby already.
Jimmy's had a long night.
Yeah, I saw.
A lot of bottles.
I don't count them, but one there more.
A lot of spirits.
Yeah, this is the night when the veil is the most thinnest, and especially when it's a dead moon as well. You got like a it's a special thing tonight, boys. If you think about it, you've got no full moon. You've got zero moon. Not for us anyway. Oh yeah.
Any day you can wake up still alive is a good day, right, Itmar?
No, it's at 2 o'clock already. But I haven't go yet anywhere yet. Start thinking to going, but there is no weather to go. It's not sunny and windy. I don't want to.
It's cold and windy and not very pleasant outside.
Getting colder.
Yes, I know the feeling. Winter is here.
Into minuses.
It's into minuses where you're at?
Yeah, we're going into minuses already.
You're in Celsius, right?
Yeah.
You're in Fahrenheit?
No, Celsius.
Okay. So yeah, we're right at like 0 Celsius here. 0 to minus with the wind.
Where is that?
Central U.S. in the north near Canada.
Yeah. I'm in 53. It's a little bit higher, probably. Sun is going down already, but at the 5 o'clock or even earlier, a little bit. So Turquoise start talking about rings yesterday.
About what, sorry?
You said about rings something, about sacred geometry and those stuff.
Oh yeah.
You are in.
Start.
You are in. You know the system how the thing is building yourself or itself. One size circles, but it has to be drawn by compass.
Oh, with the yeah, It's just the phenomenon about just how the number 6, or say you use a compass, you do a circle with a compass, and then you put the compass point on the edge of the circle you've just created, and continue doing circles, or continue marking that out, that distance, and you get a hexagon. It's just intrinsic in like nature, the 6-sided shape.
Yes, your radius gonna be laid down 6 times on a ring.
Yes. Have you seen the stars? Have you seen the stars through a Coolpix camera?
Yep.
Yeah, they're all hexagons. All the little wandering stars, mostly.
I see about sun also something hexagonal. I can't say what it is, but it's something there is about hexagon or a cube.
Yeah, numbers underlie everything.
Those pre 6 and 9, but now you're saying them.
Yes.
Like in a Russian, it's called miser. It's a little part, pre. Then can be 2 threes or 6. It's minimum. It's called minimum.
Okay, yeah.
And then it can be pre threes, or it's maximum or 9. There are no any more numbers than 9 numbers only. But even 0 is not number.
No. That's right, yeah. You got the 9, the 9 archons, or as the Egyptians called it, the monad, the Ennead. The Greeks and the Egyptians called it the Ennead. Like an enneagon is a 9-sided shape. Yeah, 9. That's pretty crazy.
6, 9, but minimum, miser, maximum. And the other thing is Ra, but you start talking about Ra yesterday. Ra is
Ra?
what? Ra is the first, or the Ra is the 14.4 degrees, but there are many explanations about this Ra, but it's a Russian word, but for example.
Yeah.
It is Russian, but it's not Egyptian at all.
It's maybe pronounced Ray. I've heard it's maybe pronounced like Ray.
No. Because it can be in English said like a ray, or the shining light, or the light ray. It can be said that way, but you have to understand both languages, Latin and Russian, but to understand the complete picture. Otherwise, you get one side only. But all English words are kind of, but now they are turned backward. For example, I say in Russia, yeah, it's me, yeah. But in English, it's I, or those same letters, but then otherwise, I or ER. And A is a right sound. A is a skewed sound already.
Okay.
A is a right sound, but we having A, E, O.
Yeah, you pronounce the vowels. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, those are right spellings, but because when you don't have those sounds, but again, you don't have these like tuning notes for your final band.
Yeah, we have to learn a language. We're not born with the language, are we?
Yeah, but there is pronunciation. There is pronunciation, how you pronounce those letters. But for example, this R. In English, you say A, but it is R. So, like before, it's been R. But for example, those vocals or vowels, A, E, O, U. You have 5 of them in English, but we have 10.
10? Yeah.
They can be elongated, and this is different story.
Right.
They are all they pronounce differently, but than the English letters, and they also coming from there, from those rings. But it's a very, very long story about those rings. There are one guy only, but in Russia, but who kind of screaming already, but showing where those letters are coming, but out of those rings. He already screaming, and nobody believes him, but he kind of live showing but how those things are manifesting themselves and how those rings are connecting. There are biomatrices. He's calling them biomatrix.
Yeah, the matrix is the numbers, isn't it? The and the architect is the form, kind of.
Yeah, but he also called them bio matrices, or those steps, how those toruses are connecting. There are certain steps how they interacting with each other, and that's what making those 4, even 5 kind of interactions. Those 2 rings are coming together and they are kind of moving into each other by 1/4, or it's always the quarter of the ring. It's divided by quarter. Free, and free. And when the last free bird is coming into play, then it's all picture is changing into one whole, and it's moving farther. Like it's very, very complicated to explain, but I've been playing with them, but 3 years already. And I'm seeing this.
Yeah, I do like this drawing. Did you draw this?
Yep.
Yeah, nice.
Yep. But it is kind of with the right colors, but right interactions, right colors, but it's not completed. It's artistic work. There are others which are made certain way, which already showing how I'm kind of looking. I have 2 computers here, and one with information, another one just for talking.
Oh yeah.
You have to find some right.
Let me know when you're on something you want to present, and I'll present you.
That's for example, it's made by hand, but it's by the right colors. This thing is explaining for you, but how you perceive light, how the light coming into you, or how you're seeing it. There are always those colors, or rainbow colors. Here is also those rainbow colors. They are moving from the periphery to center. There are certain colors, but like the other picture I have here showing. But
it's like a lot of the mosques or the kind of mosaics in all around the world. You know, the roofs of the buildings look like this.
Yeah. It's everything, but everything is kind of hidden on those, because we have lines. We don't have rings anywhere, but we don't even count spiral geometry in mathematics, and something forgotten about there. But it is all about spirals here.
Yeah.
Nothing else in the world but spirals. But all motion is spiral. All motion is spiral, but there are no linear motion.
Yeah, that's just like time and technology. The way they've shown us is that we have started off very uncivilized, low technology, and right now we're on the highest technology we've ever been at, and that's the idea they're putting in people's heads. When in fact it might just be an ever-increasing spiral. When we come back round to the time of our ancestors, we've just got a bit more, like we're further up on the spiral, you know. Us further in, closer, we're going in or out.
Yeah, implosion or explosion, 2 ways. We're using only explosion now, but implosion is forgotten. But Victor Schauberger, all those Walter Russell, all those guys are forgotten, but nobody talks about them. Like they do nothing, or did nothing. But there is truth about this water dynamics.
What was Victor's last name?
Victor Schauberger, Austrian, how he said.
Physicist?
No, it's not physicist. It's his father was the forest keeper or something like.
Oh yeah. He had the stuff with the water. He did a lot of stuff with water.
Yeah.
The water technology.
Afterward, he played with the water, but looking into water and thinking about those trouts, but how they swimming without moving. But
wasn't he like figured out? Yeah, go ahead.
He figured it out, but how they staying in the water, but and why they are not moving, but when they staying in the place. He kind of figured it out, but when they kind of breathe in, but then they breathe out, and moving those gills wider a little bit. And this water, what's coming out of after breathing, it's already but dropped in degrees, some degrees, and it's colder because the fish take oxygen out from there, and then those swirls are forming by the side and pushing the fish forward because those swirls are vortexes are working that way because the outside water and water which coming inside, they are kind of intersecting or acting together, and they start pushing the fish forward.
Yeah, it's like a turbo in a car.
Yeah.
It goes in there and goes through the fan, compresses it. Yeah.
But it's about temperature in the water, because when you take oxygen out of water, or there's gonna be less oxygen, then it's kind of colder already. And when they mixing together, but then there are kind of the temperature is lower than mixed with other. I can't explain that. You need to read that guy, but then it's more clear. But all about vortexes.
What was his name again? Sorry.
Victor Schauberger.
What do you think of Marco Rodin as well?
Yeah, he's talking about 369 also, but he kind of on the right path, but he making those, I don't know, those coils, but what use of them at all, but I don't understand. But been checking those guys also. Numbers are right, but what use of those coils, but I haven't figured it out yet.
I've just got a question. Do you know in the Russian language you've got what's the letter F? Is it
Yes.
like the phi logo, phi symbol?
Yes. Simple S. But the Russians are not using it already. But our language, I'm Estonian. Our language having this S sign, but your language also. But they are having instead S, C. But the C called S is different. They are calling it S, but it's in our language it's C. But there are those S or sha or she sounds are many. There are 5 of them. Che, sa, sha, set. There are 5 of them with S or almost S, but they are pronounced differently. And Russians have them in their alphabet. We are also
this.
Right.
Come again?
Welcome back,
Yeah,
Jimmy. We're getting a little feedback.
Yeah, I'm quite interested in how you drew the 12-sided one, just that you previously had on then. That one. Oh no, no, no,
12-sided.
the previous. Yeah. This one.
This is called
Curious how you-
quantum. And this is called quantum, and this is also representing our clock, or 12 hours.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I like it.
It
I
is
know it's.
representing our clock. You can, this one also can be started with a 6 on the center, but then you get the
Okay,
same.
so you start like a normal, and obviously a double, 6, 12. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I have phone, but I have to take it.
Am I giving feedback, What World?
No, you're fine now.
All right, I didn't know.
Man, that's tricky. The infinite portal.
When did I get cut off?
You disconnected, I don't know, like 15, 20 minutes ago, maybe?
Oh, good. I was actually going on for a long time, and then I looked up finally and saw like everything was closed. That's awesome. That's, you know, you talk for a long time, you really get into something in detail, and you think people are listening, and then you find out your entire browser is closed. Like, that is the greatest. I love Google Hangouts. I tell you, it's the greatest.
Oh man. At least you found it for me. That's all good.
Thanks, DARPA.
That is the greatest. There's no sounds when it closes either, so you're just talking and you're concentrating, and nothing warns you, and it's great. Yep. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, morning. Sorry.
I don't know
Hey, Jimmy. Good morning. Welcome back.
what time it is everywhere, but it's morning here in America and the East Coast. We're about to start a new day of commerce where, you know, you're making a difference in your life for the better. So get inspired. Wake up. It's a new day. Put on a smile. Don't regret. No regrets. And live for today. And meme. I don't even know them all, but they're all memes. And if you say them, though, everybody likes you. If I say to my cousin, NASA's lying and they're stealing our money, my cousin will say, you're an asshole. But if I say, hey, no regrets, live each day for what it's worth, she'll be like, you are the greatest cousin I've ever had. How am I supposed to be operating functionally in a condition like that? I normally would be like, oh, thank you. Please don't come to my funeral when I put a bullet in my head. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's kind of like, wow, I didn't know we were that broken. We're really broken. We really are.
Yeah. And then
Where if you say something empowering to somebody, they hate you. If you say something memey, they love you. Like, support our troops. If I put support our troops on Facebook right now for a status, I got like, I don't know, 90 friends maybe. 70 of them will like it. But if I put NASA lied about this, here is the 100% solid proof, I will get 1 like.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. And we've all gone through that.
Why are you participating in like being affected by what people like and don't like? Why are you even participating?
Well, because I had to know what was happening. I had to participate to know how bad it was. Like, I couldn't just guess. You know, I had to be on Facebook, had to have friends and family, had to try it out myself to know,
I know what you're
how
saying.
bad
I've
it
done
is.
that as well. It is.
Yeah,
It is
I had to know
fairly
how bad it was. I didn't know how bad it was just watching other people and their experiences, because I can't confirm that.
Well, everybody's at a different, like, on their own journey, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you
it's
can't,
your own social
make somebody
experiment.
look if they're not going to look. I mean, you can try to point to it, but
Well, no,
if they
I'm
don't
not.
like it or if
No,
they
no,
don't
no.
talk
Don't
to you,
get
you
me
can't
wrong.
take it personal.
I'm not saying, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying if you don't look into conspiracies, you're an asshole. That's not the message. The message is, if I have 2 options right now, one is to tell people 9/11 was an inside job, and here is the 100% proof. Or funny looking apples are cute for cats. I'm going to get 94% more likes over the stupid ass cunt shit than I will over the real important shit. And this applies to every single person's Facebook who isn't just modeling their Facebook towards conspiracy, where all of your friends are on board. I'm saying have a Facebook with friends and family who are just friends and family, you know, who you haven't spoken to about any of this with, and then try that out. See how it goes. You're going to get 1 like.
Win some, lose some.
No, it's lose them all, win none, unless you're sharing a very viral meme or something they recognize and they go, oh, I know that thing. And then they go like or love, and it's monkey. It's just monkey. That's all they do is they monkey. But if you're like, danger, danger, not good for you, they bark at you and they get angry before they look.
That's true.
It's
like,
not even like they
I've
look.
posted videos
They don't
there's
even.
no chance he's
If
responded.
they're your family and friends, you should be patient and understanding and try to help them break their cognitive dissonance. But you know, if you have a family member who's doing well for themselves, they have a family, probably don't need to shake up their.
I have the entire family member.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, with different family and friends, you're going to encounter different reactions, right? Most of them are going to involve cognitive dissonance, but it's going to
in the
express itself in a
20s
different way.
of blood. I got blood in the high 20s on my Facebook. They're blood, and my blood. So if blood putting over intent is real, these people are retarded, and I'm adopted, because literally my entire family, 20-something people, cousins, all this shit, uncles, aunts, not one agrees with me about NASA or anything. Not one. Yeah. Never mind my.
Did they agree with you on anything before?
Yes. They agreed with me that the Red Sox were cool. The Patriots win was awesome. Derpty, 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 derp. That's what they agree with me on, and they love it. Oh, and if I have a good day somewhere and I post every frickin' picture on Facebook, like I had pumpkin pie. Look at all the pictures. Like, love, love, like, love, 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 like. And it's pretty much 90% women who are like that. Because for some reason, women don't do shit anymore. I don't know why, but the women love just being on Facebook all day. And the men have to posture on Facebook. They have to be like, I have to pretend I'm not on Facebook all the time. So I have to be cool. And I'm really fucking sick of this game. I'm really sick of it. I'm really sick of this fucking game. Aren't you people sick of it? Please, speak up. No, oh my God, he's getting emotional. I'm getting scared. He said the F word and he's getting emotional. Oh my God, ban him. You know, whatever, dude. Whatever, people. You know, I'm being honest. You know,
Appreciate your
I'm
honesty,
not going
man.
to curse, but let's wake up. You know, let's wake up. What's going on? For real.
Just from experience, bro. Like, just think about the waking up thing. Imagine you're in a house full of humans called Earth, right? Everyone works at different times, right? Everyone can't wake up at the same time. Just that's how it goes, man. You just kind of got to let them sleep. Like you've got to tell them what time.
You know, dude, it's 2016. 2011 happened in 9/11 happened in 2001, and 9/11 Truth came out pretty much hardcore full force about 2004, and it's been running and exponentially growing. And in 2016, maybe 1% of the people I know are like, you know, I think there may be something to 9/11.
Yeah.
That's 1% of what I know. 15 years later, after I have bombarded them, after they have silenced my phone because they will refuse to talk to me after 2004 when I said 9/11 is possibly an inside job. I didn't say it was. I said it's possibly an inside job. Check out this link. That's all I did to get excommunicated from friends and family. I said, check out this link. Boom, you don't exist to me anymore. And you're like, give them time? That's not time. That's Orwellian Borg. That's not time. Time's not going to heal broken. That's broke. That's the brain is broken, and they're going to loop-de-loop in fantasy land. And until the television goes, you know, your friend Jibby, what he said in 2004 may have been something to it. Then 99% of the people are going to be like, hey, how you doing? How's it been? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Oh, love you, brother. Love you, dude. Like, that's reality. When the TV validates me, then I'm alive again. But if it's just me against the TV, I'm dead to these people.
Yeah, it's like unless you're wearing a t-shirt or unless you're wearing like a scientist like white jacket or you're a doctor, they just don't want to hear. Or you're some celebrity that's now doing some game show, they love that.
You're like, absolutely right.
So, 100%. They relate to it because they've seen it for like 5 years on some soap, and then he's in some game show and then like, oh, I like this game show. It's like the most ridiculous game show ever. It's like putting pennies in a penny machine in the arcade and they go down and then it pushes some more off and it's like, oh, you nearly had it then. And it's like, what the? Honestly, it's like them 2 penny machines at the arcade. Oh man, there's millions of people watching it. And just because it's got some guy who was in some Coronation Street soap for like 5 years, 10 years ago. Oh man, it's just they like related stuff. So if you kind of link, it's hard to get to, isn't it, man? I know what you mean. I know what you're saying.
You can't get there though in America. We're not going to get the white coat. We're not going to get the suit. We're not going to get the costume to represent validity, because that's what it comes down to. You have to have the costume to be valid in the information you present. If I'm not wearing a suit and a tie when I say NASA's lying and they're faking space, no one will believe me. But if I have that outfit on, I will actually get people to take me seriously based on my presentation of the outfit.
Yeah, that's right.
That is a problem that needs to be addressed. Clearly. Yeah. But that's what we're dealing with right now, and we're ignoring it, and we're la-di-da, do-do-do-do, let's play the guitar, and let's not we got big problems we got to focus on right now that need to be solved right now, immediately. We can't delay. We can't. We need a break. I'll give us that. We do need a break. Let's play some music. Let's chill out. Let's relax. Let's breathe. But these problems are literally like a hard-on that is petrified. It's never going to go down because it's hard as a rock. Let's take care of this morning wood. We got it. We seriously, it's not going away. No matter how much we avoid it and dance around it and be politically correct, people are retarded, and they are brothers and sisters and moms and dads, aunts and uncles and cousins. They are mentally retarded or witchcraft programmed hypnosis. It's one or the other, and it's a problem. It's a big problem because guess what's coming around the corner is the 800 number. There's going to be an 800 number with a reward attached to it for reporting people like us. And then it's too late to care. So ignore this now. Care later. I don't care either way. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. You people can deal with this. I'm heading north. It's been my pull my whole life. I'm going north, with or without your expedition, with or without 5 years of jerking each other off before you plan anything. I'm heading that way. I'll let you know what I find. But I'm going to work my way up that way. And that's all I can think of to do, because people collectively are retarded. People on an individual basis are geniuses, but they rely on the collective for their base foundation of truth. They're like, well, I feel like this, but what does the majority feel? I'm going to go with that. Okay, well, I'm not. Have fun with that, human race. I'm good. I'm good.
That heading north thing seems a really good idea. Like, it's been in front of us our whole time, all with the crosses, X marks the spot, bullseye. You know, all this.
Yeah, really.
It's all there, man. But yeah, what's in the middle? No.
That's the quickest answer to get to. You're not going to get an Antarctica answer overnight. It's going to take a lot of money, a lot of expeditions, a lot of going in nowhere directions with no bearing. But the North Pole, we can come at from every continent and every country that's near there. We can all like converge on that compass point. Hey, everybody, here's a crazy idea. Take hundreds of dollars that you have and let's follow our compass and see where it goes and meet there. Whoa, hey, oh, that's going to take like, I don't know, 700 years to plan. And whoa, like, no, while you guys are wooing and wooing, I'm going to get on the ball. You guys, I don't have time for this shit. And it's the same thing with everything. It's like, hey, Miley Cyrus got a new hat. Whoa, it's going to take 3 weeks to tell everybody about Miley Cyrus's new hat. Hey, Miley Cyrus got a new hat. Did you see her new hat? Yes, I did see her new hat. Hey, 7:37 in the morning on W, fuck you in the ass. And we're telling you about Miley Cyrus's new hat. Hey, what do you think about that? Oh my God, where would I be without this radio station? Come on, move already. Like, enjoy that life. Enjoy. I'm out of here.
All right, thanks,
You know what?
Jimmy.
I've been trying to
Have a good
help
one, man.
everybody for a long fucking time. I'm out of here. You people love what you love. I mean, I'm not out of here tomorrow, but I'm out of here. You know, I've been trying to help everybody for a long time, and most people, not you guys, you know what I'm saying. President Company included. You guys are here because you're above and beyond, obviously. But my feelings towards the same people that we all know, our friends and family and acquaintances, are we not pissing in the dark in the wind? It's in the dark and in the wind. So we can't even see where we're pissing, and it's blowing back in our faces. And we're like,
it's good for you. It's good for your
wipe
skin.
ourselves off and try it again tomorrow. That's what they want you to do. They want you to waste your time. They say no. It's for nothing. I'm sick of it. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of that optimistic opium bullshit. Keep hope alive. Keep praying. Have faith. You know what? I've been playing that game for a long time. And that's good for the.
I've got an image for you that you might want to have a look at.
All right.
You keep talking. I'll find it.
Do not say that.
Don't threaten Jimmy with a good time.
God help you. God help you.
Man. You wouldn't believe my
I can do a
computer's
George
like
Carlin
mine,
rant that would make him fall asleep. Yeah, George Carlin would fall asleep. He'd be like, "This guy went on way too long." Even I fell asleep.
Right.
It's just...
Can I copy?
We're fucked. Here's the real news. We're fucked. You're stupid. You're way too optimistic. We're way beyond help. Way beyond help. Like this voting for somebody to come in office? No. This is like we're on the minus 15th floor of hell, about to go on the minus 16th floor, and you people think your vote is going to turn shit around. You're fucking underground 15 floors. You ain't even close. You haven't even stopped the cause of the problem. You haven't even addressed the cause of the problem. But you think voting for this other gender, because this is the first female president, and that's it. Well, I thought the first black president was going to solve all the problems. Wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I had white friends that were like slapping their dicks on nails. They're like, woo! They were like, that's it, black president, we're all set. It was like South Park. Like people were like partying like Randy from South Park. Drinking, partying, all our problems are solved. Obama's in office. That's not a joke, South Park. South Park was making fun of real people and we laugh. But we're laughing at how broken we are. And then what do? We do what I do. We drink like bitches. We drink the shit out of our liver. We just get so drunk and stoned that we hope
we stay up all late, talking a lot. Shout out to Paula and Wambra. Hello, good morning.
Paula's out there. All right, Paula, you gotta go. Paula, this is Jedi.
James P. Mars, I sent you a link. It's in the Hangouts page. If you go to Hangouts.
I sent you the link as well that I wanted you to see, dude. It's in the middle.
Paula, I'm having a crisis. You need to get in here. Paula talks me down. You people underestimate Paula. She calms down a future Alex Jones. You people don't even appreciate it.
I can imagine that you are a fire element like star sign, maybe. You know, you're Leo or something.
I'm Scorpio.
Oh right, okay.
I don't know if that means anything. It's last week of October is my birthday. I just had a birthday.
Yeah.
I just turned 43 within a week from now. It already happened. I won't say the exact day, but I'm Scorpio, and Paula has calmed me down before. Before I went to the dark side and started destroying reality, she's calmed me down. Hopefully she will jump in and help me do that, because if I stop drinking and if I stop smoking weed, you guys are going to have another Alex Jones on your hand. You don't want that, neither do I. Nobody wants that. We don't want that. Keep me stoned, keep me stupid, keep me pacified. That's what we want. That's what I want. That's what you want. You don't want me to be an Alex Jones. I don't want to be an Alex Jones, but I am so pissed. I can't even explain it. I can't.
I think we need a bit of conflict, like with our mind. It kind of challenges our own beliefs and kind of sets us straight, really. Even if we're both not right, we've still got a better understanding of our own beliefs by arguing and kind of having this thing that was going on. Do you understand what I mean? It's like you need the resistance to create the electricity.
So many of you guys I meet on here are so smart and ahead of the curve. And I always refer to like the general population, and it definitely does not reflect the people who are, you know, free chanting and exchanging ideas. Like, we're all dealing with the same people, though. I'm never referring to you guys. Like, I'm kind of just venting. Like, we kind of have a free chant and these things for like, I don't know, what do you call it? Like, support group. Because we're all like, you know,
Oh yeah,
we're all somewhere else now, you know.
Shape of reality therapy.
Yeah, exactly.
Jibby. What's going on?
Help me, Paula, help me. I'm having a dark side moment.
I noticed that.
I'm heading there. My lightsaber's turning red, and I'm getting scared.
You're not going to go into some control room and with your lightsaber and just slash everything, are you?
Not yet. I'm just. It's early morning. You know, it's like, oh, patient 32's having a crisis. Let's get her in there.
Yeah, I wonder what you're doing here at this hour.
You got to give me my crackers and cheese, and give me my special song. Calms me down, whatever it is. Like, I'm about to lose it. I'm losing my shit.
Well, what's been going on? It's like a line from Gone with the Wind where Rhett Butler says to Scarlett O'Hara, "What have you done that hell yawns before you?"
You're confusing me. That's calming me down.
Good. Good.
I can be funny and mad at the same time. It's possible.
Yeah.
No, I'm mad as hell. I'm just losing my shit. I'm getting impatient.
Yeah.
And you've known me for a long time. Like, I'm a front runner in this shit. I'm a front runner. I run ahead. I'm what they call, "Hey, William, the runners arrived," and I come back with news of the North. Like,
You're the first to buy, bro.
I'm
That's
running
what it is.
ahead of the group, and I'm gonna come back and tell you what's coming. Well, that's me. I've always been a runner. I'm a runner. I'm a front runner. I'm the guy who's sitting around while everybody's like, so the English are thinking about attacking. Those vile bastards. And I'm sitting there going, well, I want to know what happened next. Like, they're like, well, we don't know what's happening next. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to run ahead and find out. And they're like, lots of luck. Go ahead, run ahead. Okay. And then I run ahead and I find out what's happening because I'm bored.
Well, the problem is this is not
good. It's not good. We need to wake up now. We need to wake up now.
Right. Okay. Now, the problem is this is not the kind of battle anybody's prepared for. For one thing, you're like stuck in a desk job where you've got a lightsaber in a pistol fight. And the problem is that this is not what, you want to do something, but it's not the right kind of battle for that sort of weapon. I mean, it's frustrating because something's terribly wrong, but the bad guys are really hard to see. They're intermingled with the good guys. They're using us as human shields. And it's a guerrilla warfare that makes it hard to identify. I mean, we would know the enemy when we see it, but the problem is they wear masks, they wear our uniforms, they carry our equipment, and it's frustrating because we can't get other people to see the tiny little tells that give away who the bad guys are.
We need them glasses out of Their Live. That's what we need.
What's that?
And sunglasses out of the film Their Live.
Yeah. But you get frustrated because nobody's budging. I mean, it's like there's a tornado coming and you run into the house and go, everybody in the basement, and they're like, no, we're going to sit here in the living room and watch cartoons because you're a fearmonger. And you want to help people, but they don't want your help. Us Christians have known this for a couple thousand years now. That's, welcome to our world. People don't want to be helped.
I'm not Christian at all, and you know that. But it's like
I know. I'm just giving an analogy here.
right, you are, and I'm drowning, and you're describing the water.
Yeah, and I'm telling you how there's ways to deal with these things without drowning in alcohol or something, but nobody wants to hear that solution, so they look for something else.
How do we make them want to?
Well, you tell me. You tell me. I'm telling you.
I got a lightsaber and I got a bat named Lucille that I just named Lucille after an inspiration, and that might motivate people, because I'm sorry, but people want to get rid of their dark side. But I've been telling Paula and a lot of people for a long time, we need to incorporate our dark side into ourselves, because it's part of us. It's who we are. It's nature. Nature wouldn't have made, and God would not have made anything that we did not need to have. He wouldn't have made a dark side to be thrown away. He would have made a dark side for us to learn from.
What you're calling the dark side isn't necessarily. I mean, I would think that the dark side is something bad and destructive, but you're not describing something bad and destructive. You're describing something called, which Bible and the Christians would call the wrath of God, righteous indignation.
Avengers, like
or
basically
Shiva.
the Avengers.
Yes.
But yeah, there's righteous indignation. I mean, that's the whole thing. That prophecy series I did is God paying back, and it's nasty and violent and intolerant, and so that's what what you're describing you want to do to the dark side people, the powers that be, and it will happen. It's just a battle we don't have the ability to win by ourselves, and you don't want to hear that, and that's why you're frustrated.
That's where I lose it.
Exactly.
It was taken away from me, and I got to sit on my hands.
Yeah, I disagree.
Who's sitting on their hands? Who's sitting on their hands?
But you're saying the battle will be won for us, which means that I don't have to do it.
I think that's a program, because it's like you're waiting for someone else to save you, and you should be saving yourself.
Well, it's both. It's not an either or. I've said this before to him. Is that it doesn't mean we're not doing anything. I'm fighting one right now. It's what I do all my life. Huh?
Is it not a mixed message?
No. You're just oversimplifying it, I think.
But you're saying like the battle will be won. Then if you tell your troops the battle will be won, it's been written, what's going to make them want to fight? They're like, it's going to be won, all right.
Our battle as Christians is to get as many people in the right army as possible.
All right, well, winning the battle because people are Team Jesus and not fighting. It's just that you get more people to believe that Christ is their savior, but they don't do anything.
How do you know they don't do anything? Because you don't see it?
Oh, they might say, you know what, green tomatoes work better in this kind of light. I'm saying, like, do something. Like,
we've had Christianity for thousands of years, and it hasn't really done shit, in my opinion.
Well, how long have we had flat Earth and it hasn't done anything? I mean, we're going down the same path. I did a video on that too. I said flat Earth is just like Christianity. We just have a couple 1,000-year jump on you.
I do think both have gotten the equal ground, like where they've gotten somewhere, but there was a distraction along the way that led people astray from onto something else. Like flat Earth never went away, never. There was just always
and Christians were mocked for centuries by atheists for believing in a flat Earth. We've had flat Earth mockery a lot longer than the flat Earth community.
I was actually surprised Christians, Bible believers, believed in the flat Earth. To me, that was a surprise. To everyone else, I'm a religious cultist, and I'm like, excuse me, I don't even come at flat Earth from religion. I don't even understand what the hell you're saying. But those people are locked, probably for life, that the word flat Earth means religious cultist, and they will believe that until the wave hits them in the face and they die. They're not going anywhere.
I mean, there's people mocking Christianity right there in the chat while I'm talking, and so we're used to this. We're used to being.
Do what I do. Don't look at the chat.
See, like when you're talking, I think they're using magic on us. So like we have to fight fire with fire, and we have to like learn magic and figure out what the hell they're doing.
I'm with you with that, man. I'm with you with that.
Yeah.
I believe
Yeah.
the intent behind rituals are not a negative thing. Like everyone's got their own rituals.
All
when you
these,
wake up.
yeah. All the okay. Basically, look at you. Think about this like this. Like a human body, right? It's not just physical. There's spiritual part, right? The earth is the same way. There's the physical earth and there's the spiritual earth. And all these cities and architecture they're designing, they're bending the earth energy to manifest their desires in this world. And they're taking the world through magic. And when people aren't even like, people don't even know shit about magic. And then so it's like we're trying to fight them and then we don't even know what they're doing to us. And they're on a whole different like battlefield than we're on.
I agree with that too.
Well, that's the thing. It's a different battlefield.
But what you guys are all doing are still describing the water to somebody drowning. You're telling me what's wrong. I know it's wrong. I'm drowning.
No, it's a spiritual problem. That's the part you're not hearing me say.
I've been hearing. I've been saying spiritual. I've been fighting these assholes for longer than most people.
But you're trying to use the wrong weapons for a spiritual war. You're using the wrong weapons for a spiritual war.
I'm using
soul. If you think about like
that's the only
alcohol,
huh?
Alcohol and drugs. That's what like when Crowley contacted Awas says like you worship me by take strange drugs and drink wine. And
the moonshine I drank tonight, and I can show you on camera. The moonshine I drank, it says grain neutral spirits.
Yeah, it's called spirits.
The spirits that possess me, they don't have a dog in this race.
What happens is drugs apparently make it easier for spirits to influence you, or the archons.
It does seem to be that way. It does seem to be that way, that we somehow lower our auric shields, and we are somehow, I guess, we channel them.
And that's why they brainwash us to smoke weed and drink, and then.
Well, smoking weed, that has extreme medicinal value and benefits, and euphoric. Even if the euphoricness is,
you can't deny they're brainwashing us to smoke weed. Like you play the song, Another One Bites the Dust in reverse, and it says it's fun to smoke marijuana. I mean, they're definitely trying to brainwash us to smoke weed. They're not doing that because they like us.
Well, marijuana pacifies you and makes you not want to enact anything. All right. Go to a baseball game. Who are the people who are the rowdiest? Obviously, it's the potheads, right? Those 10 guys sitting in the bleachers passing a joint are obviously the guys going, "Ah!" Like, no, it's not. It's the idiot Pilsner drinkers who are being retarded. It's the alcohol. The potheads are like, dude, that foul ball almost hit me. I know, I saw. Like, and they're like whispering, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the weed smell.
I mean, you don't have to convince. I'm a huge pothead, but I think
I know what you're saying, but
bad
like,
to do it.
I know.
I think I'm brainwashed to do it.
And spirits, though, that's two different things.
Yeah, alcohol in Arabic is like al-ghul, like the word where the ghoul comes from. You know, that's pretty much what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah, not called spirits for a reason.
I'm losing my patience. We all have to have patience. See, we're all actors, all of us. Everybody who is flat Earth or flat Earth research and intense about it, you're an actor. Because you can't even tell somebody you're looking at flat Earth research. You can't even say that. You can't be like, I've looked at some flat Earth proofs. Who feels comfortable saying that to any of their friends or family who haven't even heard any of this? Like, say to them, I research flat Earth. Just say that. You don't have to say, I'm a flat earther. Just say, I research it. And they put you in the category of mentally retarded human that belongs at Texas, waiting for your death penalty. And this is beloved family. Beloved. These people will love you if you share their hate.
I mean, my family outcasted me when I was like 19. I got into 9/11 truth, just for that, pretty much.
Isn't that sick?
Yeah.
That's gross.
Well, and then my mom was a Catholic. I was raised Catholic, and of course, I came to her telling you, "Hey, do you know the Catholic Church is worshiping Satan?" So that did not go over too well. So that's unfortunate.
Like, have you been looked at when you really come out with balls to the wall truth? Do they ever look at you the same? No. It's like you scarred your impression of yourself to them forever.
I think it's how you choose to approach it. I mean, maybe it's different for me because I kind of grew up around conspiracy, so it wasn't really a big surprise when I'd bring up or post things like 9/11 or Boston or Sandy Hook. Some people looked at it, some people didn't. Sometimes I got comments, sometimes I didn't. But all those people that I keep in communication with, I still go and see at family events. And even though we may not see the same way when it comes to politics, religion, government, current events, whatever, we're still family. Like, we still tolerate each other and get along. Like, it's not a big deal if somebody in the family believes something different than you. And there has been some cases where there's been some heated discussions and some, not very nice words spoken, but as a family, we still come together and we handle things as a family.
So they still invite you to weddings?
Yeah.
We
go to weddings. We go to every year. We have at least like somebody, one aunt or uncle will host like a barbecue, or there'll be a wedding, or a celebration of some sort where everybody gets together, and as many people that can make it do. Some don't, but
Right. That's the way it should be. Logically, based on whatever,
If you approach them like you're a retard if you don't look at this, or you're stupid, then you're not going to have a very good response. Right. I wouldn't imagine.
Exactly. Now, my family are Republican, conservative. They literally like to do the look at us at this expensive place. Snap Facebook. Look at us at this expensive place. Snap Facebook. Look at this expensive meal. Snap Facebook. That's what they're like. And I came at this like, hey, I got a shot at being on TV, talking about NASA fakery. And I didn't even say flat Earth. I said NASA fakery. That's it. That's all I said. And my family is gone. That's it. 40 plus years, and they're all gone. They don't invite me to weddings anymore. They don't invite me to family reunions, to golf games, to anything. I'm done. I'm done. And they didn't even say, I don't believe you. You're wrong. Nothing. It was literally like, oh, he's there. It's like they press a button.
That's kind of like what my mom is like. It's like those type of people are obsessed with their image.
Yes.
So
yes.
They don't want to be seen associated with you because it's like, I don't know. You'll tarnish their image. People will think
exactly.
They think like you or something.
Yeah.
By association.
It's fake image because it's not even real. It's just a fake false image. It's the presentation when the substance is completely different from the presentation.
Yeah.
I'm bringing the substance to the presentation, and they don't want any part of it.
It's really weird. Like
fake presentation.
It's funny how people are so easy for them to be vain about like outward appearance type things, but no one's really vain about the type of person they are on the inside.
I know, right? Isn't that hilarious? It's not. It makes me cry, but it's just, it's ironically
like. You should care. Yeah, you should care. I think people should care more about if like they're a good person, if they're trustworthy, if they have integrity, shit like that, rather than
Well, see, that's where the battle is. It's nothing matters if you don't change people on the inside, and that's supposedly what The Christian message has supposed to been all these years, but people haven't done it. And it's not the fault of God or the Bible of Jesus. It's the fault of people making their individual choices and saying, I'm going to get out of this religion or sport or politics or whatever, what I want out of it. And that's nobody's, it's not Jesus' fault. It's not the Bible's fault. And yet we all get smeared, just like, the flat earth community gets smeared by the overall conspiracy community. It's just the way people are. You have to change them from the inside.
I have a conspiracy about that. Like, I think of like Jesus as like, Jesus is like, in my opinion, an awesome, like the ideal person, right? And then, but it's like the churches behind who represent him never fucking live up to his ideal and do virtually the opposite of what he preached, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, and the Bible even says that that after we're gone, wolves will rise from among you and scatter the flock, and that's the way it's been. I mean, they predicted it would happen.
That's the thing of like tarnishing someone's image by association. So people associate Jesus with like what churches have done in history, and so they think he's not that good of a person, and they talk badly about him and stuff.
Right, exactly. It's just like we get smeared with some of the bad characters in Flat Earth. I mean, it's just what people do.
Paula, every single one of my family members go to church on Sunday. They are Christian. They have old-fashioned values. They are Republican. They are conservative. They believe the Bible like you believe the Bible. And I don't exist. I'm not in their family anymore, pretty much.
Well,
they didn't kick me out officially, but basically, since, I don't know, the past year or so, every single thing I posted, they just pretend it's not there anymore. When I used to be able to post like, hey, look at my air duster can that I'm going to clean my keyboard with, like, love, like, and I'm talking about air duster. Now I talk about something serious, I don't exist. I can talk about now like, hey, I had a great birthday. I'm thankful for that doesn't exist to them. I don't even have a birthday to them anymore. Like they're gone. They're gone.
Like I've said, I've spent most of my life criticizing my own fellow believers because of these very kinds of things.
And it affects us all because they're representing that.
Right.
And I can understand your anger.
Right. I mean, that's what I have to battle all the time is people have encountered the kind that you've described. And when somebody comes along who isn't, they get smeared anyway. It's just what people do. And that's the problem. It's a people problem. It's not the ideology necessarily. It's what people do with it or don't do with it. And that's a huge, huge problem. And that's why judgment is coming for one of the reasons. I mean, even those like that prophecy series I did there, Jesus wrote 7 letters to 7 churches and he criticized 5 of them. And one of them he said was dead. Another he said, you taste so bad, I'm going to vomit you out of my mouth. I mean, those are harsh words that he says to his own followers.
Yeah, they better stop plagiarizing me. I'm really getting sick of this plagiarizing me. It says every single thing I say. This Jesus guy and I really need to team up.
He keeps asking
table flipping guy. I mean, I look like the guy. So,
I think we all do, bro.
You just want him to turn water into wine for you, I think.
That's the thing is people want Jesus
that could have been the power I asked for, and I could be. You know what? After New World Order, give me that power to make alcohol. Oh, there we go.
Wicked and deceitful generation, last for desire, and none shall be given. Boom.
Yeah, I need to team up with it. I mean, Paula, I hope you're right. I hope you are, but it's all based on hope, faith.
Well, everybody has it. I've gone over that too, and I just did a video on naturalism versus supernaturalism on why both are on the same footing when it comes to faith and evidence, because neither is better than the other in that regard. Everybody has faith in something. You have faith that there's something really awesome at the North Pole, and you're going to go find it. I mean, you don't have proof.
I don't think it's awesome. I just think it's answers.
Well, Yeah,
I think it's
know.
terrible. I think
You
it's
have
actually
faith, is the
quite
point.
horrifying and terrible, but it's answers.
It's the Earth Mother, man. The Earth Mother. That's where she sits, man.
Yeah.
Look at the image that I put in the chat. That's what I see it as.
I can
You're
hardly
gonna get
hear.
enslaved by Santa Claus, dude, and you're gonna have to force to make toys for kids for your whole life.
Well, they said Santa Claus was at the North Pole, so we didn't bother. Like, you can go and visit him, and you don't even go to the North Pole anyway. You go to some, like, other little grotto somewhere a bit south, I don't know. But it's, yeah, I want to go to the North Pole with a compass, walk around it, and then walk around it 100 meters away, making a bigger circle, just to make sure this is it, and not just a big magnet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Proper confirm for myself.
Standing in a hole, though, if you did that.
Pardon?
I think you'd be standing in a hole if you did that with a compass.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we're told and what's there. Yeah.
That's what we'll find out, man. We'll find out.
Yeah. And
just need somebody with a plan.
But see, my problem that I want to address before it comes a bigger one is we can go to the North Pole and take video, pictures, more video, more pictures, selfies with pygmies. We can do the whole route, totally videotaped, and you know what? Every single person in our lives will say, fake, CGI, fake. Like they all will. Why? Because the TV contradicts it. So they love the TV more than they love us. That is the truth. Love, hate. What's the stronger emotion? Their hate. Their hate for us.
I don't believe there's any hate, bro.
TV.
I don't believe there's any
What do
hate.
they act upon the most?
Gradient
They
of
act
love.
upon their hate. They act on their hate. They don't act on their love. They act on their hate. Their love is substandard. It's like, yeah, it's there. But hate gets them off their ass. Gets everybody off their ass. Hate of being poor, hate of starving, hate of Trump, hate of whatever. Most of your friends are based on hate. Your hate's in common. Like, oh, dude, I hate the Packers. Oh, my God, I hate them too. Dude, what's your number? We got to hang out. Like, based on hate. Like, most people's friendships based on hate. Be like, dude, I love American power plugs, and I hate European adapters. Be like, dude, we can't talk anymore. Why? Over adapters? Like, what? Huh? What? People are like that. Wow. Just wow. I can't play nice anymore. We play nice. Oh, you don't know any better. Oh, you never heard of this before. Oh, some other excuse. And we play nice. And we play calm. But, you know, it's kind of like, let's say it's the year 2030. Everything outside is on fire. And we're talking to somebody going, oh, so wait, what you're saying is we're at war? No, we're not at war. They're just disagreeing with each other. And you're like, no, everything is destroyed. We're at war. Nothing exists anymore. No. Well, that's conspiracy. No, you're full of shit. That's conspiracy. They just disagreed with France about freedom fries. France said French fries, and we said, no, F you, France. It's freedom fries. And then they cartoon bombed us. And now cartoons are burning our land. And you're conspiracy tard. And you're like, did you hear all the words that just came out of your mouth?
Yeah, I see where you're going, man. This could carry on forever.
Right. And I'm here, and I'm stuck here, and what do? Well, Jesus is coming.
It isn't just Jesus is coming, you know that.
Well, we need a little more right now.
Wow.
Some of us.
All I can tell you is I don't take any substances, and I have worked all my life on problems in a rational way that I believe is rational, and I'm not hyper emotional. You know that too. And I don't get up every morning or stay up late at night going, oh, I can't stand the pain anymore, because it's not my pain to bear.
Or do you have painkillers?
No. I have a relationship with
Well,
my
I'm
creator,
saying,
and so, and I didn't get there with shrooms, and I didn't get there with spirits.
Okay. You can go to sleep at night without help of substances or anything. Some of us can't. And we're just like you on our beliefs and in our heart and everything. And we're just exactly like you. But our circumstances of our lives do not dictate or allow us to just hit the pillow and go to sleep, because there's much more going on inside of us.
There's a lot of people who would tell you by their testimony. It's like the one guy I showed you a short video of, and you just said, well, he didn't do it right. The former druggy Satanist, whatever, who doesn't take any of that stuff anymore, who had the lousy life, who had abusive parents and committed murder and all those things, and then they sleep at night just like I do because of one thing.
Did I say? Why did I say he didn't do it right?
Well, he was saying something about a bad trip. And you said, well, he didn't do it right.
You did the bad trip wrong. But the rest might have been okay, but maybe the bad trip part was wrong.
Shout out to Shumnati.
But see, that's special pleading. That's an excuse why the guy is
the
what
bad
he is
trip
today.
part was bad. Then
How do you know he did something wrong? You're just assuming that because from the prior belief that there must not be something wrong with the tripping. But what I'm saying is that he also sleeps at night, even though he had the bad life and everything. And there was these, I forget where we were one day when there's a bunch of guys saying, yeah, I watched my father kill my mother, and they're Christians today. They don't take substances and they sleep at night. So it isn't just that I haven't had the same experiences. It's that I have had the same experiences as people who got out of it. And that same experience is having that relationship repaired with our creator. And that's all I'm trying to say.
I believe in the creator. I don't believe.
But you won't align with him because he asked too much of him.
What I do is the same exact thing as if I believed in Jesus, or if I didn't believe in Jesus, I would be leading the same exact life.
No, but
now, if I'm excluded from his kingdom because I didn't cross that line, but did the same things, basically, but I didn't just say, hey, out of the 1,000 books I've heard of, I'm picking this one to believe in all my heart is real. And that's it. That's the only thing. And the rest was all the same. But that one decision made the fate of my life for eternity.
Jimmy, if God comes down to become one of us to solve, to reconcile us to God, and we don't believe that, and all he's asking you to do is trust him, and you won't do it, how much is he asking you to do? Why is that so difficult?
If that was true, and if that was the case, and if that could be made to us, known to us, we're in a way.
Well, it is.
I doubt it. It's
How did I
not made
figure
and
it out?
known to us in a book. Just because it's in a book is not enough.
All right, so Eric Dubé wrote a book. Does that mean everything in that book is to be discarded now?
Absolutely not. And anybody who thinks Eric Dubé's book is the word of God is also stupid. Because it's just a book.
What's wrong? What do you got against books? I mean, what's the difference between speaking and writing when it comes? Isn't it the thought and the author that matters?
All right. When I read in a book, and one day I took a piece of glass and sliced my mother's throat with it, and then I licked the glass, and then decided to kill my sister and brother with that same glass. And while I was fascinated by the display of blood, I decided to kill the rest of my family. Okay, now that was what was in the book. Now, if we met the person who wrote that, let's say, and we heard that same exact thing from the human, we would hear, I freaking killed it with the glass and I call it fucking. Now, what we did was we took a tone and we made it our own based on how we are. And now, when we heard the real thing, that actually happened before it was written down was quite different than the way it was written down. And all I'm saying is that's just one example of how something can be so drastically different that now this book is telling us to put our lives, and not only our lives, our eternal souls upon for a bet, like a blackjack bet. Literally.
No, we've been
It's
over
a
this.
blackjack bet based on faith.
No, we've been over this.
Because,
and I'm getting tired of saying it, but the point is, the main thing about the Bible that I keep saying is that it's an eyewitness testimony, a written down eyewitness testimony of an event in history. And it's not just that it's a book, it's that it's a written record of something that actually happened in history.
But how can we, like people like me, who say, all right, how do I know that actually happened?
Well, how do you know anything? I've been on that too in my videos. Like, you got to decide how you're going to tell truth from false in an objective manner. What you have is called solipsism, where you go by strictly your gut, and your gut is not reliable. And that's why you have to have a way of determining, judging evidence.
Well,
and I'm saying not all evidence is physical.
See. Like, we live in this valley. Well, how did it get to be a valley? Well, something happened, and now it's a valley, and now we're here. Okay, all right. Well, I don't know what it was, but it's something happened, it's a valley. Well, I'm going to ask a question. You know what I'm saying? Like, how did it get like that? Whatever. And if I don't get an answer that makes sense, but it's based on believe in Papa Smurf or don't, your soul depends on it.
No, you're trying to tell me that I'm just supposed to pick a fact out of the air and believe it. I'm not picking a fact out of the air. I'm saying there's evidence, there's testimony, and you can't use science to do. Science can only examine the present. It can't tell you anything about the past. All it can do is make conjectures and theories and beliefs about the past. That's all it can do.
Well, in a neutral perspective.
Not neutral. I'm
asking you a question now. Like, in a neutral perspective, if you could put yourself in a neutral perspective, can all of the things that you say prove the Bible to be true? Can any of that be faked?
No less so than anything else in the past. No less so.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. So,
Paula, would you give testimony swearing on the Bible?
All the information I think could be fact is fake. We are on equal ground. All that we know, both in completely different realities, could technically be faked that we can think of, and we can even think of ways it could be faked. That exists, right? Like, that is possible.
No, but
my reality could be faked. Your reality could be faked.
Yeah, but before you told me that written documents do not serve as evidence, even if it's historical, going back thousands of years. So, the game is over at that point because I'm wasting my time.
It could be faked.
But how do you know? How would you know?
By people who died, who lied before you were born.
How would you know whether something in the past is fake or not? How? By what objective measurement?
That's the power of it. We can't know. So people in control of it now have the power of, you can't know either way, but here's consequences here if you don't believe. You see the motivation to get you to believe?
No, because it's more than just a belief, because the acceptance of a fact of someone's testimony that Jesus rose from the dead doesn't just stop there. It starts there. People change. People who really believe that.
I agree. And it's a great influence. And I would hate to stop that from happening, because people do change for the better, even if it's placebo. It works. And I agree with it. And it's a great story. But me personally, like, great for who it works for, but I'm not going to give my eternal soul on a book.
I think you said that again. Oh, well. Do it your way. It doesn't seem to be working.
No, I don't think my way works either.
My way's working. That's all I know.
What do you mean it's working?
am I, waking up or, unable to sleep? And when I do sleep and wake up, I got to have a drink or something because I need to be calmed and because the world is a terrible place.
I have a drink before I go to sleep, not when I wake up.
That's beside the point. I mean, you just told me I sleep at night.
So that answered all the questions you have. And you can sleep at night and you have no other questions.
I sleep at night because I trust my creator and I'm on good terms with him because I just trust him. I trust that Jesus rose from the dead, and that's to reconcile me to God. And that's a relationship. It's being adopted spiritually by God into his family. And once you're in the family, you have a home.
Oh, I know the mafia. I know the mafia code. I do know that. But you have no questions? You're good.
I have lots of questions. I've spent my life doing those questions since at least my teens, and I'm pushing 60 now.
And
what I'm saying is that I have
Are you fulfilled, satisfied?
I am adopted as a child of God, and I know where I'm going when I leave this place. And in the meantime, I have things to do. I have people to talk to. Not that it does any good, but I'm supposed to try.
I'm trying to choose a path. So I'm asking you, don't avoid the answer, because tell me, because I want to know, because I might choose your path. I don't know.
All right.
But are all your questions you've ever had answered to your satisfaction? You're going to say no, and you're going to say, no, they're not, because I'm not meant to.
Well, if you're going to answer for me, why should I bother?
Am I right, though?
I have the basics answered. I have what I need to know. Everything else will come in time. And everybody has that same kind of faith. They believe that science will bring the answers in time. I just believe that God will bring the answers in time. And in the meantime, I got stuff to do, and I am still answering questions. No, I don't. Nobody has all the answers, but I have the most important ones, is what I'm saying.
Well, we all go through our lives kind of going through that experience where it actually coincides with what you said. Like, we will know the answers in time. Well, that applies when you're a child to when you're in second grade, fourth grade, sixth grade.
You don't have all the answers yet either.
We know that we get to know those answers in time, and that also applies to that metaphor too. As, yes, that is a basic foundation of how we grow and learn, is we all get to know the answers in time. Like the Bible says, what they're doing to me seems like you can actually say that, and it applies, and we can relate to it. But we're talking about a soul. Now, a soul is not your wallet. It's not your mortgage. It's not something you can lose and go home and recover from to make a gamble on. I play poker. I don't gamble. I play poker. I don't play roulette. I don't play blackjack. I don't want to gamble. I want to win. I want to win. Yes, I don't want to gamble. I want to win. And when it comes to my soul, I want to know what the real truth is. And I don't want it to be from a book. I want it to be solid, you know?
Well, I'm walking around telling
what
you
it is. We need to know what the truth is. We can't gamble on that. That's not a gamble. Like, it's based on really strong possibility, or all signs seem to point to this. Or
if you're looking for absolute certainty, you'll never find it. That's just the reality we're in.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah, everything's half truths. That's it.
Religious debate going on and on and on and on and on because there is no definitive answer.
And there will be. It's just not going to happen in this life. That's all I'm saying. So that's why I don't live for this life, but I deal with it while I'm here. I mean, I'm not just sitting on my hands.
Will the hammer I'm holding up fall to the ground? Yes. Definitive answer, proven. Why does this most important thing have to be a toss-up?
Huh?
This is the most important thing. Why does it have to be a guess? But if I want to say, you know, will this hammer fall to the ground or fly upward if I drop it? I don't care, but let's see. Boom, it falls down. Answer to my question. Didn't really care. Got an answer that was definitive, permanent, forever. But the thing that determines where my soul goes, I'm not allowed to know. And it's because it's a test of faith based on a book stepped on by the English and the royals who have clearly conquered this place and rewrote history, that's like a double fake out, because it's like, take my word for it in this book. Even more challenging, take my word for it after the English and the Royals have stepped on it.
So Jibby, once you get to the North Pole and all I have is your word that you've been there, am I supposed to believe it?
Not even for a second, unless I bring back photographic proof, recordings, anything tangible that you can verify.
And so I'm going to reject all your evidence because I don't like it.
If it's just my testimony with my signature, I would not hold it against you. Not at all. If I said, Paula, I was there. I saw this friggin' star in the sky and spiraling clouds and all this shit, and my camera wouldn't work. So what I did is I took a pencil and I drew it. And I drew it the best I could. And the nails flew out of our boats because of the magnets. And we couldn't even use a plane because the electromagnetics screwed up the computer. So what we had to do is we had to friggin' use the dog sleds, and we had to go through all this shit, and the pygmies helped us. And then the giants came, and they gave us a high five and some good cans of Foster's beer, because those fucking Foster's cans are huge. So excuse my English. And yes, I would tell you that story, and if you said, you know, it's a good story, but I can't put my soul on it, I would say, you're right. You can't.
Now here's you at least brought us to a good point. Testimony matters, the character of the person you're talking to. I would believe you because I know you, and I believe Jesus because I know Jesus, and I believe that the character of the testimony.
But you didn't know him.
Jibby, what you're looking for, it seems like you're looking for a map, and that's what we're all looking for, to try and get this treasure. But then you got to kind of get the validity of this map. Where did it come from? The only way is to kind of go for it, really, isn't it?
You see, in the end, everything we believe about something we can't personally investigate depends on our trust in someone, whether it's you or me or people who saw Jesus rise from the dead. You got to trust somebody.
If you knew one of the writers of the Bible personally, I would kind of feel a little different.
Well,
I would, because you knew them personally and you read them. You read like their energy when they were like, dude, Jesus said this. Oh my God, Jesus did that. Oh, you gotta see what this guy Jesus did. You know, I'm gonna write it down. And then you told me that, and that's testimony.
But see,
then I'm gonna be a little different about it.
But see, there's that document I told you about, Testimony of the Evangelist, where somebody went, a lawyer, one of the founders of Harvard School of Law back before it was ruined, went back and used his legal methods to judge the character of the gospel writers. And yet that's the best you can do. I mean, you can go back and judge the character. Huh?
Wait, how do you go back and judge somebody you never knew?
You look at all the evidence of what kind of life they lived, what other people, friend and foe, thought of them. I mean, 100 people.
Subjective conclusions.
Everything is.
No two people will come out with the same conclusion.
Everything is. Even we have like the creation evolution debate.
The hammer falls is not subjective.
But see, look at the creation evolution debate. I mean, even in the flat Earth community, we're disagreeing over whether mountains are trees. You know, whether they used to be trees, and we're looking at the same evidence. We're looking at the same evidence, but we reach different conclusions. And so it wouldn't matter. I'm just saying everybody has the same evidence to work with, and we have the same methods of determining somebody's character. And it's up to each one of us to decide whether that character is trustworthy. And in the end, trust is a necessity. You can't prove everything.
So how many parts of the Bible are written by a woman?
I believe so. I believe there are at least, I think, 3 books. There's Esther and Ruth in the Old Testament. I mean, who do you think wrote those down? And then there's the book of Hebrews in the New Testament, has no author name, which is unprecedented. And there's even, back in the 1800s, there was a German researcher who said that there was a conspiracy of silence on the author of the book. And he believed, even then, in those days, you know, in 19th century German of all people said, I believe it was a woman because no author is listed.
Could I ask you a question, please, love? What's your take on the Book of Enoch? You know, you're a Christian, but what's your take on the Book of Enoch? And do you think it should be like in the canon?
I believe it's at least valid historical record as far as anything else that ancient, but like anything else, you have to weigh a whole bunch of factors on any ancient document and see whether something is inspired by God is not as easy of a thing to determine. But compared to the rest of the Bible, objectively, it's kind of a gray area to me. The Book of Enoch.
Yeah. It
I don't
seems to
dismiss
give a
it.
bit more of our history, you know, like the older
Right.
the fallen angels and all the older giant stories, because there were giants in those days and then not back it up. So the Book of Enoch kind of backed that story up a bit, and obviously you've got the other books that were taken out.
Right.
I guess
Book of Jasher too, or Josher, if you ask Rob Skiba, he pronounces it that way. But but yeah.
But you have a different perception and belief than others based on those books. Now, you're kind of going by a subjective perception, determining souls' destinies based on personal perception.
Is the gut feeling you go by objective?
Well, that's based on my life, not my soul.
That's subjective. That's subjective.
Yeah. I could be like, should I climb this mountain on moonshine? Probably not. It's subjective, and then I could say, you know what? You only live once, and then climb it, and I fall and I die. The body dies. I didn't risk my soul. I risked my body on a stupid, drunken belief. Now, what I'm talking about is our soul is on the line. This is a spiritual battle. Even for people who don't believe the Bible, we're spiritual. I'm spiritual.
Right.
I'm very spiritual. And I'm in touch with me,
the bad spirits.
With the driver of this vehicle. I'm in touch with the driver. I'm not in touch with
you are the driver.
You know, Cybertron and all these other people, whoever. I'm in touch with the driver of this vehicle. I know when I'm in the back seat. I know when I'm in the front seat. I'm in touch with me. I am not the body that goes in the ground. I am.
Right. That's
where I'm at.
Nothing
now,
I disagree
my
with.
soul's on the line here, according to this book. Yeah, I'm going to take it seriously. This is a big accusation. That's how I see it. I see it as an accusation that I have to accept the story of this very, very cool guy. I think he's awesome. But I have to accept the story as factual truth, as if I saw it myself. And if I don't, I will spend literally the concept that time doesn't exist forever and ever and ever suffering, because I just didn't accept a story considering the circumstances we are currently under of ridiculous lies and deceptions that we should be on guard about with everything, including the Bible, including our own parents being like, you know what, you're my mother, prove it, give me your DNA. Like, that's kind of how we're at. From the level we've been lied to, we should be questioning if our mothers are our own mothers. Like, seriously. And our mothers shouldn't be upset by such an accusation because of what we've been put under. Now, this book has been around for a long time, very popular, very credited, allegedly, whatever that means. I'm coming at this from a neutral perspective, like I just got here. Like, hey guys, my UFO crashed 1940 years ago, whatever, and I'm just kind of waking up now. What's going on? Well, we got a book here, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, let me see the book. Okay, good story, like the guy. All right, what else we got? Well, we got UFOs. We got Anunnaki. We got Flat Earth. We got blah, 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 blah. I'm going to go, well, seems flat. Haven't seen any Meru Nuki Nakanaki. I see flat. I see sun. I see a moon. I see stars. No one else seems to be getting involved. That's all I got to go with. The rest, I don't know. Well, you got to bet your soul on it. What do you mean I got to bet my soul? I don't have enough information. I can't bet my soul. I need more information. Sorry, Got to bet your soul. It's either
What
this
would
book or
it
nothing.
take? What would it take? I've asked you this like 50 times in the past. What would it take to
Well,
tip the scales?
Okay, with me saying these things that I'm saying, like, nope, it's got to be more than a book. All right, what would it take? Well, if I'm risking my soul on eternal anything, I need more information. I
Like
need
what?
more proof.
And how would you?
All right,
What would make
well,
you accept it?
Well, no, well.
So it seems like you're trying to count the cards and then go into a casino. Yeah, you want to understand how the cards work, how the maths works behind it. That's pretty much the matrix. Understanding the matrix, understanding the cards, the probabilities. I guess that's kind of where you're running at.
Yeah, but some people are never going to be able to have the chance to choose Jesus or any religion. For the fact they're just busy starving to death and suffering.
God will take care of them.
So
I mean, he holds
They-
you responsible
That's
for what
your
you've been given.
opinion. Isn't that your opinion?
Everybody's only got opinions when it comes down to it.
Yeah, and then just
No,
through our
not
discernment,
everybody's
we've
got
got to choose
opinions.
the right
Like,
path.
the blood pressure here and the bleeding will stop. That's not an opinion. That'll stop the bleeding. Apply pressure. That'll stop.
But think about this,
I want facts. I don't want opinions about my soul.
Jimmy, your soul
I
is
go
bleeding.
to a lot of people out there saying that you can live on the sun. I say there's people out there that have not eaten for 40, 50, 60 years, and they don't believe it. Right?
Is that
I don't
true?
know. I don't know these Indian people. I don't know these people who have actually not eaten for 60 years.
See,
So it's kind of the whole. You've got to kind of.
This is an outrageous claim written down on paper that people can live
But
60 years
scientifically,
without food
it's
based on
coming
the
on,
sun.
you know.
This is
Coming
something
on,
I would
possible
say I would like
biology.
to see proof of, because if it works, I'm going to go with it. Based on proof, not written paper. See, I would see
believe-
this and I would say, I want to see this for myself. I would
I
watch
believe
this guy
that
for
is the
60
Savior.
days.
If anything,
Yes.
that is the Jesus represented, the Son. You know, he's the Son, right? The Son of God,
And
literally.
I'm
And he
if
was
this guy can prove it to me, yeah, I'm okay. I'm good to go. But we're going on something written in the past, all in the past, opinions and faith. And any claims that can be proven to me now will trump that if they can be proven. That's
But the
not
problem
holding
is that the proof you're looking for is not in the realm of the problem that we're describing here as a past event and the nature of the creator. You can see the results of what the creator has done, but you can't see that he stepped into history at a point in time. And like I said, it all boils down to whether you trust the character of the people telling the story and whether that means anything to you in terms of evidence. And so far you're saying, no, sorry, I'm not even going to investigate somebody's character.
Your example of trusting me and my character is a good example, but all of the characters you're trusting with this particular story you've never met, and they're all dead.
And I'm saying I can get a pretty good idea of it. And like I said, we're all
Based on
dealing with
words on paper.
probability. All of us are
Based
dealing
on
with
words on
probability.
paper that could be cleverly written to get you to feel that way.
Well, how would
Is
you
that a
know?
possibility?
You
Is
don't have
it a-
any way of knowing.
I don't, but is it a possibility?
Anything's possible, but I've done my investigation for all my life, and I'm pretty well convinced that this is not a made-up story. And there's a lot of people, a long
I
line, a
believe
chain of
you.
people going back to them saying,
You
yeah, this is
convinced me
awesome.
of yes, you convinced me of a lot of it, and I want to believe you. But when it comes down to hearing the gavel from the judge, and it's time for the final conclusions of our beliefs, do you put your soul on the line for this Jesus character in this book? Make your final decision now. Like, when it comes down to that, I'm gonna say I'm not feeling strong enough. But if we're just going about our lives and it's a Tuesday and it doesn't matter if I believe or not, and I can just say, yeah, sounds good, I believe. Like, well, then that's a different story. But when it's this important, people aren't taking it that seriously.
No, this is like somebody coming to the orphanage and saying, do you want to come home with me? That's all God is saying through Jesus, saying, look at these nail prints on my wrist here.
Tell me that.
You want to come home with
say
me?
I'm illiterate. Tell me that now.
That's emotional
I'm illiterate.
blackmail for a start.
No, it's not emotional blackmail. It's just an
saying, look
asking
at
you to
these
make a
holes in my
decision.
wrists. But I was
No,
going to
that's
say,
identifying him. That's like his ID, his wallet. You know, this is who I am. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to appeal to pity here. I'm just saying this is my identifying mark. Do you want to come home with me or not?
Yes.
That's all
And
you're
when
here
you
to
want to
decide.
adopt them, you let them know, hey, I want to adopt you.
Was his
Now,
identity
it's
really
not
just the
like,
marks
hey,
on his physical
hey,
form, or
this
was it actually the
person-
energy that he represented?
How would you even identify the energy somebody represented?
by how they behave and act towards you.
You could probably
Oh, that's character. That's what I've been talking about the whole time.
Yeah,
But
well, I was going to
Paula,
say
Paula, would you go by like me saying, hey, Paula, this guy that somebody used to know, who knew somebody who knew God, wants to adopt you. Give me all of your trust and faith, or give him that, based on who, sixth-hand knowledge of somebody who wants to adopt you. You're talking about it like God personally came down and said, I would like to adopt you. And I give myself to you. That's different. But
And
that's
I
not
would
what
say,
we go
okay,
through.
was this person's coming prophesied? Did they rise from the dead? And were the witnesses of this event reliable people? That's what I would say.
Now, did the English kings and royalty who kind of burned books for a reason and all these other things go, hey, this King James version that says this, yeah, this is good enough. Give it to the public. And it's empowering?
Well, it's recorded in history, isn't it, that the popes and archbishops got together and decided what would go in the Bible.
No.
And they burnt quite a
this
lot of
stuff
it.
I don't know about.
No.
You guys
That's
study
why
that.
I was taught in history, is that they got together and made this one final form of the Bible, and they removed quite a lot of it.
No, they
and
didn't. How
destroyed it.
how would you know what was removed if you don't know what was there in the first place, and you won't accept any evidence of what was there in the first place?
But I would say a human being is capable of being better and more positive than any religious person, just by their own given capabilities,
Well, now
emotional and intellectual. But they do not need a religion or a book or someone to pray to in particular.
Nobody said they did. I'm talking about whether you're being reconciled to your creator. I'm not talking about your behavior right now. That's all I'm saying. And I must get a drink. I got to go start some tea. I'll be right back.
Yeah, guys, very interesting to listen about Bible. But if we're looking at this side where I am,
Yeah, go ahead, Itmar, in Estonia.
yeah, then I know about Bible things, but it was translated from Torah and Torah in Russian years ago. And here we're using churches only for a funeral. And nobody waited this belief system here, but believing at all, but it's inside thing. It's not manifesting anywhere, but it's inside, but you kind of want to know, but it's that way, but you don't know. You just believe.
And she believes it based on all of the work she's done. She translated the Greek original.
Yeah, but the Greek itself.
She's no joke. Like she
Russian,
really
Russian letters. It was Russia, but one language. If you know about one language, it was before. It was Russia. Period.
Yeah, Cyrillic and definitely, yeah, it does seem that way.
If you know this language, then you kind of see where the feet are going.
Like, I trust her to know what she's talking about with this, because of all the people I've spoken to, she's my Bible go-to person. Because
Hey, Itmar, is there a place in your studies, from your perspective there with the Russian or Cyrillic, that you see the deviation?
Yeah, there are two sides, like a left side and the right side, left brain, right brain. Latin is left brain think better, the right brain. You have to.
I see it as like the left and right side brain too, and Christ consciousness, if anything, is the hybridization and the understanding of both of them. Just like the where the pineal is, the pineal gland, the direct center. Exactly, yeah, and that's where the halo comes into it.
But can we even prove that?
Yeah, we can.
Well, it's quite clear, Jibby, like
Halo
the spirits,
and all that stuff.
Well, if we're talking about the spiritual side of things, I mean, you can experience a lot of different spirits. You can imbibe spirits, or you can take other substances that may make you more aware of other energies or spirits, so to speak. Or you could just have nothing and go completely sober and just study yourself and the spirit that comes from within you, and those around you, and what kind of life they have or how they feel about their life. So you might, group manifesting, like it just depends on your condition phase of life and what you experienced when you were brought up. So, and the thing is that whether you're on substances or not, or you're drinking or you're not, you manifest your own spirit and what you think about, and you get out what you put in.
I'm
right?
not sure. I'm not. I mean, I'm trying to understand what you're saying here. Like, I manifest my experiences with this stuff.
Yeah, it's a tactile 3D reality. I mean, it's a spectrum of different possibilities in the electromagnetic, the chemical, the physical, and it's at your will. You have the choice to live for you. You don't have to measure your success based on everybody else. That's something that
Yes, I agree
you do
with you
personally.
100%.
It's very intimate. And if you reconnect with that and you start, maybe changing your wants into some desires for positive things, maybe those things will happen. Maybe you can do that while drinking. Maybe you can do that without drinking. That's also is another choice that you make.
Yeah.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah,
have you
waiting this Bible thing to coming here, but with axe and sword? There is no knowledge system before there were. The Bible is belief system, but it's not knowledge based. But now everybody looking at the 13 and those moon phases and how the calendars are acting and what we should do when we seed or when we harvest. But now everybody start looking into those things, but they are not in Bible. They are but now based on pagan. Pagans were before here, but and the Russian Orthodox system is also skewed.
Yeah, because we've lost our origins of our humanity, haven't we? We don't know who the first humans were and how we came about. Because we've had to rely on human beings to pass the story down when it's been manipulated by people who take over. And how would we even know the origins of humanity from such a long time ago, just from the word of mouth? Even if they wrote it in books, on stones, pictures, it would still be able to be manipulated. So things will always be lost, won't they?
That's been my point the whole time, is you have to decide how you're going to tell truth from false before you start any kind of investigation. And even when it comes to I would just came back to the mic for a second while the water heats up to hear talking about drugs and trips and things, and it's like, how would anybody know whether any of that is real? Just because it feels real doesn't mean it's real outside of your own head, and that doesn't have any more validity to me than any other experience, and it wouldn't be any more proof than somebody else would give.
Yes, I wish you would tell this to some of my friends who have had really intense LSD experiences, who pretty much threw their old lives away and then went to Christianity because their acid trip, kind of kundalini or whatever experience they had, they called it Jesus speaking to them, and then they suddenly switched to Christianity. And then I questioned them and I said, you know what, everything that you said is exactly what I went through, but I didn't put the name Jesus on it. I just put the force on it. It's the force. That's all I can actually say for certainty it is, because it is a force. It did enact upon me, and I did experience something. That's the only thing I can say 100% certainty is it's a force, and I felt it. That's it.
To me, that's no more objective.
I don't know if it's God. I don't know if it's Satan. I don't know.
That's like, it's like nature, isn't it? Like how
nobody gave a name. Yes, nature didn't give a name. Oh,
yeah, man gives the polarity.
Here,
Yeah, man divides and conquers. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going by what I can prove, which is
I don't see
and I felt it.
Between
it was intense.
Lucifer and Jesus. I see them being the same person.
Card.
Yeah, I think the religions have split Jesus into two entities.
Yeah, some people
I think that's what's happened. I think it's the same being. The Savior is also Lucifer is also it's not exactly the devil. I mean, the devil is just your best friend in theory. He just puts more weights on you, makes you work harder for it. You know, it's like that is how it influences you, and it's just led into gold, man. Led into gold. Saturn into the sun. You know, it's natural progression.
You're more way studied than I am in this Jesus-Satan split, but that is actually a common theme in the flat Earth. Now, one of my questions right now, if that's a dead-end road, I don't want to explore it prematurely, but I want to know which road to go down. And the only one I can say is,
angels and demons, bro.
I was not born.
That's all it is.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I was not born literate. Somebody taught me how to read English, and then somebody read the Bible to me, and then somebody told me I had to do this, and then somebody, like, do you see where I'm going with this? Like, this is not natural to me in my experience. My experience was I was born, and I was in full communication with the Force. And a whole bunch of bad shit happened to me. And then I went crazy, went to the dark side for most of my life, went crazy again. I've had a Martin Leakey experience. Whatever Martin says, that's what I've been through, the same thing. Me and Martin are brothers. I'm flat earth English. He's flat earth British. We're the same thing. Martin's cuckoo beyond Cocoa Puffs, and so am I, because of what we've been through. And it's the kind of thing that you just can't, really articulate to people. It's kind of a series of experiences, but when it comes down to it, it's like nobody's leaving their calling card. Nobody's leaving their name. Nobody's saying, Jesus was here, Kundalini on, boom. And, oh, well, that's Jesus did that for me. Therefore, I'm a Christian. The Bible is one of many things I've been told about where I am. It's not the only thing, though I did go to Catholic school. But I'm saying, like, if God wanted me to know this Bible, I would either have been born illiterate, or he would have really made it known to me in a way that's not like, I'm going to play a head game. No, it would have been clear.
But Jibby, how many times in history could Jesus come and die again? Does he have to do that for every single person?
Couldn't that be also used by the people who are perpetuating the story?
No, I'm saying if what you need is him to appear to you personally instead of just doing it once and having people write it down because that doesn't mean anything to you, how many times is he supposed to do that?
I don't know. And why doesn't he just do it once for everybody?
He does it every day, bro. The sun rises, the sun sets. Yeah, it's all the content, macrocosm, microcosm. That is just how it is, man.
Yeah, I'm kind of going by what I can see and prove right now. And I love the Jesus story because for a guy who lived 2,000 years ago, this guy knew his shit. I don't think there's anybody alive who's like, Jesus, what an asshole. I've never heard that in my whole life. Even the trolls, like, everybody's like, that guy was cool. That guy did the coolest shit ever. And when you hear his stories, it blows you away because it's like, oh, yeah. Because it's like, you know what? Who wants me to eat in their home tonight? And everybody raises their hand. Ooh, me. And it's the guy way in the back who's shy and embarrassed about his wrecked home or rotten home or whatever, and he's poor. And Jesus goes, "You, I'm going to eat at your house tonight." And he's like, "What, me?" "Yeah, you." And everybody's like, "Oh, I had the nicer house. I had a mansion. I had this. I had a." And he's like, "I don't care about any of that. I care about the humble. I care about who's honest." And when you hear that, you go, "Effing A, man. Like, that's even better than I would even thought that story turned out." Like, you know, like, that's just one of many of Jesus. Like, I freaking love Jesus. Everything I've ever heard about him. But my eternal soul and Jesus is only existing on paper for me right now. He has not appeared to me. Although I did have experiences, and they didn't leave that calling card. That's another thing. All my experiences didn't have a calling card. If they said Jesus, I'd be Jesus. By all means. I don't care. Like, I want to go with the truth. I don't have a dog in this race. I don't care. I don't care if I'm on a pyramid earth. I don't. I just want to know the truth. I'm a simple guy. You know, that's it. I'm a very, very simple person. I don't want complicated. I want simple. But it seems complicated. It seems like a crazy, complicated head game. And I have intelligence because I smoke so many cigarettes that I've countered a lot of fluoride. So I've still maintained a critical mind in a way where I'm like still asking questions, where I'm like, I'm not satisfied with these answers. And it's many answers. And I'm a very open, honest, kind of regular guy. Just a simple, regular guy. I just want to know the answers. I'll go back to my life. Leave flat earth to you people. Have fun with it. I just want to have a regular life. But I'm only here to look for the truth. That's it. I don't want to fight. I don't want war. I don't want popularity. My channel has got maybe 500 or 600 subs, and it's hidden. And I don't want like popularity. I came in this for the truth. I pushed off popularity on my other friends' channels. I'm like, I'll make a video, put it on your channel. I don't want the shit. I just want the truth. That's
exactly what the shamans do. They isolate themselves from everybody else to understand the whole. You know, because truth from within, bro.
I isolated myself from everybody because I just want to know the truth, and I want to live my life where I can believe in it. You know, like you have 100% faith in your heart. It's 100%. Like, this hammer will drop if I drop it. Boom, it drops because I just
you had faith in that.
Was going to happen because I've seen it happen, and I just know, and that's how things work. That I know. Now, somebody gives me this book called Moby Dick, and it's wrapped in gold and diamonds, and it glows and it sings, "We are God." And I'm like, I've never seen a book do that before. That's the first time for everything. I open it up, and there's web links to witnesses. I'm like,
I missed that last bit, pal.
Witnesses have websites. I click the websites, and there's a witness testimony and this picture with a thumbs up. Jesus said this. Thumbs up. And there's 500 of those. And they're all looking great, and it all seems like right. And now I read the book, and I go, it's a great book. All right, what's next? And somebody goes, oh, no. That's the book. And I'm like, what do you mean the book? It's like millions of books. No, this book. You have to believe in this book, and you have to believe in the Savior, or your soul is going to go in eternal damnation because you didn't believe in him before you saw proof of him. And we go, whoa, huh? I think we'll all do that. And I go, we're supposed to do that. That's the test.
Jibby, I know you're Jibby. I know you're a good guy. I can hear it in your heart. I hear it in your voice, dude. I know where you're going. I just want to tell you, dude, that I've been there. I've been right where you're at, and all I can say is that what worked for me is just asking not only myself but whatever else for truth and wisdom, and focused on that a lot, and that helped. So if that helps, you might try it. maybe
All
not.
right. Well,
But that's all you can do, man. Is just keep
if
seeking.
you
Don't let it get you
what-
down, man. Just keep looking. Don't give
well,
up.
I mean, we can't say don't get you down. If it gets you down, it gets you down. There's nothing you can do about it. I mean, it's just going to get you down. Like which way did you go?
I went the path of acceptance. I'll just ask a quick question. If everyone here on this panel had one word that they could describe whatever source, creator, or God, if they do or do not believe in one, what would that one word be for you to describe that thing, whatever it is that you believe in?
Holy, as in with a W.
I'm sorry, what was that, Turquoise?
Holy? But
Holy?
with a W.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
God. The creator. God. I don't need to believe in the Bible to believe in God.
Okay.
I believe in a God, and I believe in the
works.
creator, and I believe in the force, which is
Right,
God.
but if you had one, instead of, the name or just the word that is, what about like an adjective, like something describing that?
Love.
No, that can't be possible, bro. As soon as you name one, you negate the rest.
Right?
No, Jimmy, wait, I want to stick with that. Jimmy, what did you just say?
Love.
Thank you, my brother. You're on the
That's
right
it.
track. That's the way I went. And you can't experience that without the opposite side of the spectrum. And what we live in is that field.
The opposite.
What we live in is that field. There's one or the other, but there's also
Yeah.
the area in between.
Different
And for there to be
variants of this
two,
love,
for there to
yeah?
be
God
two,
is love.
for there to be
Love is
two,
God.
there had to be one, and that's everything.
I don't need a Bible to tell me that.
Well, it's been
Not at
repeated.
all.
It's like repeating over our heads, like every year, right? In
I don't
cycles,
even
it
need
happens
to
over and
find
over
it.
again. And cultures,
And every day.
Put me in
cults,
total darkness.
cults and
God is
cultures
love, love is
throughout
God.
history have repeated that same story and given it different names, and that energy of love is repeated in many different books in many different languages. So there's that. That's where I went with it.
Right.
I'm
And I
willing to be
came in-
wrong,
Right.
but I hear your
Yeah, I
heart's in the right
agree.
place, and I
Yes.
don't think that you're off track there, buddy.
I came into this illiterate. I didn't want to go buy a book. I didn't want to go buy any books. I am not a book guy.
If anything, the tablets and the stones came before the books, so it's more solid evidence, really. They're more likely to last cataclysm, aren't they? The tablets and the stone structures.
Evidence. There's evidence of a flood. They say there's a flood
Oh, yeah.
in the Bible. Okay, well, that's pretty good to prove what's in the Bible is true. Because the Bible said a flood. There is evidence of a flood. We can all verify for ourselves. Okay, flood. Flood in the Bible, flood in real life. Okay, that doesn't mean the entire Bible's proof, but it's a work in progress.
Hey, Jimmy, the other side of that argument is that because NASA lies so much, we pretty much can assume they lie about everything, but it doesn't seem to work the other way with truth. If the Bible is true about things that you've looked at so far, why can't you assume that the rest of it is true, even though if they had lies, you would assume the whole thing is lies? I don't understand the logic there.
I can answer that because from my perspective, there is a great flood. There was a great flood. That's in the Bible. My opinion is there is a firmament, and that's in the Bible. But that's just my opinion. That's not a fact. That's a separate thing. I'm trying to go by what's in the Bible that we can all verify. And flat and stationary, okay, that's in the Bible, right? I think we can all verify that too. It seems to be flat and stationary. The 4 pillars and all that shit we haven't gotten to yet. So I'm basically looking at one hand and counting the things that I can say that the Bible seems to nail down as accurate. I'm counting on one hand, but there's several hands of things that the Bible does say.
But Jimmy, I'm just asking to clarify your logic here. If what we've
Doesn't have enough.
investigated about NASA is known to be false, then everything is false. Then why isn't what you investigated about the Bible to be true mean everything is true? I don't understand the difference.
Every single thing that NASA says, I can disprove or find fault in. Every single thing. The Bible can't. I can only count on one hand the things that seem to be verifiable that are in the Bible.
But I'm saying
one hand.
Have
NASA, it's every single thing.
But
That's
I'm saying
apples and bowling balls.
what I'm saying is that the things you have investigated about the Bible that you could, by your very, very, very narrow definition, have been true. And so why would you think the rest of it's, every single thing has to be proved, whereas with NASA, everything is assumed to be false?
Not assumed.
Yes, assumed on the basis
it is for me, but
yeah. That I'm just saying, there's nothing objective about your logic here. That's all I'm saying.
Not with NASA anymore, based on 30 years.
Well, and I've investigated the Bible longer than that, so here we go. We're at an impasse again.
But I'm going, okay, NASA, claim, investigation, proof of fakery. Next thing, NASA claim, investigation, proof of fakery. Now we go Bible claim, investigation, opinion, testimony.
No. You just said flood, proof true. Flat Earth, proof true. Pillars and everything.
Count on one hand.
True.
Count on one hand.
So the quantity is a problem, and then the logic changes when you got.
Actually, quantity is a thing, because there is no court that will take one piece of evidence as the one and only truth. They will want a few things
to
determine, or a jury would want a few things, not just one or two things like OJ's. Well, the glove doesn't fit, and well, I wasn't there. Oh, well, that's it right there. The glove doesn't fit, so we must acquit.
Well, here we are back in the courtroom analogy, and I already said, this is the kind of testimony, you get testimony from witnesses, but you won't accept any of that because it's in a book. And I'm just frustrated because it seems like you pick and choose when you want the logic to apply and when you want evidence to be valid. I just don't get it.
What I know you've said this before, but I'm trying to understand, like, exactly what you mean, because the Bible is a book. NASA is not a book. NASA is a video photography. The Bible has no video photography. The Bible is a book. Those are two separate things right there to even begin to work with. Right there. You can't compare the two, because if NASA was a book, I would totally slam NASA right next to the Bible, saying these two things are equal. But NASA uses different mediums.
Standard at all.
NASA uses different mediums to express.
The medium is irrelevant.
How is irrelevant of a video and photograph?
Because they can all be faked. They can be as fake as
Bible had video. That's huge. Is the Bible with or without video make a difference? I think
no.
No?
You said yourself how fake the videos are from NASA, so I don't understand why that's better
their
evidence.
Videos are fake, but I have seen videos where I go, hey, you know what? That was a fight at Burger King. That was real by two black girls. There are videos that I will say
but you
are
reject
real if
all
they're real.
Written evidence, all
But
of
they
it.
have
Look,
to
even
be
if I
real.
wrote something, you would reject it because it's written.
Video have to be real, not video of cartoon.
I don't get it. I don't know. We're at an impasse.
Plenty of video that is real. It's like Burger King fight, McDonald's fight, NASA rocket, bowling alley, 300 game, all 12 strikes. You will see one cut. Okay, I believe that person got a 300. I believe the video. I watched it. Yeah, a little different. Testimony. People you've never met who are 1,000 years old. Testimony. Wow, that's not possible.
I don't see the difference, because you have no way of telling about written things. You only know video.
You're right.
Somebody who investigates written things
says, no, I'm saying the Burger King fight could be actresses. That's absolutely true. The Burger King fight could be two fake people pretending to hate each other, and I go, I believe it, and they fooled me. That's very possible. Exactly. Yeah, I don't put that off the table. But we have discernment, and we're supposed to use it, I think, like for everything.
But
discernment.
I'm saying,
like, hey, this pill is good for you. This pill's bad for you. Now we need discernment. Hey, this breakfast is good for you. This breakfast is bad for you. We need discernment.
but
this is what happens to your eternal soul. This is what might happen.
how can you apply discernment to an area of study that you haven't really investigated, which is ancient writings? You don't know what goes on with languages or document hypothesis or anything.
I can answer that. And for me personally, and it only applies to me, I personally chose to try to investigate my reality without going through the Bible first, because I felt like if I did books, like personal books for major things, I think the book would have influenced my opinion of my own personal outcome, and I didn't want that. I wanted it kind of like a, hey, I'm a visitor here, I'm brand new, what's up, earthlings, sup, what's going on? And I just check it out, and nobody's influenced me, and this is just a pure opinion. That's how I wanted to come at it. I didn't want books to influence me on a certain major thing, so I stayed away from them, because I wanted to come at it from a neutral perspective, a pure neutral, not a pure neutral plus books, which is books are other people's opinions and other people's facts.
Well, your opinion, my opinions are all other opinions.
To each other, but they're first-hand, second-hand opinions. But a book is like a third-hand opinion and all this stuff. And I didn't want to go through that. So I don't have books affecting my opinion. I have my own two eyes, my own scientific method. NASA came out for 35 years trying to tell me balls in your mouth in the sky. And I'm like, I want to believe you. 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 Everything I'm seeing is against what you're saying. Whoa. And then I find out I'm right. I was depressed because I thought I was going against the Bible of science, which is NASA. And I'm going against my own church for all my life. And I was depressed. And I held that pain in. It hurt. I'm like, why? And it hurt.
Still does.
Come to find out I was right. It's like, I was right. Wow. Depression lifted. You know, it was a great thing. But going by their written book, written shit, I was depressed. Because my own eyes saw differently. Now, my own eyes, my own everything is not resonating with the Bible story, except for everything Jesus said, except for I'm here and I'm gone. Other than that, everything he said was spot on. I agree with. I think we all do. I think we all do. But the transitions, I want to. They're fine. You know what? I could go with it. You know what? Let's say the transitions are real. Okay. All right. Fine. Well, now you throw in, you have to believe in me before you see proof of me, or you're going to. I'm like, all right. You know what? That's the guy that's like, who started, what is it? Mormonism, you know, or some one of those things. Like, it sounds like that. Like, nope. I'm Joseph Smith, and the secret tablets were only translated for me, and that's it, and only I can see them, and you gotta believe me, or that's it. Like, that's what it seems like. It seems silly. Like, you gotta believe me before you see proof of me. It's like, no, my creator wouldn't do that. He would test me in another way, where it would be the same result, probably, but it wasn't such a mind game. Like, I have to be illiterate. I have to be in the right country. I have to have the right book. Like, wow, what odds to be saved from this place?
You know, missionaries go all over the world and say, and make sure everybody knows. It isn't like they're just left to be lucky. And yeah, God takes care of whatever situations if people could not hear it, did not hear it.
That's your opinion. This
and
is your
you
opinion.
got your opinion.
This is your
That's all you
opinion.
got, man.
But this
You don't have
is
objectivity.
your opinion that you're saying God takes care of this, God takes care of that. They stop yourself when you say that, because that's your opinion.
And you got
'Cause it makes
opinions too
sense.
that you're going to find truth at the North Pole or something, and that the spirits who tell you things when you're on a trip are telling you the truth.
I'm pretty
'Cause it
sure I'm
feels
going
right.
to find truth. I'm pretty sure I'm going to find truth at the North Pole, but I don't say it like it's a fact. They're hiding it from us, so I'm going to find out what they're hiding. That's a fact. Whatever they're hiding, I will find out. That is a fact. The rest, if it's eternal damnation, hell, heaven, oh, that's opinion. But they're hiding it. That's a fact. God will take care of it. God understands that. God will take care of this. God knew that. You would think that God knew that you would answer. These are opinions that make sense according to the story. But they're your opinions according to the story, because those opinions are not in the book. Your opinions based on you as a reader of the book. And I want to believe them. Believe me, I do. Because it's a beautiful story. And I really do want to believe it. I can't put my eternal soul on the line in an agreement over a book based on my eyes closed and faith and crossing my fingers. Because that's how it feels to me. No matter how much the book moves me, it's closing my eyes and crossing my fingers and hoping I'm right. But it's my eternal soul. And we do seem to be in a matrix agreement, lawyer-controlled environment where you make an agreement and that's solid. So I want to be very careful of what I do an agreement with. I think we all should. Whether it's your cable bill or a quasi-luminous video. We got to be careful. Blood magic? We don't know blood magic. Don't play with it.
It's down to you, Jimmy, isn't it? It's like your body, it's your mind. You're the one who's going to have to accept and cope and think about these things.
Yeah.
It's no Jesus that's going to take anything off our shoulders now, is there?
Well, it would be kind of selfish to presume he would do such a thing, too. Even
But if
he
you
was
really
real.
knew exactly who God was, I guess you would have less on your shoulders, wouldn't you?
Accepting Jesus immediately puts expectations upon him, which is selfish. I don't agree with that. Right there, that doesn't seem right to me. Okay, you are real. Boom. Now, you are, let me check here. You are supposed to do this. You are supposed to do that. Well, I got expectations on you now. Man, that's not something a friend would do. I want to be a friend of this guy. If this guy comes back, and he's on a horse with a lightsaber, I'm like, dude, I got your back. Pshoo, lightsaber. Let's do this. And I got his back. And I'm on his side because he's the real deal. Turns out he's true. Thank God he's true. And his story was true. And whew, good. The royals didn't screw that up and take that out of the story of the Bible. I was wrong for doubting it. It turns out he's true. I'm ready to kick ass by his side. That, to me, feels right. If you're going to tell me that I'm going to go to hell for that belief, that doesn't feel right. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how I feel personally. If you feel that way about me and you're like, well, sorry, Jimmy, you feel that way, you're going to go to hell. It's a great story, and, it's really nice you feel that way. That's very optimistic. But you don't believe in the Bible, you're going to go to hell. Still love you, buddy. Okay, I still love you too. Same kind of thing. Not going to hate
So
you.
it's still about what message God represents to you, and what, if you were a believer in the Bible, then there's certain things that Jesus says that any human can understand and accept as what makes them as a human by, a morality, a spirituality, a natural existence, which is something we all have, but it's hindered by DNA and illness. So there's still a unique difference, isn't there?
What is the point of the Jesus Bible story? I mean, it should have a point.
Yeah, well, what is the point?
The point is, believe me, blind faith, and that's it. It's kind of.
Well, what does happen if everyone gets down on their knees and accepts Jesus within the next few months? Everyone in the world accepts Jesus. What happens?
It means they accept it should mean that they accept his belief system and his way of life, and they're going to incorporate that in their lives. I don't think that's what happens, though, because I accept Jesus in that form. That's how I accept Jesus.
Going on without Bible too.
You
can accept that, and there is a point, but point is to grow young people to adult and to get the possibility to rule with them. Or the Bible is for a control, but if there is only moral, but like written down. But so how you must act or can be, or that's the point. But
you think the point is to control behavior? You think the Bible is to control behavior?
Yes. Well, when I read the Old Testament and I was going through bits of it, it is all moral stories, and you read the story, you evaluate what emotionally and physically happened between the characters in this passage, and then you think of what the best decision would be and why God said what he says. So it's always going to be evaluated like that. The Old Testament about behaviors, how it describes what the sons did, and who they married, and where they went, and all these things. It's just like a moral story to me. Did you get that?
Is knowledge still here? Did she
For control only.
She dropped out like 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes?
Yeah, I thought she might have lost connection.
No, it's only been a couple minutes. She's only been out for
6
4 or 5.
minutes. But it was like, it was 30 seconds of the one you were speaking.
What's she saying? I hope she didn't feel like she was getting teamed up on. If anything, I felt I was getting teamed up on.
She said it would be nice to be. She said it would, Jibby. She said it would be nice to be given a fair hearing now and then.
Fair hearing. What was fairer than what I was trying to do?
Well, that's what I thought. I thought it was a fairly balanced back and forth.
I had emotional opinions, but I was trying to be fair and balanced in as far as any judgments or final conclusions were concerned. But I have emotional opinions, and it has nothing to do with her. Has nothing to do with the information. She is a messenger of the information. My opinion of her never changed from day one, despite what she believes. And if her opinion of me has changed day one,
no, it's not. She's
my opinions, I hope not. But
I think she was just done talking or done trying to talk.
She gets. You know what?
You're also fairly talkative yourself, so
I am very talkative right now.
Right.
Yeah, and she takes a lot of shit. So good on her for.
So like 72. Sometimes everybody just needs a break from Jibby. It's all good.
All right, Walt World. What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying it's about time for me to go. I've got work
What
to
are
do.
you saying? I don't know what you're saying.
Can I have a saucer of milk, table of 2 in the front window, please?
Oh shit, it's Poncho. What's up, buddy?
What up, Muller?
That's what he's saying.
What am I having am I having a free Chandela moment or something?
I hope so.
How am I back in FREECHAN?
This is not the FREECHAN you're looking for.
Yep. This is the real FREECHAN you're looking for.
This is the real one.
Pancho man.
Vincenzo.
Hello.
You opened up the family again.
Oh, no, I did not do it, man.
I think he did it, but yeah. So
I open the next one. Un momento, I'm busy.
All right, Walt World, are we good?
Yeah, dude, I'm totally good with you, man. Like I think you're, like I said before, dude, your heart's in the right place. I know you're trying. I can hear it in your voice, dude.
I'm just tired of reading people's bullshit because everybody loves.
No, I have a very good friend who's very similar. And I've known him for 16, 17 years. He reminded me a lot of him. So You're actually a lot farther
completely
along than he
respect you,
is,
bro.
so I respect you for that.
Yeah,
Like,
I actually like when you jump on because I'm like, oh, so finally somebody with an IQ. You know, like I like that. I like people with intelligence, and you have intelligence, and I like when you jump on. And your personal belief, if you told me that you believed in Thor's hammer along with the Tea Party, and you thought that was the best option, I'd laugh my ass off, but I still love you. You know what I'm saying? It's hilarious as shit.
No, flattery not
But
necessary,
it's
man.
fun.
You're a good guy. I can hear it, dude.
Yeah, I don't take people's personal religious concepts or whatever personally. And if you tell me I'm being drunk, I don't even take that personally, because if I'm drinking, this is my farewell drinking, by the way. I know. No, you missed it, Poncho. I'm going to quit drinking for a while. I already did, but I went out last night, and I'm like, I didn't do it right. You got to quit correctly. So I bought some moonshine, and I've been drinking since 9 o'clock last night.
24 hours.
12 hours now?
24.
See if I can show everybody. Can anybody see that?
I
Nobody
see
can.
the tracer outline of it.
Let me fix this stupid ass shit because I'm an idiot. Yeah. You see how much is left?
Right.
That is the bottom. Here is the bottle. Dun, dun, dun. Like, it's not a lot, but if you people drank this much, you'd probably be like,
my creature, it's alive.
I've had like a couple of bits of pasta and some broccoli in 2 days.
Oh, I thought you meant it was in the drink.
I drank this since 9 o'clock, and yeah, I'm clearly not feeling very right.
Well, at least it doesn't taste like piss. Like Hobbit has to go through.
You don't seem. I mean, yeah, you do kind of ramble on, but you're still articulate. You're not like sloppy. You're not like, yeah, you might be a little bit depressed sometimes, but you're also still coherent. So you're able to form sentences and have a distinction. You can listen and speak, although you do a majority of the speaking.
How much you be back?
But
nobody else is talking.
That's what happens when Jibby's
morning.
drunk. That's what happens when Jibby's drunk and he wants to talk. Like, he's got some shit to say.
Dude,
he's gonna vent it out.
It's 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Like,
I'm like, hey guys, and you're like, hey, what's going on?
I'm wide awake.
So I got a problem with fluoride here. Oh, Jimmy does all the talking. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I'm saying? Like I was just on at like 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Nobody's saying shit. And now Paula come on to help me. And then we have this super intense Bible debate. Like better than Antonio versus Jesus. Like that was pretty good.
I thought it was pretty good. There was some pretty good back and forth there.
Antonio took Jesus on.
Well, her and I have been like we're like best friends. Me and Paula, me and Knowledge Scavenger are like best friends since I want to say like May or June of 2015. We have been tight. She made our website. She ran our forum. She for free. Like she's amazing. Like she's like, you know, I can't say enough good things about her.
That's because she has faith, Jimmy.
But what we have a huge difference. She's super Team Jesus, and I'm a Jedi who believes in the Force.
Yeah, it's no way your fault, Jimmy, that when you perceive the Bible to yourself, that it doesn't fulfill that need you have. Or
no, it doesn't give me
because it doesn't for me at all. Like it never
at all. No,
through the
and it gives a
Bible,
lot of
can't
people.
do it.
Yeah, I don't think any different of her ever. When she agrees, sometimes she gets really pissed at me, and I deserve it. And you know, I just hope she forgives me those times. But I think I'm very lucky to have her as a friend. And we are not on the same book, never mind the same page. Not all. But we have a common ground, flat Earth. And the truth.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that she should never feel that she's like worthless or what she says is worthless, because there may be many people out there who need things to hear that she says, especially young troubled people or any kind of person with good benefits.
So yeah, she doesn't deserve any of this shit. She does it because she chooses to. And to hear a young whippersnapper like me, you know, bring in some vigor to an argument like this, and I'm like, you know what? I think about this, and then she doesn't have to deal with that. She chooses to, and she, you know, if she gives me the time, I appreciate it. If she doesn't, God bless her anyway. Like, whatever. I'm not going to change how I feel about her. She's a great person, and I think we all need to treat each other this way. If we're basing our friendships on what we hate in common, that's pretty retarded. But if you know, somebody does something good for you, do something good for them back if you can. If you can't, give them mutual respect. I mean, let's be adults, for fuck's sake.
Or be
Nobody's an
thankful that you
adult
gain
anymore.
something without giving anything, or
Yeah,
hope to think that you
everybody's-
could give back another time.
Everybody's take. Well, what can I get? What can I get? What are they going to do for me? It's so backwards. Like, it should be the other way around. Like, oh, I'm honored by their, you know, this person's accepting my friendship. Should feel honored. Like, maybe they'll teach me something. Well, we're not that kind of society anymore. A little bit different now.
Not all of us, Jim.
I know, and that's why I'm here, is because this is my support group, and you guys are like me, and you guys think like me, and you guys feel like me, and I'm very thankful.
And hopefully, Jimmy, the things change for on a larger scale as well, that eventually more and more people will get fed up with this mainstream TV box that everyone seems to be obsessed with and controlled by, and obviously now it's social media, but
right,
it's a growing thing. It's a thing that's never going to die. This whole conspiracy, whatever, it's always going to be there. And if you face yourself, then you want to see a change, and you've got to be in it for the long haul, haven't you? You can't lose your rag and do something stupid. You can't fall to these ideals or behaviors that they would like you to do, like these terrorists and these, you know, what they want a conspiracy person to do is to do something drastic and destructive, like kill people or things like that. But if you always know that you won't behave like that, and you'll stick with it, then things are always going to progress, like flat earth, the health crisis with pharmaceuticals, cannabis, anything. Just gotta hope for the best and prepare for the worst, isn't it?
Yep. Political hillbilly. I'm going to address him. Chibi is going to pass out before the UPS man gets there with his P900, and he will have to wait another day. I'm going to prove you wrong, buddy.
You're going to sleep through the postman bringing it.
No, I'm going to actually take drugs to keep me awake.
Yep.
I have cheats. I don't need to play fair. I have cheats. Of course, I have pharmaceuticals. I got pharmaceuticals that'll make you feel like you're God or make you feel like you're the devil. I have them all. And I have pharmaceuticals that'll keep me up until December if I want it. And I'll get the UPS guy. There's no way I'm missing this P900 visit. I missed it on Friday, but I'm not missing this one. I've been up since 9 o'clock on 4 hours of sleep from yesterday, but
I know.
What does this say? What does this say? Oh, Vyvanse, 40 milligrams. Does anybody know what that is? No, you don't. I'm going to answer that for you. You don't, because it's fairly new. Well, why haven't you heard of it? Well, because the FDA doesn't really spend a lot of time doing tests on these things and making them public so you know about them. The only time you hear about them is when? Correct. when the judge and the lawyer is putting out commercials. Have you taken Vyvanse? Call 1-800-Jew and Jew, and we will Jew you the Jew, the Jew, 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 Jew. And then you know what the pill is, because you've heard it 50 times watching Maury Povich. That's why you know what the hell it is. Otherwise, you don't give a shit. You only know about it because you can't stand hearing about it. That's your apathy and empathy, humanity. That's it. You don't like, oh my God, people have been hurt by this medication. What is happening? Who feels that way? Dick and all. Nobody feels that way.
10% of the population. The other 90% are like, oh, this might be something good, and I'll try
very
this.
generous.
And then you realise that the trials weren't even done properly, and you really have no idea what kind of side effect you're going to have from this random pill. And America, the #1 country producing the most bullshit chemical pills ever. I don't even know. Like, Britain only probably uses like 30% of the formulas that, compared to America, of different pills for different things.
We need more Americans to talk about this. Besides Jedi's on moonshine.
They don't realize, like, they're watching TV with a brick, with like a ton of bricks tied on a string hanging over a bridge of a river. Like, they don't know what they're going to get themselves into.
No, you don't really know. And when you end up getting the medication, it's way before the lawyer commercials, obviously. So guess what? That means you're the scapegoat. You're the guinea pig. The doctor was very nice to you. You don't seem like a guinea pig, but you are. You're a guinea pig. Because 3 weeks later, that lawyer is going to be talking about your medication that you're wondering about if it's messed you up, as you have to change your panties 4 times a day because of anal leakage. Did that medication mess me up?
Then you have to think to yourself, could this doctor even diagnose these mental illnesses or disorders? They can, like, I don't know, I haven't looked at the book, but
you mean drive-through medicine?
There's so many. Is it another human that intelligent to diagnose you these minute, tiny little things that they come up with that you could be misdiagnosed so easily, couldn't you? That it does happen, and it must be happening all the time.
I did this job for 15 years. I worked with mentally challenged in adolescence, and it was drive-through medicine. Basically, you go to the psychiatrist and you send these people in, and then you read the medical magazine in the waiting room, and they're out 7 minutes later with 10 scripts. Sometimes it was only 4, sometimes it was 10. Now you got to go to Rite Aid, CVS, wherever, and you have to fill those scripts for this individual who basically is there because his parents had a really, really bad fight, and the cops came and arrested his dad, and now the mom is there by herself, but she can't handle it because her Xanax is just not strong enough. So this kid is now in a home. He don't know what the hell happened. He was just playing his PlayStation the week before. But now the kid's on 10 scripts. Do you care? Does anybody care? Does anybody hear about this? Is this on the news? No, it isn't. I'm there. I have to care. I have to deal with it. It's not a matter of dealing with it. It's a matter of taking care of business to me. And now I deal with this kid and I go, hey, Kevin, how you doing? And he's like, I don't know what the hell's going on. And I'm like, I know, buddy. I know. I'm going to try to get you out of this, okay? When we go to the mall on Saturday, I'm going to let you have a cigarette. I know you smoke, and I can tell you're really jonesing. Now, I can get fired for that, but, you know, you work with me, I'll work with you. So when we go out to the mall on Saturday, I'm going to let you have as many cigarettes as you want. I'm going to look the other way, okay? Then you smoke your cigarettes. Now, when I want you to go to bed, when I want you to do whatever, I want you to just go with it. Now give me a hard time. Can you do that? Oh, yeah. All right, cool. All right, here we go. You get to smoke cigarettes. I get to keep my job. Win-win. All right, you ready? Yep. All right, let's go. And that's how I did the job. I even let one of the little bastards drive the car. I would have got arrested for that. But
It's funny how things happen, isn't it? You're like, whoa, how the fuck did this situation just come upon me in my life? Like, 2 weeks ago, I was just sat there minding my own business. Now this, and then you feel like fool, don't you, or conned, or just like you've like let your body react to something the way you overall you wouldn't have wanted. Just this cause and effect. You can't always perceive what will happen, can you? When you're enticed into something, or you're gaming and this feels good. It's a good
It's jarring. It's hell on earth. These kids are put in. Yeah, there are kids. They're put in prison. Now, it may not have jail bars, but they have magnetic door locks, where if they say "F you," I have to put them in this room with a magnetic lock for at least minimum 15 minutes until I feel, in my opinion, they've calmed down. This is how rules are run, based on personal opinion of untrained people in psychology and all this shit. It is insanity to the highest degree. And when I got hired at these places, I'm like, holy shit. Like, I literally have to be the Jesus of this place and save these people. Like, you want to talk about Nazi? This was fucked. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm sitting there one-on-one with these kids on some nights because they said F you, you know, to a staff member. And now they're on one-on-one. They don't get to go out. They don't get to go pee. They don't get to do shit. And I'm sitting in front of their room 24 hours in a chair. And the kids are just looking at me, and I'm like, hey, kid, don't worry about it. I got you covered. And this is the only thing that kept these kids going, was that somebody was on their side.
And then you must stop and think, what are we sweeping under the carpet in this society when it comes to old people dying, people being ill in general, and then mentally ill people? Like, so I know several people who are nurses at mental institutions, and I know people who have schizophrenia and still go to medical places to get injected with this. I'm not sure what it is, but it dulls them down for like a few weeks every time they get the injection. And I knew a guy who murdered someone in a drunken rage of psychosis. Someone's throat was a bit harsh, but this is 18 and over. But
holy
he
shit.
went to the most famous mental facility in Britain for about 6 years, and then was released maybe 8 to 9 years. I can't imagine what that's like. There's a TV documentary about some of the mental facilities in Britain. It's beyond shocking. It's a sign of how we're messed up we are as a society. It is disturbing. Like. But then this guy was like nice as pie, and I only met him just by accident. But you wouldn't have thought that he'd murdered someone. That was the first time I ever met anyone who I know murdered someone. It was quite strange after it. I was nice, kind to the guy. You know, I didn't ask what happened. I didn't really want to. It was a deep reality check. What life, to be honest. It's like how you described your experience.
I'm just reading the chat here. 90% Jibby talk. Well, Paula, I will give you the bench. I want you to have 90%. I'll take 10. Are you willing to do that?
Zern, also reading the chat. Zern, I sent you a link in Google Hangouts. Called you in.
Oh, you guys are giving me a what is it called? What the hell is it called?
A tribute? I don't understand.
Rite of passage.
What do you call it? An intervention. That's what it is.
An intervention? I don't think we're doing so well. You're about to do some
So you're
bypass.
trying to give me an intervention. I'm just not taking it.
Well, I mean, you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do, Jibby. You're
Dude, are you a Bible
free
guy?
man of age. That
Are you a Bible guy?
There's no, huh?
I want to know. Are you a Bible guy?
Am I what?
Give me an intervention. I'm just not. Oh, wait. How is this a video already?
What did you ask me, Jimmy?
I'm getting a little.
Did you ask me if I'm a Bible guy?
All right. I'm getting a link here of a video that comes to me. All right. I want to know what's going on here. People like cutting edits of me right now or something.
Probably. It's been a long night.
No, it should be Jibby. Your video is just, it looks cool. It's just some trippy outline sketch. Can't actually see you. So you might just be on some kind of
I mean,
page on the
I
computer.
don't like this beating around the bush shit. I mean, if people have anything they want to say to me, come on and say it. I'm not going to hold it against you because it's an opinion. And if you're right, I'll actually be thankful. So if you're wrong, I'm going to be like, I'll have pity for you. So either way, you're not going to get, be pissed at you. You're either going to help me or I'm going to feel bad for you. I'm not going to be mad at you. But, a lot of people like to beat around the bush. Just tell me whatever it is, man.
I was asking if you asked what you asked me. I was trying to clarify that.
No, not you, dude.
No, I'm just continuing the conversation. Like, what did you ask me? Yeah, did you ask me if I was a Bible guy?
Yeah, I did actually.
Oh,
yeah.
I was raised that way, but I'm not so much anymore.
So, what's your kind of beliefs on all that?
Well,
like,
I kind of said it earlier. I think that I'd go with the word that you used, which is love.
Yeah.
And in this dualistic reality or this divine dichotomy that we find ourselves in, there's different spectrums. And there's everything in between. There's light, there's chemical, there's electrical, magnetic. There's all these different spectrums and wavelengths. Everything exists as energy at a certain frequency, at a certain vibration.
And all colors come from the white light, yeah?
Yeah. And then the dark is the absence thereof.
Paula.
So
I'm gonna say I think that you're bowing out when you feel your argument is beaten. It's not the first time I've seen you do this. She drops out because she doesn't want to explode in anger, and I understand that and I respect that. And I don't want her to say ugly things to me, but if she feels the need to say ugly things to me, you're not a Christian. Okay? It's one or the other. You either have infinite understanding or you don't. Well, no, it's not. I can't say that, but that's God who has infinite understanding. But you bow out because you don't want to say anything that you're going to regret. I understand that. But what you're doing is you're doing a rain check for a volcano later. I don't want that shit. Say what you got to say. I'm going to like you either way. Okay? Because I respect who you are. Don't beat around the bush and pussyfoot. You're going to sit here and you're going to tap dance on the Bible stuff while people like Antonio tap dance on the other side, and then people like me tap dance in the middle, and we're all going to tap dance, and then we're all going to avoid confrontations, and we're all going to keep repeating this shit and not get anywhere. I'm sick of it. Aren't you? Aren't everybody? We're sick of this shit. Do we want more drama? Do we want more Antonio anti-religious shit? Do we want more defending religious shit? I'm sick of it. Let's just have an open discussion where we don't, we're not going to take it personally to heart and hate the other person for their beliefs based on fact and opinion and conjecture, based on everything. Opinions, facts, testimony.
Well,
let's
honestly,
name these things what they are.
Jimmy, just a point there. It may not be that her position was caving and she just bailed because she couldn't hold. It was just that maybe when she did try to explain or answer your question, you cut her off, kind of just like you did back there with me like a couple minutes ago when I was trying to answer your question, and you cut right in and just started talking and rambled on into something else.
I'm sorry.
No, I just
I don't know
You know,
that.
it's all right. It's what happens, but it seems to be happening fairly frequently, like with 72.
Well, I'm
with,
drinking tonight.
Well,
so
I
that's-
understand that, and I think everybody else does as well.
Oh, I do that often? Maybe that's because I'm ignorant. No, it's because I don't know I'm doing it. That's why I'm doing it.
No,
I don't realize it.
No, that's you, and usually it's something that's
It's not me. It's me. I'm who I am. If I'm making a mistake, please correct me so I can correct the mistake. That's the point. Like, if I'm doing something wrong, say, dude, you're doing this, and it's a couple of people are pissed off, or they don't like the way you're doing this.
It's just kind of
And I'll be like,
pointing
oh,
it out, like,
okay,
hey,
all
like,
right, I'll
remember
adjust.
to mind your manners.
I do. I have to
Especially if
mind
you ask somebody a question and they're giving you a response. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, but Jimmy, I don't
mean,
think you should let that make you feel anxious or upset with yourself.
No, not at all.
After feeling.
No, I
You
like
are
myself,
drunk and-
but I just don't want people to hide their personal feelings and let them build up, because that's only going to end up bad. You know, if you're feeling mad at me, that includes everybody who's listening to me. If you feel mad at me or upset at me, tell me. Tell me why. Not tell me how angry you are, because that's not going to solve anything. Tell me why you're angry. Because if I understand why you're angry, I might understand your feeling of anger. That way you don't have to describe the water to me as I'm drowning. Like, you know, I am so angry I'll tear a horse's head off. Okay, I still don't know why you're mad. You know, but you said this and it made me feel like this. Oh, and now I feel what you felt. You get it?
right, and that
Yeah.
shows somebody that you're listening, and that's really good that you're listening to them and you're like going there with them, so you can, you know, it resonates inside yourself, and you want to say something to contribute and to, you know, relate to that. When sometimes it might be better just to hold on to that, let it be what it is in silence,
Right.
and let them continue explaining, because they might take you somewhere else also.
Time
Does that
and a
make
place.
sense?
Get it? Yeah, time and a place.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. But I'm here now, so if anybody wants to.
We all are. Zern, welcome Zern. Zern's gonna play us a song, I think.
I want Zern actually to come in here because I want to talk to
He's
him.
here.
Zern,
Hey, what's up,
get in
Jimmy?
here. Zern.
Jimmy.
Zern.
Hey.
Welcome, Zern.
I kind of feel like, I don't know. What do you feel, Zern? Me and you,
About
bring
what?
it on. What do you feel?
I got love for you, Jimmy.
You said that, and you also said, you know, you kind of want to hate Jibby, but you can't. I don't know.
When did I say that? Was I drinking?
That was a ZWI night. You remember that night?
Was it what night?
That was the night you were acting for everybody and
It
causing
was
drama.
the ZWI night where you were Zern while driving.
Oh yeah, that was a crazy night. I don't even know
Oh,
what
dude, we
happened
all
that
have
night.
this, dude. No worries, dude. We all have.
You know what? That was a tequila all dayer.
Dude,
that
tequila?
Was bad. All
Oh,
day.
man.
That was bad. That was bad, man. I turn into a different person when I get tequila in me.
We all do. We all do. That's what tequila does. And you didn't seem like a different person if you had tequila that night, which is really good because it means you controlled it really well, which is, that's hard to do.
I'm pro like you. I could drink that whole bottle. And actually, I was drinking all day, and I had people that didn't even know I was drinking. And they were like, what happened to you? You were really weird yesterday.
But you're the guy who calls people out. I think everybody knows that. You're the guy. If somebody's suspect, Zern is there, and you're like, everybody might like the person, you don't care, you call them out, and I respect that. You did it to Isa, you did it to a couple people, and you call them out, and you You're like, you know what, dude, and you do it, and that's balls, and I respect that. You know, like, you can't hide energy from me. So I just want you to say, if there's anything you want to say to me, please do.
Well, I never really get to speak directly with you. Usually there's a lot of people around, and that's the way these go.
Right, but
I've got a lot
you
of
have
feelings
energy,
over.
and I'm a Jedi, and you can't hide energy from a Jedi.
Well, you've picked up some things, I guess. You know, just to sum it up, I think everybody gets to learn about who each other are, where they're coming from after they listen to each other. And early on, I was over at the Jeff Stewart Hangout, and I was on there one night in the chat room, and Jeff Stewart started going off on, well, hey, there's a troll in the chat. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, who is it?
Oh, no.
It was me. I'm the troll. It was me.
Thinking that you were a troll. Did he trick me? Tell me.
Well,
did he trick me?
I probably have people out here who think I'm a troll, that they
It's
don't,
an
they don't
early
quite
memory, and I
understand
might
where I'm
not
coming
remember.
from.
If I did, I apologize. Actually,
No, you
know what,
defended me.
I'm going to say I apologize to him. I'm not going to say forgive me. I'm going to say I apologize. If I did that, and I think I might have. I think I might have, now that you're reminding me, because I remember you and Jeff Stewart text everybody. And if I was in his thing at the time and I didn't know you that well, I might have prejudged you. Just tell me if I did. I don't know.
I'll tell you what happened. You said, oh, no, not Zern. And you kind of said it like you, in your mind, you thought, hey, he's all right. And you kind of said, well, not him. And then even Chris Rock said, really? Zern? He's a troll? And then Jeff's like, well, yeah, I saw him over at the FREECHAN, you know. And this was when FREECHAN, if you were even at FREECHAN, you were on the list. I mean, I was being put on a list just for visiting FREECHAN and being in the comments.
That's true.
But
That's true.
I don't
That's
even
how
know
I made
after
his
Jeff.
list. Yeah, that's how I made his list too. His first attacks on me was because I was in FREECHAN. He had a big thing against Yvette. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
and
okay,
he made me think
okay,
Yvette
that's
might have
between
been
you
a
and
bad
Yvette.
person.
Settle it.
His beef with Yvette, I didn't know a lot about it, and I just thought, well, maybe Yvette is, I don't know, maybe he's right. Maybe there's something wrong with Yvette, and she's just like not cool. But then I didn't see that, and then I started judging, you know, her based on her and everyone else, and I thought, no, these are accusations. These are people who are just there. They love infighting. It's not about flat Earth. It's not about conversation. It's just about he said, she said. And that people who do that, they don't bring nothing to the table. You know, I mean, so but you know, maybe I do get a little bit misunderstood. I think everybody out here does. It's tough. I get nervous on these things. I tend to cut people off, talk too loud, be rude, and I don't mean to. It's just kind of me learning how this is, but I don't have time to be hating on everybody. Life's too short. So, you know, to each his own. And if you know, everybody's got opinions. As long as we can be open-minded and give each other respect, we can disagree. You know?
I like to think that we can do that. I want to think that. I think people play the politically correct game too much, and then they end up bottling it in. They bottle their emotions, and then when you do that, it's gonna erupt like a volcano later. And when it does
that's what
that,
happened the
you
night I
can't
was
control it. You can't control it because it's like the Hulk, and then you have almost no memory because you were so irate. It's literally like David Banner. It's like, do you remember what you did? No. Well, why don't you? Because he was the Hulk. And what is the Hulk? The Hulk is primal reptilian brain reactive anger that doesn't process anything. It just reacts. You have to acknowledge that when you do that. And then you have to own it. And then you have to control it. And that's the only way that you can own the Hulk. Because we all have a Hulk. All of us. There's no, you know, the David Banner Hulk story is not just some dude. No, that's all of us. It's a metaphor. We all have a Hulk. And we don't remember the things that we say 100%. when we are at that point, because we're not thinking with our rational brains. We're so angry, you know, we're emotional, you know.
What do you think about the archetype or the character of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde?
I think that my
What do you think he was drinking there with your just last few words?
with what was he drinking? I'm gonna have to say it was blackberry brandy. That is the thing that will turn you Jekyll and Hyde. That or Sambuca. It's blackberry brandy.
Well, would those all be classified as in the spirit family then?
Yeah. Not pilsners or lagers.
Right. Do you think that could be less like some of those common things that you seem to continually have are based possibly on something that you're putting into your body and the effect that it's having chemically on your brain?
Yeah, I mean, whatever you're putting in your body is going to have an influence, and you got to be prepared for it, because you're going to go for a ride, especially if it's like something like moonshine, like I'm having. You're going to go for a ride, and I told everybody, I'm going for a ride tonight. And Stefan, I think, said, well, there better be cops and everything for this. You get me all prepared, but like.
No, thank you for not taking his advice. Appreciate that.
I thank myself, because I didn't want cops here. No, you can drink alcohol and not get arrested, but you have to not drive. You have to not harm anybody. You have to, be in a certain environment. And I drank online, and I'm expressing opinions, and I made the mistake of crossing a religion, because that's no win. There is not one religious debate online that ends with somebody winning. If there is, please let me know, because I've never heard of it. Nobody wins. One opinion against the other. It always is. No matter who's more logical, it's divided. It is the most divided subject there is in the history of humanity that I'm aware of, and that we're all aware of, is religion. NASA did not divide us like religion did. And NASA is horrible. But religion divided us incredibly. And it makes us so biased and so hateful. Why should religion make us so hateful of another's opinion?
Yeah.
I know guys who I consider really good friends who are Christians, and they hate people against their particular beliefs at a certain level. Like, let's say they're Christian flat earthers who believe in a flat earth, and they want people who believe in the globe to suffer and go through pain. I don't get it. You're one or the other. Is he a Christian? That is not Christian. But for one, I'm not Christian at all, but I can't wish that kind of thing against my worst enemy. Have you ever felt pain?
No, I understand, dude. Like, it
sucks. So
it does suck. Shout out to Lady Ganja.
Welcome. Oh, Lady's out there.
And,
shout out to Lady Ganja.
Zern, are you ready?
I take this.
Yeah, I'm hanging out.
I take this opportunity to ask a question on Zern.
Yes, sir.
This hangout will be over in a couple of minutes. The new one is already open. Would you like to play some music on the other hangout?
Do you want to play the opener for the next
we're
session?
here. I could play a quick song here.
You want to play it out?
Okay, you can play. Yeah, you can play it too. But I'm just asking for the next show.
Yeah, I can hang out for a little bit and play a couple songs.
Talk shit about me.
If it's only a couple minutes left, dude, why don't you just play us out, and then you'll play us in on the next one?
Cool.
Yeah, all right.
I don't want Jibby running out. He needs to stay and listen to this.
But I'm not going to be in the next one.
I'm just kidding.
I'm not going to be in the next one. So tell me.
Yes, you are.
I am?
No.
I don't know, are you?
I don't have that much moonshine.
No, you're going to sleep. You're going to sleep.
You're not going to go to sleep. I have to stay up to get the P900.
Go and do a 1 mile run. You'll be fine.
I'm going to take drugs.
Do whatever you want, guys. I'm going to the other side. I'm not jumping over because it's not over, but I'm working on it.
How many more minutes?
I think about 15 minutes or something.
That's plenty, Zern. Give me a.
Do whatever you guys do. Whatever you want, guys.
Give me the non. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Give it.
You said it was a few minutes. Now it's 15. All right, 15 minutes on. Go.
15 minutes is a long time.
Maybe 10 or 15. I don't know.
I can talk for a minute and then play. You know, in life, if you teach somebody to be good or tell them to be good as they grow up and what's right from wrong, they still have to go through their lives and learn those lessons firsthand before they can come to some epiphany or some realization. I think as you get older, you start to feel closer to God. You start to understand God and start to, if they just force it down your throat like they did me as a Catholic kid, I'd resented God. I talked back to the nuns. I said, well, how come if Jesus is the Son of God, what are we? Who are we? Aren't we all the sons of God? I mean, what are you telling me? And I really resented it. But through life and through living, you start to get experience and you learn. And you can only go through your life and have your own personal experience. You can't tell somebody to be good or to believe in God because it's not real. They have to find it for themselves, you know?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, it seems like a Captain Obvious, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, to us, it's Captain Obvious, but it doesn't seem that way.
This is a song called God Shuffled His Feet. After 7 days, he was quite tired, so God said, let there be a day just for picnics with the wine and the bread. He gathered up some people he had made, created blankets, and he laid back in the shade. God shuffled his feet, glanced around at them. The people cleared their throats, stared right back at him. The people sipped their wine, and with God there, they asked him questions like, do you have to eat or get your hair cut in heaven? And if your eye got poked out in this life, will it be waiting up in heaven with your wife? God shuffled his feet and glanced around at them. The people cleared their throats and stared right back at him. So once there was a boy, and he woke up with blue hair. To him it was a joy until he ran out in the warm air. He thought of how his friends would come and see. Would they had laughed if he had got some strange disease? God shuffled his feet, glanced around at them. The people cleared their throats, stared right back at him. The people sat waiting out on their blankets in the garden, but God said nothing. So someone asked him, I beg your pardon, I'm not quite clear about what you just spoke. Was that a parable or a very subtle joke? God shuffled his feet and danced around with them. The people sipped their wine and stared right back at him. That song has no flow. I used to love that song. It's by Crash Test Dummies. Have you ever heard that band?
Yes, I've heard of it.
It's a cool album. A little bit of a God theme.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good man, good.
No problem.
I mean, I can call it good, but I can call it badass as well. It's like, woo.
Yeah, they did the other one. What was it? And we've talked about that before. That band.
Yeah, that's a good one. The
Yeah. Weird Al did the parody.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a lot of songs on that album. I need to actually learn some of them, but they're very much themed in the questioning of reality and questioning life, and that's the stuff I like to think about, you know. But any requests? I don't have anything lined up here. I just had one song in mind.
Green Day?
Do some of your own songs. Keep on rocking on a FREECHAN.
Voices in the night, red, white, and blue. People sleeping in the streets, people sleeping in their shoes. There's a warning sign on the road ahead. It says, don't be a racist or a duty head. Feel like Satan, but I am to them. I try to explain myself any way I can. Keep on rocking on a FREECHAN. Keep on rocking on a FREECHAN. Chibby's on moonshine, waiting for the P900. He's gonna film the moon, he's gonna show us something. Don't film too close to the sun, you know, because it'll burn your eyes and you can't see. No, I am Satan and I feel like them. Don't know what I'm saying any way I can. Making up lyrics for the FREECHAN. Don't know what I am saying. You're vetting, snack out partying. Why didn't they invite us all? We weren't on the list. I wanted to go out and party with David Q and Cynthia. Keep on rocking on a FREECHAN. Rob Taylor trolling on a FREECHAN. Oh, I get worse and worse.
Right? No, dude, that's
No,
great.
no,
That's
no, no,
cool.
keep
That's
on
going
going.
along
Love
nicely,
that, dude.
bro. Yeah.
Sir, keep on going. I got a nice video to play together with your music. Do it again, please.
Do it again.
Rewind.
Rewind. I got
Insert coin. Insert coin.
Sorry, guys. Some hillbilly made a video. A video, and he wants some music about it. Let me play it.
Little ditty about the FREECHAN. Some open-minded folks coming around doing the best that they can. Jimmy gonna be a football star. Rob Taylor gonna troll in the back of my car. What? Oh yeah, FREECHAN goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. No, yeah, said life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Sunning on chili dogs outside the Taste Freeze. Diane sitting on Jack Lads, got a hand between her knees. Well then there, Diane, let's run off to the city. Jack said, baby, you ain't missing nothing. No, yeah, I said life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. No, yeah, I said life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Walk on. Let it rock, let it roll. Let the Bible belt come and save my soul. Hang on to 16 as long as you can. Changes come around real soon, make us women and men. Little ditty about FREECHAN. Some open-minded folks doing the best that they can.
Nice. Now I'm not gonna be speaking for a bit because I've got some washing machine like churning away behind me, so I'm just gonna keep quiet for a bit. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Zern. That's amazing. Appreciate that. Speaking of doing the best that they can, I'm back at it. I've got to go. But as always, it's been a pleasure speaking with y'all. And
God bless you. Have a wonderful Monday.
you all as well. Thank you.
May God be with you. Blessings. Blessings. Meow. Blessings from the kitty too.
Hello, Lady Ganja. Hello. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, I was not watching. Did the video go okay? Because I could not jump over from screens. So, did you saw the video?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Did anybody hear anything I said before?
Yeah. I think lovely. How are you doing?
What you got, Jibby?
what I got. What I was going to say is, you better jump on FREECHAN when we call out. You need to jump on FREECHAN because we're calling out your talent for a reason. Stop playing.
Chase misprinted lies. We face the path of time, and yet I fight, this battle all alone. No one to cry to now, no place to call home. Of self is raped. My privacy is raped. And yet I find repeating in my head, if I can't be my own, I'd feel better dead. Big stretch, not much sleep, a palm tree resting against my cheek. And it's a bright blue Saturday, and the rum is selling the rubbish to me. But if I could buy the sky that's hanging over this bed of mine, yeah. And if I could find these lines and maybe see what you're seeing, if you were standing on a corner staring straight in the eyes of Jesus Christ, porch and one dog and one cockroach, only one way to be. And outside I got sewage fruit, and it's growing out back from roots, and I don't know if they belong to me. But if I could buy the sky that's hanging over this bed of mine, yeah. And if I could find these lines to maybe see what you're seeing, you were standing on a building looking straight 20 stories below, 20 stories below, 20 20 stories below, low, 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 below. I can't tell you how many ways that I've sat and viewed my life today, but I can tell you I don't think that I could find an easy way. So if I see you walking hand in hand in hand with a three-armed man, you know I'll understand. But you should have been in my shoes yesterday. Been in my shoes yesterday. Been in my shoes yesterday.
Touch the flat a couple of times. What's going on is it's just rolling around and pulling it up.
That's a Blind Melon song.
Was it? I was gonna say, like, who the hell sings that?
Less,
But for me, it sounds like Cake doing a cover of Blind Melon.
Yeah, I have that rhythmic. Yeah, that's why Isa hates my
Dude,
music.
you are
It's
Cake.
'cause-
Dude, you are Cake. Do you even know that?
Oh, I know Cake. I love Cake.
No, you are Cake. Cake is not you. You are Cake. You do Cake better than Cake does Cake.
The glass moving not the way I want it to.
Dude, do you sound like Cake like I've never heard? And believe me, I've listened to a lot of Cake.
You know Cake?
I know Cake. Hell's yeah.
Okay, hang on. Oh, sorry. Hang on one second here. We're probably out of time. I can't remember.
But when the live stream went on,
Wait, lady saying something.
Oh, sorry.
Lady, what were you saying?
oh no, I was talking about Stern and how much I love him.
Oh, all right. Nobody cares what you
Forgive me.
Go ahead, son.
And I had a match, she had a lighter. I had a flame, but she had a fire. I was bright, but she was much brighter. I was high, but she was the sky. Oh, baby, I was bound for Mexico. Whoa, baby, I was bound to let you go. And I don't know much about Cinco de Mayo. I'm never sure what it's all about, but you say you want me and I don't believe you. You say you need me, but I got my doubts. Whoa, baby, I was bound for Mexico. Whoa, baby, I was bound to let you go. That's a Cake.
Dude, have you ever talked to them? You might end up being an Elvis impersonator. Yeah, you've heard of Cake, you shitter. This guy's been playing Cake for years.
No, I don't really know.
More than a week to learn how to play that. You've been playing Cake for a long time. You ain't fooling me. Dude, he is Cake. His rhythm his style of playing, his style of singing, he is cake. And he's better than cake, it seems. That's pretty cool. Yeah,
I need to learn some of these things.
what's that?
Is it space cake?
No, just cake. They were big in the 90s. Cake was a pretty popular band in the 90s.
I'm just fucking.
Dude, you don't come across too many people that can replicate cake. Not too many. I've come across none. Zern, wow. You sound like you're the lead singer of Cake and you formed the band.
At first I was afraid, I was petrified. I kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. I spent so many nights just thinking how you'd done me wrong, and I grew strong. I learned how to get along, and so you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here without that look upon your face. I should have changed my fucking lock. I would have made you leave your key if I'd have known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Oh, now go walk out that door, just turn around. Now you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to break me with desire? Did you think I'd crumble? Did you think I'd lay down and die? Oh, not I will survive. Yeah, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll be alive. I've got all my life to live, I got all my love to give. I will survive, I will survive. Yeah, yeah. It took all my strength I had just not to fall apart. I'm trying hard to mend the pieces of my broken heart. Oh, and I spent so many nights just feeling sorry for myself, and I used to cry. But now I hold my head up high and you see me with somebody new. I'm not that stupid little person still in love with you. And now you thought you'd just drop by and you'd expect me to be free. But now I'm saving all my loving for someone who's loving me. Oh, I will survive, I will survive. Yeah, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll be alive. I've got all my life to live, I got all my love to give, and I will survive. I will survive, yeah, yeah.
Gloria Gaynor.
Yeah, bro, that was like, yeah, nice.
Here. I'll
Great, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
There you
So,
go.
You gotta talk with Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go on, lady.
No, I was telling Soren that I'm smoking for him since he can't smoke right now.
I saw that. Thank you. It's been a little long this morning. I'm trying to just see if I can go without it. It's tough.
It's okay. I'll smoke for you. I got you, bro. Thank you for your music and your talent. Very much appreciated.
Don't you love her madly? Don't you need her badly? Don't you love her ways? Now tell me what you say. Don't you love her madly? Wanna be her daddy? Don't you love her face? Don't you love her as she's walking out the door? Oh, like she did 1,000 times before. Don't you love her way? Now tell me what you say. Don't you love her as she's walking out the door? Oh, like she did 1,000 times before. All your love, all your love, yeah, all your love is gone. Now sing a lonely song of a deep blue dream. 7 horses seen to be on their mark. See, I need tone in here to play the solo. Yeah, don't you love her? Don't you love her as she's walking out the door? All your love, all your love, all your love, yeah, well, all your love is gone. Now sing a lonely song of a deep blue dream. 7 horses seen to be on the
Thank you very much. This is another
Thank you.
copyright strike.
Yeah, right. That's like I was saying. I'll never have that problem.
Well, Tom was playing so good last time. We had a copyright strike on the other channel.
Again?
Me?
No, on the other channel.
I was.
One time.
Wow.
And you play it very well, so let's wait what happened. I'm just joking.
Well, my timing is all. I can just hear Isa now. I was listening last night, or Isa last night. He was schooling everybody on the timing. He's like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Come on the 2 and the 4. 1 and 2. I am no good at that either. I can play to a drummer, but I'm not going to be able to keep my own time. It's going to get odd.
Well, it's great. It's awesome.
keep your eyes on the road, your hands upon the wheel. Now keep your eyes on the road, your hands upon the wheel. Yeah, we're going to the FREECHAN, gonna have a real good time. Back at a roadhouse, I got some bungalows. Back at a roadhouse, I got some bungalows. That's for the people that like to go down slow. Let it roll, baby, roll. Let it roll, baby, roll. Let it roll, let it roll, let it roll. All night long. Back at a FREECHAN, they got some bungalows. Back at a FREECHAN, they got some bungalows. That's for the people that like to go down slow. Let it roll, baby, roll. Let it roll, baby, roll. Let it roll, let it roll, let it roll. Is we still on air?
Yeah, he's
That's the longest 15 minutes
Yeah,
of my life.
I can pretty much testify that you're playing that better than I do. Right? Right? All these people complimenting me, you're full of shit. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Oh, Chibi, you play that so good. Yeah.
Okay. They're all talented.
Yeah. I know people who are full of shit. I'm a Jedi. You're not fooling me.
You're GB.
Zern, dude, like Cake is going to copyright you. You know that, right? You know you're Cake, right? That's how you practice. That's how you've done songs. You do it in a Cake style. You didn't play Roadhouse Blues the way the Doors played it. You played it how Cake would play it, and it was great. And you are Cake, dude. Like, I'm gonna start calling you Cake music. Like, it's incredible, dude. Like, that's skill.
He's Cake with a cherry on top.
They made Cake a band based on that lead singer's ability to do what he did, and then the band just complimented him. But you are Cake. Like, you are that talent. You have that thing that you make your own. You take the songs, you make them your own, and it's very similar to Cake. I'm just saying. I'm saying you're not really Cake, but you're you. But you know what I'm saying. It's like Cake. Very like Cake. I'm not saying you could be better than Cake for all I know.
It tastes like cake, yeah?
Crazy. It sounds like Cake to me because I'm a Cake fan. So I'm biased, but you make it your own, dude. That's crazy. Like, and stop bitching out on us when we call you on the panel.
Oh, I never bitch out. Usually I'm sitting here with my
You bitched out
girl.
last night. Like, we had an all-star cast, and you're like bitching out.
I didn't hear you. I was in and out. Trust me. I got my girlfriend and we got to have our special time.
Sorry. I apologize.
If I come on a hangout, I got to sneak into the chat in the bathroom just so I can say hi.
Yeah. You're right. You did say you were with your girl last night, and you didn't want it. Okay. Yep.
She'll bust my chops and say, "What? You don't want to spend time with me? You want to hang out with them?" And I'm like, "No. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Fuck them."
Interesting topic of conversation for you guys.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing.
Not a situation, not a direct with that, but it's like, how come you got me again every time? Like, the first thing that you wake up and you do, it's like, get your coffee and grab the phone and jump in there. But I'm like, you know, these guys are amazing. And I'm talking to them. You know, we are good people. We really are good people. I was now starting to do that as well, and now he hasn't said anything. Like
I'll never
Look into your eyes again.
Can you picture
what
will be so limitless and free? Sing it, Jibby. Of some stranger than in a desperate land. Lost in a romance, wilderness of pain, and all the children
are insane, and all the children are insane, waiting for the summer rain, yeah. There's danger on the edge of town. Ride the King's Highway, baby. Weird scenes inside the gold mine. Ride the highway west, baby. Ride the snake. Ride the snake to the lake. The ancient lake, baby. The snake is long, 7 miles. Ride the snake, he's old, and his skin is long. The West is the best.
West is the best. The West is the best.
The West is the best.
Oh man, we used to get so messed up.
On the curvature. Yeah. We need a Doors flat Earth. Man. That was, yeah, nobody even.
We'll call ourselves the Floors.
Dude, nobody even attempts to play the end. I can't even believe you attempted to play the end. You really tried to play the end by the Doors. Like, that's.
Not really tried. That was a half-assed try, but it was fun.
All right, good escape.
It's all over.
That is very complex. That good. You did it though. You did what you did. You played it for the parts you played it, and I won't even attempt it.
Oh, you guys, don't make my phone by.
Oh my God.